Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pirates, they won against the Minnesota Twins yesterday, and they had another squad beat the Detroit Tigers. They lost to the Detroit Tigers. So one squad won one squad lost one yesterday. Just one game today for the Pirates at 1:05. The Pirates are going to play the Philadelphia Phillies. Just a few more spring training games left, and then opening day, 9 days away. For Major League Baseball, though, they're going to play a game in Tokyo. The Dodgers and Cubs will today and tomorrow. Both games set to start at 6:10 a.m., so that's the official opening set for Major League Baseball. Those games will count toward the two teams' regular season schedules, but two games played in Tokyo for those two Major League Baseball clubs. Penguins, they play today at 7, more or less tonight, actually. I guess it's early enough in the morning to distinguish that. They play tonight at 7 o'clock against the New York Islanders at home. And still Aaron Rodgers news swirling, and nobody knows anything definitively. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com and the Fan Early Morning Show with me. Nicholas Harry Callis is coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Think trifectas are rare? Not at PJ Fitzpatrick. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
The Post-Gazette Sports Experience brings you closer than ever before to your favorite Pittsburgh teams. Join their award-winning team of professional beat writers and columnists as they dive deeper into the stories, news, and exclusive analysis that matters most to you. Get insider takes on the Steelers, Pirates, Penguins, and Panthers, plus coverage of Whitfield High School sports, Duquesne, Penn State, and so much more. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd Annual Promise Gala in support of the local Type 1 Diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis, and this is the Fan of the Morning Show. And you know what that means? The day is starting. We're waking up. We're warming up with some sports talk. Not the intense kind that you get in the middle of the morning or middle of the afternoon. We're gonna warm up. We're gonna talk. We're gonna chat. We're gonna have conversations, and we're gonna have fun. So call me if you have an opinion you want to get out there. 412-928-9370. What in the world's going on with Aaron Rodgers? Nobody will ever know. No one will ever know. Until Aaron Rodgers comes out there and says, hey, I'm signing with this team, nobody's going to know. Like, I want to pay attention to the speculation. It's like that thing that you feel like you want to look away from, but you can't look away from it. Like, I can't stop looking up or typing into the search engine Aaron Rodgers. Can't stop doing that. Every morning. Got to look it up. Got to see what team he's thinking of signing with or what reports are out there. Even though I know darn well nobody knows. Like, nobody knows for sure. It's all speculation at this point. Like, this is a trace you cannot follow. It's just impossible to follow any of what Aaron Rodgers is doing, any of what Aaron Rodgers is thinking. There's just no way to know. Absolutely none. So it's interesting. And I can't look away. And I want to. I want to give up. I don't want to care. But the name Aaron Rodgers is so large and the price tag is so high that I cannot help but stare at the news and follow the leads of hope that reporters and insiders out there are giving. There are some that think Mason Rudolph is not a good enough quarterback to start for the Steelers. I disagree with that. I think that he could do it. I'd be curious to see it too. The Steelers they're interesting. They're just infinitely interesting. They're just always going to be interesting. It's unreal how interesting they can be nonstop 24/7, which is the nature of the NFL, but the Steelers keep it extra exciting. Because they're making all of these moves, they're not rebuilding, they're staying strong, and then they've got an interesting quarterback conversation here. I mean, could Aaron Rodgers be a worthy investment? They seem to think so. But don't you also want to see, just in case they don't get Aaron Rodgers, what Mason Rudolph could do with, in his second stint with the Steelers after taking a year off to go to the Tennessee Titans? Like, don't you want to see him start a full season again with the Steelers? Hopefully not get hurt this time. I mean, remember, Ben Roethlisberger 2 weeks in, hurt in 2019. Right? So, like, don't you want to see what Mason Rudolph could do? I mean, I do. So it's all very exciting. It's all very interesting. But I can't stop looking away because it is interesting. Not that it's not annoying, not that it's not silly, not that I think the Steelers should do it, but the more I see the reports that they are interested, like I believe those, now it's just a matter of where Aaron Rodgers wants to sign. And again, got to look at it. Got to stare at the news. Painful, but addicting. It's very addicting. 412-928-9370. Get yourself a phone line. Got a caller on the line now that wants to talk. So, good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry, it's GP from Gilpin. How you doing, bud?
Good. It's been a little while. I haven't heard from you. What's up?
Yeah, I've been busy. But, you know, we got to quit worrying about it. We got to worry about who we have and just look forward to the draft. You know what I mean? Like Chuck Noll used to say, I don't know if you ever remember this one, empty barrels rattle the loudest. You can't concern what you don't have. It's what you have, you got to go with what you got. And I think they're going to draft somebody low just to make it through the year. Let's just see what Mason has. I'm more concerned about the Pirates right now. Cole looked pretty good yesterday in that outing. Did you see how he did?
No, I didn't get a chance to catch the game, and thanks for the call. Yeah, I mean, I was going to talk a little bit about baseball, too, after I got through my Aaron Rodgers spiel here. I know I'm really excited. I'm really excited for baseball coming up here in, 9 days now. It's just these spring training games. It's starting to get to the point where I'm like, oh, okay, now the spring training games are not doing it. I'm craving the regular season. And I may be able to catch during this shift. I'll see if I can put it on TV. The Dodgers and Cubs playing this morning, 6:10. So all of you that are usually up this morning that are calling in and talking to me like GP, you should be able to catch that game, or at least a part of it. 6:10 a.m. Dodgers and Cubs. They're playing in Japan. They're playing a 2-game set that will count toward their regular season record. So that's really exciting to me. That's what I'm on a high on this morning. So we'll definitely get to baseball. I promise you that. But I was just thinking about it because every time, like, I look up, it's just interesting. I get it. We got to worry about who the Steelers have. I understand that, but there's also you got to talk about, who they're thinking of making an investment in. And this is this is the first time in my professional career where I've been hosting a show where I'll do research on news and I'll follow things, and there are conflicting reports all over. And they're more or less opinions at this point. They're not even reports. They're speculation to keep the story circulating. It's all speculation, but I'm addicted to the speculation. It's just that human nature where, like, you want to feel like you know even when you don't know, and it just makes you crave information even more so that you can feel like you have the tools to make a confident decision. That's just where I am right now with this. That's what it is. So that's the only reason why I'm addressing it, and now it's turned into a whole 10-minute thing. But we'll get to baseball. Don't worry. I'll talk about baseball here in a little bit. 412-928-9370. Another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road. It's been a while. 2 points on the Steelers. I would love to see Mason go ahead and play with the Steelers for an entire season and see what he can do. Number 2, I'd love to see Aaron Rodgers come in and quarterback for him until Mike Tomlin take his micromanagement and no audibles and shove it. And, of course, as always, fire Mike Tomlin. Thanks, Nick.
Yes, I do remember you. Thanks for the call. Yeah, I kind of got over the fire Mike Tomlin thing. They're not going to do it. But, again, I say this every time. You can call and say that. I don't mind. But, yeah, I'm curious to see how Mason Rudolph would do. I think Joe Starkey said it. I don't know if he said it on the air, but we were talking about it in transition from the morning show to the Pomp and Joe show, and Joe doesn't think he could do it. Bob Pompiani seemed to have a little more faith that he could. So I think that's an interesting debate as well. So, I mean, the Steelers are going to be interesting regardless. That is just something that we have to, we're going to have to just accept that fact. Like, this offseason has proven that once again, we're going to have to go through a season where the Steelers are interesting. Now, are they going to be good enough to win a playoff game? I still don't think so. But are they going to be interesting going into this next season? Yeah. And there's plenty of games to be played, too, in the regular season, before we have to make a judgment on whether they can win a playoff game or not, because we haven't seen these guys play yet, and that's all the more intrigue as well surrounding the Steelers is we don't know who they're going to draft yet. We don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to sign here, and there's a whole season to play. There's 17 games that the Steelers get to play, as we, maneuver around making a decision or making a judgment on what they're doing. So I'm just intrigued, and I have to live with that, because before telling them to rebuild and then they do the opposite. This is the third straight season now where they've refused to rebuild and they've acquired talent that is supposed to be great. So we'll see. We'll see how they do, but we still got a long ways away from that. First, we got to get through the bulk of baseball season. So look at that radio transition there. Baseball season. Yeah, watch or listen to baseball today. I'd sure recommend it. I mean, I'll probably have it on the TV in here, so when you're not listening to us, you can cover that game. Dodgers and Cubs playing at 6:10 this morning, which in Japan time is probably more prime time there. I don't know the exact translation between our time here and the time in Japan, but that would make sense. If it's early here, it's probably daytime or nighttime there. Either way, 6:10 a.m. is when the game starts for us here in the East Coast in the States. So, yeah, I'm interested. I like what baseball is doing now. Major League Baseball's got a lot of flavor. They've been doing this for a few seasons now, where they'll send a team to Japan, or they'll send two teams to Japan, and they'll have a game played in Japan. It's kind of like, what the NFL's doing, where there's, a bunch of venues now for regular season games. Baseball's no different. This isn't just this has never been just a tour to Japan. It's been these games count for the regular season schedules. They count toward the regular season schedule. So I'm just looking at the Dodgers schedule here. I think the Cubs is similar, but the two are going to play in a set, and then they're going to come back. And then Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, they're going to play 3 more spring training games. And then the opening series starts on Thursday. So, yeah, I like what they're doing. I mean, I like all the stuff that Major League Baseball is doing or trying to do. I remember when they I was real sad because the Yankees were playing the Chicago White Sox in that what was it, Field of Dreams, the Field of Dreams game, and I was super excited to watch that, and then 2020 COVID hit, so everything got pushed back a year. But when that game was played, I mean, that game was great, and the atmosphere was magical, and I love that stuff. I love the traveling. I love the gimmicky games. I love all of it. It just adds a little more flavor to baseball, I think, and it adds that extra flair, that extra magic that, I think you get lost in a 162-game season. Like, it gives fans more reasons to watch and just cover teams nationally. Like, there was a Little League-inspired game in Williamsport, PA, where I think it was the Cubs and the Cardinals. First time I remember seeing it, or maybe they went to the Field of Dreams game. Regardless, now I remember they played, a game in Williamsport, and I remember seeing that, and I'm like, that's cool too. I mean, it gives you added incentive to at least check out the game, a little bit, as opposed to just, going through the 162-game grind, and going through the same, monotonous games. I think it's why the NFL is branching out as well. I mean, the NFL wants to gain international interest, and Japan is Major League Baseball's international interest, because Japan is big on baseball. I remember last Summer Olympics, Japan won, or it was, 2 years ago? Man, I'm losing track of time. Yeah, it was the 2020 Olympics played in 2021. Japan won the gold medal for baseball, and I remember getting up. Early that morning as well, and that was early for me at the time as a kid fresh out of college, trying to get into the workforce. Waking up and watching the gold medal game between the USA and Japan, and I remember that. But like that's exciting, like that's cool stuff. And Japan is big time on baseball, and I think we know that. Japanese native Shohei Ohtani, best player in Major League Baseball. I think that's hard to argue against. So, yeah, I think Major League Baseball is trying to draw that international interest, giving other countries the game of baseball. Now, the NFL is trying to do the same thing, so I don't know how much more baseball can expand internationally. I hope they do, though. I just think these games that have these themes are interesting. Like, I think it's cool that Major League Baseball teams, at the beginning of the season, they go and they open the official regular season in Japan. I think it's cool. I do. So, and I support any more themed games like the Field of Dreams, Little League games. I mean, they're all great. They're all cool. I think Major League Baseball is doing a lot of cool things, and I think that they should keep going. And it's exciting for me to watch. It's exciting to follow, and I think that fans, again, it just gives fans a general interest in following these games because they are cool. They are really cool games. Hopefully the Pirates get to a point where they garner some interest to play in one of these. Hopefully Paul Skeens can help with that. And maybe a team just improves and continues to get better and gets good enough to to gain that national recognition. And man, I'd love to see the Pirates play in Japan. I think that'd just be cool. I do. Plus, I'm impatient for the regular season, so if the Pirates could start playing meaningful games earlier than everybody else, I think that'd be cool too. But yeah, Dodgers and Cubs today and tomorrow, 6 a.m., 6:10 officially. Then both teams come back, finish spring training up, and then it's on to the regular season. Pirates play the Miami Marlins on Thursday, so we're 9 days away from the end of spring training and the beginning of the regular season, and then it's the Yankees and the Pirates for the Pirates home opener. So, yeah. I'm excited. I am excited for baseball. It's getting good. We're almost there. 9 days away. Still a little while away. But also very close. Well, the Steelers have certainly carried us through here, too. I mean, you had spring training, which was exciting. Baseball's back. And then, we've gotten a week or two in now. And then the Steelers have carried us with the NFL free agency, the DK Metcalf news, the Aaron Rodgers speculation. So it felt like things were going to be dull there for a little bit. Things were getting negative in Pittsburgh sports. I think we can turn a corner on that now. With the start of the regular season having us all eternally optimistic because we got a fresh slate, 0-0 schedule. And of course the Steelers they can't be boring. They have to stay interesting, and that's what we're experiencing now. So I mean things are on the upturn, and to add a bonus in there as well, the Penguins have won 4 in a row. Why they decided to start winning now is beyond me. But they are. The NHL trade deadline is long past now. Tristan Jarry has been playing well. How about that? It's amazing what happens when the goaltending is serviceable. How much better you can be where, simple goals aren't being let in or the defense isn't knocking the ball into its own net. Just imagine a world where that happens more consistently. Look what's happening now. Pens, again, they've won 4 in a row. They need to stop doing that because at this point they're really not making the playoffs. There's no point in getting in better position. This season has been figured out. Do the worst you can, get a high draft pick in this draft coming up next in the NHL. No need to play well at this point. But yeah, just an added bonus in there. Things starting to incline a little bit. Interest and hope starting to incline a little bit. Certainly for the Steelers, Pirates being on the brink of opening the season, and the Penguins, maybe not huge optimism. But again, they won 4 in a row. So take that for what it's worth, which really isn't much, but it's a fact. They've won 4 in a row. My name's Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Family Morning Show. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. You can give me a call. You can talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33, and we can have a conversation. Feel free. Again, 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. Watch us on YouTube as well. If you have the opportunity, don't drive and watch us on YouTube. But, if you're just hanging around, just search 93.7 The Fan on YouTube. You can find us. There's a live stream. And there's a live chat that never ceases to be interesting, so you can join that as well to communicate with us. And then, of course, always live, always free, and with a rewind feature. You can listen on the Odyssey app. You can rewind shows up to 72 hours from the current moment. But you can also listen live on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. So don't forget, plenty of ways to listen or to watch even. 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. I got to take a quick break. I'll come back. Make sure you get a phone line, though, if you want to chat with me this morning. If you have anything on your mind that you want to get off. How was your St. Patrick's Day? How you feeling about the start of baseball? Do you think Aaron Rodgers is worthy of being a Pittsburgh Steeler? All kinds of questions, all kinds of discussions that we can have coming up next. 412-928-9370. Get a phone line, and we'll talk. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Family Morning Show, and you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some good news to start out the Tuesday morning rush. This report brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. That good news, the HOV lanes partially back open alongside the Parkway North. Now the section that takes you across the river via the Veterans Bridge to the crosstown will remain closed, but you can use the HOV lanes along the Parkway North. You have to exit off onto the North Shore Expressway, and they will remain open with 2 or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning. Meanwhile, the parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels, and Route 28 also up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed. Dog start barking. You say, I knew it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up. There's doctors all around. You telling them I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here. He seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar. You hear me? This is Top Dollar. Top Dog Law.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, Truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About Truck Month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, Truck Month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is Truck Month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for Truck Month.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. With over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field. It restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Local sports talk before the sun comes up.
Wake up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Thank God I got a chance to wake up. Wake up. Another day that get my kick up. Kick up. 'Cause every time I wake up, I get a chance to wake up. Wake up, wake up.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Aricalis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. And as a matter of fact, this is the end of the Fan Early Morning Show. I'm out of time. Yeah, just going to talk about a little bit of Aaron Rodgers rumors that you shouldn't believe because nobody actually knows what's going on. Until we heard from him, I feel like we're not going to hear anything. Major League Baseball, officially the regular season begins today with Dodgers and Cubs in Tokyo. The two-game set they're going to play in Japan, in Tokyo, is going to be is going to count toward each of their regular season schedules or each of their regular season records. Penguins have won 4 in a row. They play against the New York Islanders tonight at 7 o'clock. Pirates have a spring training game today. And, of course, the regular season starts next week on next Thursday, the 27th. So I think that's it. I think I've covered it all for this morning. More to come on the Fan. Fan Early Morning Show is over. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorrance coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrought1d.org to find your local type 1 diabetes support network today. Just in time for spring cleaning at Zero Res 3-room special starting at $109. So now is the perfect time to take advantage of this deal. 2 days only. Go to ZeroResPGH.com. ZeroResPGH.com now.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
It's not luck that Fine Wine and Good Spirits has top-shelf Irish whiskeys on sale this March. Take Redbreast Single Pot Still 12-year-old. It scored 95 points from the Beverage Tasting Institute. Impressive. Jameson Black Barrel, 90 points from Whiskey Advocate. Nice. It's not luck. It's generations of craft from Ireland's finest whiskey makers. Save $5 on both, in-store or online at FWDS.com. 750 milliliter bottles. Offer ends March 30th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news, the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. You can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle for the remainder of the morning rush. Had been closed for a few months for repairs. The portion that takes you over to the crosstown, however, remains shut down. Ongoing work on the Glenwood Bridge. That is a single lane each direction across the span. That will remain in effect 24/7 through November. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. It is a Tuesday. We got tournament basketball tonight, playing games. We've got live baseball today.
Oh, yeah.
The Major League Baseball season starts in
18 minutes?
18 minutes.
Wow.
The Chicago Cubs and the damn Dodgers playing in Japan?
Yes. Tokyo, yes.
Tokyo.
Which is Japan, right?
That's right. I just found out about this like 45 minutes ago. I had no idea this was happening.
I saw it last night, and I was like, wait, is this like real? Like, is this like real live baseball? So I had to like look into it. I was like, yeah, this is the start of the Major League Baseball season.
Buccos can grab a quick half-game lead on the Chicago Cubs today.
Yep.
Let's go.
Nice.
Get them first-place Bucks going. Could also fall a half game behind, but we focus on the positive here. How we doing, boys?
I'm doing great. Fantastic. Tuesday. Got a packed show, as we always do. Callis, how you doing this morning?
Good.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
That's good. I heard Tokyo is really nice. I heard it's like very clean. It's more Americanized compared to like China.
I hear it's wild. I have a good buddy, whose brother teaches English as a second language in Japan. I don't know that he's in Tokyo, but he has had very nice things to say about Tokyo. He's also 6'5", and he walks around and people are like, whoa.
Yeah.
Who's that guy?
Oh.
Yeah. And my buddy is even taller than that, and he's like, it's insane when I walk around there. Like, everyone stares at him. Like, there's just not people that size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it's nice.
So we got ball.
Yeah.
We got all kinds of ball today.
Mm-hmm.
6 a.m., and then North Carolina tips off against San Diego State tonight at 9:10, which don't get me started on all that, but I'll get started on all that. The first game should tip off at 5. Second game should tip off at like 7:30. We shouldn't have the major college teams tipping off at 9:10.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that for our schedule, obviously, that blows, but I think for a lot of people who wants to be watching basketball until midnight on a Tuesday. Anyhow, Callis, what's going on? You say you have a bracket nightmare story. There's a reason why you don't like brackets, and there's some bad memories from your past?
Yeah, it's not nightmare. Might have been dramatic.
Oh.
No, it wasn't cool. Like, I didn't know anything about college basketball even back when I was in elementary school.
No.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, I was interested in doing a bracket, so I started filling it out, and then my classmates were making fun of me because I chose Robert Morris to win a game. It was like 09, 10, something like that. I was just like, sure, Robert Morris. And they were, I was just like filling it out just randomly. And they were like, wow, why'd you pick Robert Morris? Oh, they're not going to win. And then they didn't win, and I was sad. But my teacher was even like, honey, I don't think they're going to win. That wasn't a good choice. And I just.
Yeah, they were 16 seed.
Yep.
Playing Duke. But in this interim between then and now, we've seen 2 16s defeat 1 seeds.
Yes.
I remember
it has happened.
I remember the game was close too. It ended in a close score, and I was real sad that they didn't win. But yeah, I mean, like even as early as elementary school, people were still like, "You don't know things, haha."
Yeah, that drives me nuts when people are like, "Oh, your bracket's so dumb." Oh, really? The whole thing's dumb.
Right. Nobody's gonna win. Who wins?
Right.
Who has a perfect bracket?
There's
have you ever met somebody?
always no. There's never been a perfect bracket. Here's the thing: everyone's got that friend who will sit there and they'll look at your bracket and they'll go, "Ew, really? You have Holy Cross over whomever? You're a moron." All right, genius. Nobody had. Who was it who beat?
Fairleigh Dickinson.
Yeah.
Right.
Nobody had Fairleigh Dickinson.
St. Peter's.
No one had St. Peter's. No one had
Gulf Coast back in the day.
University of Maryland, Baltimore County.
Right.
Who knocked off Purdue. Like, nobody had those things. Like, and then you got the people who bitch, "Oh, no, I lost a Final Four team." They'll tweet it out first. "Oh, man, I lost a Final Four team." Yeah, man, that's how it goes. Like, you're not special.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gee, wow. Duke lost in the round of 32? You think it only affects you, you Nimrod? Like, that's what you'll get. "Oh, man, I can't believe Houston lost in the round of 32. Yeah, bro, neither can anybody else. "Oh, man, can you believe Saquon Barkley blew out his knee? My fantasy team's screwed." Yeah, man, so is everybody else's.
Yeah.
You're not special.
So is Saquon's knee.
And no one cares about Saquon.
Nope.
And then I love last bracket pet peeve here. Like, I hated it. Like when West Virginia was in it as a 3 seed and they lost to, oh God, who was it? They were purple. They were in Texas.
Not TCU.
No, it was.
Christian, Abilene Christian.
No, it'll come to me. Thomas Walkup was their point guard's name. That I remember. I remember their damn point guard who went off for like 65 points. It was 14, I think. 14, 15.
Not like Sam Houston or anything.
No, this is going to drive me up a wall. But this Thomas Walkup kid, just this thick white point guard, went off for like 1 million points. We were a 3, and they were a 14. And they beat the hell out of us. Their coach now is at Illinois, so I remember all the details except for the damn name of the school. Okay.
They lost to Texas?
No, that wasn't it. That one hurt too. I'll get it right here. I'll get it. It's coming. This is really good radio here.
It's terrible.
It's terrible radio.
I can't find it.
All right, well, it doesn't matter. But you get people right. Like, West Virginia's a 3 seed. So I'm excited. Like, oh, man, they might be able to go on a run here. And then they lose. And I'm actually hurt. You know, I'm crestfallen. Like, that's your it's like when Pitt goes and loses to Bradley, right? When Pitt's a bit like, oh, man, Pitt could go to the Final Four. And they lose to some crap school.
Oh, that same year, yeah. I had Pitt going to the Final Four, and I got made fun of. And it was terrible.
But when people are like, oh, man, yeah, dude, that hurt me too. My bracket, it really sucks. You don't care as much as I do. Like, shut the hell up. Like, when people tell me, oh, I lost a bet. Your favorite team lost. I lost a bet. I don't care. You don't care as much as me. Unless you're betting thousands of dollars, you do not care as much as me. So shut the hell up. There's a big pet peeve. Stephen F. Austin was the school. Yeah, okay. Thank you. That same day, Pitt lost to Wisconsin, and the final score was like 42-41.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was Jamie Dixon's last year.
Yeah. 14, right?
Yeah,
14.
Yeah, it was 14. Yeah. Crestfallen. Oh, man, your team lost, but my bracket's screwed. Sorry, pal, unless you went to college at your bracket, you don't give a rat's ass. Anyhow. How about Tracy Morgan throwing up during the Knicks Heat game last night?
Yeah, I was watching that game live, and then there was a stoppage, and I'm thinking that there's a timeout. And then, like 15 minutes later, the broadcast was like, yeah, a fan got sick on courtside, and they're trying to clean it up, and it's going to take a little bit longer. I'm like, oh, man, that sucks for the fan. And then to come to find out it was Tracy Morgan, and there's pictures of him just yakking everywhere.
I mean, we're talking projectile vomiting.
Yeah.
We're talking about get the mops out. And there was a delay?
Oh, yeah, like 15 minutes.
See, I want to be careful with this because we discussed this before the show. Like, hopefully Tracy Morgan's not like actually ill.
Mm-hmm.
But if Tracy Morgan just happened to get buckled and he's all drunk and he's on the court and he's throwing up, that's uproariously funny.
Yes. Of all people.
Oh, man.
Man. That's embarrassing. Then he got wheeled out, I think, in a wheelchair.
Yeah, he did.
But he was in a wheelchair before, so I don't know if he came in a wheelchair.
Didn't he get in a terrible car accident
right
years ago and he's
years
never
ago.
fully recovered?
Right.
That's a real shame.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tracy Morgan, he came and went on a radio show back when I was a part-time producer at my old place. So he came on the radio show, and I don't know if I should be saying this on the air, but who cares? There was a promotions person who was working with us at the time, and Tracy Morgan told her, why don't you come out with me behind the dumpster, and I'm going to get you pregnant.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
She was uncomfortable. She left. And then he made the same joke to everybody he came in contact with, women and men.
What? Oh, my goodness.
So I don't know if he did the overcorrection thing.
That's what it was.
Where it was like, hey, you're a guy. I'm going to take you behind the dumpster and get you pregnant. See, I'm spreading it. Right. I don't know if it was one of those or if he's just a weird dude and that's what his bit of the day was going to be. But she was like, guys, can I leave? We're like, I don't have any power in this situation, but yeah, you should probably get out of here.
He probably felt that she was uncomfortable. It was like, all right, now I got to make a joke.
I got to start making a joke about the men. I got to make sure this is not sexual harassment. I mean, it is, but I'm gonna just make sure I cover all my bases here.
Hell of a rebound by him, though, if that's the case.
Yes, you know what?
Hell of a rebound.
Listen, I do not condone the behavior, but that is a good strategy of trying to get out of it.
Yep.
Yeah, he had to get dumped a couple of times. I mean, my man was wild.
Yeah.
Wild. Radio used to be different, man. Like, even not that long. Like, honestly, probably 14 years ago. Yeah, I was an intern at the time. And that show would have, women would come and dance. Like, porn stars would come and dance at, they'd go to different gentlemen's clubs around the area, but then they would do media availabilities.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember doing the one show, and I think Caden Cross was her name. I'm going to pretend.
This is a sports show?
Sports show.
Wow.
Kind of variety. I'm going to pretend like I didn't know her name right off the top of my head. So Caden Cross comes up in there, and she's basically wearing nothing. And so I do that show, and the whole time, like, this is not real life. Like, I'm an intern. Like, we got partial nudity here. Like, this is insane. And then I had to go upstairs and produce Stan Savrid's show, and he's like, could you get me a Beatles tune that would connote losing in the first round of the playoffs? I'm like, man, he's writing in his yellow legal pad. He's got a Werther's original. I was like, I was just talking to a porn star for an hour and a half, and now Stan's like, can you get me an oldies tune that would connote big-time sports disappointment? I'm like,
what would you talk about with the porn stars? Would you just ask about their, life and their business? And...
that show basically did Quiz Callus, but with porn stars.
Okay.
And you would have a listener come on and see who could get more trivia questions right, the porn star or the listener. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I'll never forget that day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm 20 and it's just.
Oh man, yeah. Like you're just.
Are you real?
Yeah.
I know not all of you is real, but are you real?
True.
Yeah. Caden Cross.
Didn't one of them, one of the porn star's daughters go to West Virginia? Pretty sure.
One of the porn star's daughters?
Yeah. And everybody found out at orientation. I heard the story. It's probably 10 years ago. And she was there. And it was real embarrassing for the daughter. But I'm like, well, what do you expect? Pretty sure. I'll give you her name off there.
You're giving me very little right now.
Right.
One of the
I heard
one
a story.
of the porn star's daughters went to West
I just thought that you might have known.
Some porn stars' kids that went to Pitt.
No.
Well, that's not a good thing.
Well,
how about this? What's her face? Not Lily Phillips, but the other one,
Bonnie,
who's at spring break, and I just saw a picture of her in a pool with a bunch of dudes, and then it was a screen grab of a Facebook post like from a mom who's like, my kids are having a great time at spring break, and his arms around this porn star who allegedly, not even allegedly, I think purportedly, hooked up with 1,000 men in one day. Like, do you know what your son's getting himself into?
Oh, no.
No. I think you got to drain the pool after that.
Yeah. Yep.
If Twitter poll, if Bonnie Blue goes swimming in your pool, do you have to drain it that night? I think you do.
I can't believe that. Well, actually, never mind. Like, I was going to say, I can't believe that she went and hung out with a bunch of spring breakers, but actually, I can believe that because of what she did.
Oh, yeah. She didn't go down there just to
take pictures.
Yeah, it wasn't just taking pictures. It wasn't just enjoying the weather, I don't think.
Man, could you imagine just going on spring break and then finding out like that?
No.
Wow.
Brandy Love?
Yes. Is that true?
I have no clue, but people are texting in, so clearly.
So, yeah, that is true.
Clearly, this isn't only a thing that you know about.
Mm-mm.
Oh. Wow. How did I miss this news?
That's what I thought that you would know. You definitely would know.
People are texting in.
I thought that you would definitely know that.
So Brandy Love's daughter went to West Virginia?
Yeah, and she was like at orientation, and like a bunch of the young guys found out, and it was like very uncomfortable for the daughter.
Oh, man. I
think she might have had to drop out.
All right, here's a topic, now that we're super late into the pre-show here, but of all the jobs your parents could have that would be embarrassing, obviously porn star would be number one.
Yeah. Yep.
Someone says drain the pool water. I'm vaping it. People are sick, man.
Grimy.
That is next level disgusting.
That is grimy.
I actually can't. People can text in 412-928-9370. I can't think of any jobs that actually would, like, if my parents did them, would embarrass me. But being a porn star would definitely. That's a tough one to navigate, especially if you're a guy.
Yeah.
And you're going through high school, and it's like your mom. Like, you're going to hear about that.
Yeah. That's probably the worst on that end, but on, like, the other end, like, probably like being, like, Bronny James or, like, Michael Jordan's son would probably be the worst because the expectations and just, I saw a video of LeBron James the other night at his younger son's state championship game, and there was like kids just screaming at him, and he was sitting there with his wife and his daughter. His daughter's like 10.
That's tough.
And like the daughter's just like sitting on the phone, and they're just getting screamed at the whole time, just like who knows what the kids were saying. But like that's probably horrible.
I watched that Rodgers Enigma documentary, and we've talked about it. Like, Rodgers said something I had never really thought of before. He's like, I wanted to play in the NFL because I'm really good at football and wanted to be the best at football. I just wanted to play games on Sundays.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be famous.
Right. Yep.
He's like, and once I won the Super Bowl, I can't go anywhere.
Right.
And I don't think your average Joe Schmo everyday man has a lot of sympathy for that.
Nope.
But I try to put myself in his shoes, and you consider yourself an introvert. You just want to go out there and play football. You just want to go win. I mean, you're a perfectionist. You're one of the best all time, certainly one of the most physically gifted, if not the most physically gifted quarterbacks of all time. I just want to go out there and do this thing I'm really good at, and now I can't walk to the store without having to stop for 15 minutes, and then you don't want to be a jerk-off, jag-off. Can I say jerk-off?
I think so.
Being the president would be tough. People are texting in. I don't know that that's embarrassing, but that would be tough.
That'd be very tough.
Yeah.
Very tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be. I mean, depends, I guess, what my dad was doing policy-wise, but I don't think I'd be embarrassed. I think your entire life, you also know you're never going to measure up.
No, never. Well, I mean, if you're Trump's like kids and grandkids, like I don't think that they think it's tough. I think that they love it. They embrace it.
Well, the thing about them is, I think it's a little bit different because they've grown up so wealthy.
In the business side of it, yeah.
In the business side of it, and their dad's always been famous. So, like, you're born on it. But, like, if you're...
Like Barnabas kids.
Yeah, like, all of a sudden, I'm a senator. Okay, hey, pretty cool. A president, real quick, president, and all of a sudden your entire life now is in the spotlight? Like, that's wild. Texter, just Googled Caden Cross, and now I'm going to wreck driving to work. Thanks. Don't do that. Don't Google driving, especially that. Don't do that.
I can't believe you didn't know the whole Brandy Love thing.
Had no clue. I don't even know who Brandy Love is.
Come on.
Never heard of her.
Come on.
Verbiage story. People are texting in proctologist. That's not embarrassing if your mom or dad's a proctologist. You know, fingers and butts and...
No, nobody really knows.
Nah.
It has to be something like in the spotlight that everybody knows.
Yes.
Everybody. Man. Yeah.
What if your dad was like the Crocodile Dundee?
I would feel like I would have to like live up to that too, because you're probably just around all that weird stuff. Like Crocodile, like, you mean like Steve
Hunter.
Irwin?
Yeah.
Steve Irwin. Like, what if I didn't like bugs and animals and stuff, but then
Right.
I was just I was always around it.
Crikey!
Yeah, crikey!
Come look at this jellyfish! No,
I don't want to get in the water. I don't want to.
No, Dad, can I just sit on the beach and get a tan? Crikey! It's a crab! I don't give a rat's ass,
Right.
Dad. Texter, Dad being a gynecologist in a smaller town.
Oh, that's
specific, but
I see what you're saying there.
I could see if like your parents are these like wild conspiracy theorists or like ghost hunters or like treasure hunters like in National Treasure, and everyone thinks they're a total wackadoodle. That would really suck. Or like your Doc's kid from Back to the Future, and everyone's like, yeah, your dad, he's kind of wild. It's like, yeah, but I play football.
Right.
I'm my own man.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
Texter, serial killer. That is not a job.
No, it's not.
I'm going to just copy that number, send it on over to the authorities.
OJ.
It'd be bad if OJ's your dad. Worse if he's your ex-husband.
Yeah. That was, Yep.
All right. Let's talk about sports in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you'd want Kanye to be your dad.
No. That'd be tough. Kanye and Kim, like, that's a lot.
You got a lot of explaining to do. Every time you meet someone, you have to be like, I don't see things that way. Texter, people who hunt Bigfoot and aliens full time, yeah. Be tough to not get roped into all that.
Exactly. That'd be the tough part.
Imagine living your entire life and your parents hunt Bigfoot or they're on the alien beat, and then you go to college and you realize not everyone's like that.
Right.
Big time awakening.
Oh.
Texter, being a Jackson was probably tough.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
All right, on now to the sports. You can continue texting us at 412-928-9370. It appears that this entire Aaron Rodgers situation, Doran, comes down to the Minnesota Vikings. There's some new reporting out there that Rodgers is not looking for that $45 million a year deal for 2 years, as was, hypothesized by Mike Florio. No, the new reporting is from The Athletic and Diana Rossini that Aaron Rodgers is looking for a Sam Darnold contract, which means he's basically looking for a Baker Mayfield contract, which means he's basically looking for a couple of years and $33 million a season. Well, Jerry Dulac now reporting that the Steelers aren't willing to pay any quarterback beyond this year. That any quarterback that they would sign, whether it's Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers, they want it to be a one-year deal. I don't think that's possible. I don't think there's any way Aaron Rodgers is going to sign somewhere for just 1 year. We'll get to that. But let's say the Vikings are willing to do the Sam Darnold thing, just not with Sam Darnold. They're willing to go there with Aaron Rodgers. Okay, what if J.J. McCarthy becomes available? And maybe let's even crystallize it down further than that. Would you rather have J.J. McCarthy or Aaron Rodgers if you're a Steelers fan? 412-928-9370. Guy hasn't taken a snap in the NFL. The other guy's a 4-time MVP and a Super Bowl champion. Who would you rather have? 412-928-9370. The Vikings are trying to make that decision right now, but their circumstances are different. If you're looking at it through black and cold colored glasses, if you are thinking about this as a Steelers fan, who would you rather have, J.J. McCarthy or Aaron Rodgers? Bang topic, 412-928-9370.
Well, if I was Minnesota, I would not trade J.J. McCarthy because he's my future. And
totally agree with that.
And they fell in love with him in the draft, and they drafted him with a high pick. So it's like, what you would be going back to square one after Aaron Rodgers.
Correct. And listen, I don't think it's likely that they would trade J.J. McCarthy, but Josh Rosen drafted highly. Next year, he gets moved out of Arizona. I mean, we've seen this happen before. The Steelers moved off of Kenny Pickett after 2 years. So while it's unlikely, I wouldn't rule it out entirely.
But they moved off to those guys after the performance of those guys. Josh Rosen played. Kenny Pickett played. J.J. McCarthy hasn't taken a snap in the NFL.
Correct.
So you don't really know what you're going to get there.
Trey Lance, now he played a little bit, but not a lot.
Yeah.
And they gave up a king's ransom for him, and they moved off of that guy real quick.
But they found their guy, the future.
Sure.
They found their future for a lower price.
Can I ask you a favor, please?
Yes.
Stop making good points.
Sorry.
I'm trying to cook up a hypothetical here, my friend.
No, I see what you're trying to do, but we could cook it up together.
Well, you're uncooking it. Like I feel like I'm popping.
No,
I'm popping eggs in the microwave, and I'm hitting 1 minute, and you're popping the door open after 20 seconds.
No, I'm keeping the paper towel over the eggs so they stay somewhat warm before you come downstairs after you shower.
Do you ever microwave the eggs?
No.
You can crack an egg into a bowl, and then you poke a hole with a fork in the yolk, and if you microwave it for like 45 seconds, guess what? You got yourself a perfectly cooked fried egg.
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
But you know what happens is it makes that popping sound, and if you don't put a paper towel over the top, you'll have egg on the top of your microwave.
Mm-hmm.
Every time when it makes that popping sound, even though I know I just put the egg in the microwave, it scares the bejesus out of me.
Oh, is it loud?
Yeah. It goes boom.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to try that.
Fastest way to make egg. Yeah, it just tastes like egg.
Tastes like
yeah. Do it for my daughter all the time. I'm sure the microwaves are good for her.
Yeah, probably not.
No.
Yeah, whatever.
Lazy dad.
Well.
But, I'm feeding her.
Yes.
I would rather have J.J. McCarthy as a Steelers fan. No, you're basically sight unseen, right? You ever watch that show Storage Wars where you're bidding on this storage unit? What a great show.
Yeah.
That was an awesome show.
Yeah.
They still doing that?
I think so.
Oh.
Pretty sure.
I need to catch up. But you're buying the contents sight unseen, and then you're selling some of the stuff in there, and you're hoping that you can make a profit. That's what you got with J.J. McCarthy. It gets sight unseen. You know what he could do in college to an extent. I mean, it's not like he dropped back and threw it a bunch. It's not like he was Patrick Mahomes, and he's throwing it 80 times in a game against Oklahoma. He was on a run-first team where at times you actually saw Harbaugh try to hide his quarterback.
Right.
So you don't know what this guy could be. He could be last year's version or this year's version of last year's Bo Nix. He could wind up being Josh Rosen. You have no idea. But you know what? I'd be willing to take a flyer. That's one more bite at the apple. And I got to tell you, outside of Cam Ward, I like J.J. McCarthy more than any of the quarterbacks in this draft. So if you're interested in finding the guy, that was a really good prospect just last year. If he became available, I don't know that I'm giving up a first-round pick for the dude, but if you could get him for something else, I'd be absolutely interested.
See, now you're cooking the egg again a little bit, but I would have to go back to Roman Wilson's pro day and remember what J.J. McCarthy did. I have to go back to my evaluations of where I had J.J. McCarthy. I don't know if they reached to get him. I felt like that they did a little bit in the last year's draft. I didn't expect him to go as high as he did go. I
agree with everything you're saying.
And then it rolls right into my theory. Like, where would J.J. McCarthy go in this year's draft and next year's draft?
I think he'd probably go number 2 this year.
Next year's draft too. Like, I mean, do I see him being my franchise quarterback? Like, I don't hate it. I just think that where the Vikings would be is they would probably reset themselves after the Aaron Rodgers. They'd be going for it this year clearly, but then they have to reset. They would have to redraft a quarterback. So if a team is interested in trading for J.J. McCarthy, like, I would hold their feet over the fire. Like, it would be a first-round pick. Like, I need a first-round pick, and I am not moving off that spot. I need my first-round pick back for J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, if you are...
Because I could keep him.
Yeah, if you're the Vikings, you wouldn't do it for anything other than a first.
No.
I wouldn't think.
No.
But if you get him, and I realize the Steelers don't have one of these right now, but if you could get him for a second, I think you'd do that in a heartbeat if you're the Steelers.
They could, next year's.
They could do that.
That's who they would, or next year's first. That's who, because they're, accruing the compensatory picks to try to probably get a quarterback next year. If you are thinking that he's the future, you could trade away all that.
And you know what, Doran? If you are the Vikings, this is how I would sell it to them if I'm Omar Khan. Take next year's second-round pick, see what happens with Rodgers. Guys, maybe you win the Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers, and then next year, okay, you've got the 32nd pick in the draft. You've got our second-round pick, probably somewhere between 15 and 20. You package those together. Maybe you move up to 15th, and there's probably at least a J.J. McCarthy caliber prospect there at 15.
Yeah.
That's how I would try to position that thing. I think any opportunity you can get now this offseason to find a franchise quarterback, you should take it. And I don't think Joe Milton's that guy. And there's some rumor out there that it could be a third-round pick, or some hypotheticals out there saying you could trade a third-round pick for Joe Milton. I mean, that's
a lot.
It's a really high price to pay. I mean, if they'd take a conditional sixth, yes, I would take Joe Milton. But guys like that, I'd be throwing them against the wall and just see if, okay, at OTAs, mini camp, if these guys impress you and you think, okay, we can develop them and see what happens there. But they need to have some semblance of a plan.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess their plan is, let's get Aaron Rodgers, let's load up for this year, and then if it doesn't work out, you don't win, we draft a quarterback next year.
Yeah, or Russ. It'll probably be Russ, right?
Same basic plan, though.
Yeah, one year.
One of the old heads, get him on a short deal, see if you can win. You got DK Metcalf.
You have Mason locked up for 2 years, so you have Mason next year, too, right?
And Mason can be the guy who helps the rookie if, let's just say, Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to, because that's happened before. I mean, I've just wondered about their plan since they missed out on Justin Fields. Justin Fields ain't like Aaron Rodgers. Justin Fields ain't like Russell Wilson. They were so in on Justin Fields because presumably it's another bite at that franchise quarterback apple. Will they swing and miss on him? Well, maybe Sam Darnold would have been a bite at that franchise quarterback apple. And that doesn't happen. And so now you go with the old guys. They don't fit that bill. 412-928-9370. Would you rather have, simple question, we don't even need to get into the details. We're just having a hypothetical discussion. Would you rather have J.J. McCarthy, who's never taken an NFL snap, or a four-time NFL MVP Aaron Rodgers? 412-928-9370. Texters pouring in, talking about microwaved eggs being great on breakfast sandwiches. I would agree with that.
Wow.
You know what I like to do? Get a little English muffin, a little slice of cheddar cheese, take that egg, put it on top, let it melt the cheese a little bit of hot sauce on there, a little Cholula. Yeah. Tastes like you just got it from McDonald's.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Great. A little bacon, maybe.
We're having BLTs for dinner tonight.
Can't stand tomatoes.
It's a great time of the year for
you already planned what you're having for dinner
tonight. It's tonight.
I mean, it's. I mean, you probably planned it last night, so you planned it the night before.
We plan our meals on Sunday.
All of them?
I know what we're eating all week.
That's nice. I need to start doing that.
We're going to have salmon and couscous on Wednesday.
Really?
Yeah. I forget Thursday. I'll update the people after the break.
So you do that every week?
Yeah.
Nice.
And by me, I mean my wife.
Yes.
She makes the decisions. I cook the meals. Sometimes. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. J.J. McCarthy or Aaron Rodgers, 412-928-9370. Text already coming in on this. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Major League Baseball's opener in Tokyo, Japan, has started. Dodgers went scoreless in the top of the first inning. Cubs about to bat. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Ready to shoot your shot? Log into BetMGM and make your picks in their March Matchups 250K Pick'em for your chance to win a share of bonus bets. It's free to play and easy to get started. Just log into your BetMGM account and predict what will happen at different points throughout the college basketball tournament. You'll earn points with every correct answer, which gives you a shot to win a share of bonus bets. That's right. Just pick what will happen throughout March Matchups. And if you make enough correct picks, you'll win a share of $250K in bonus bets. Think you know college basketball? Log into BetMGM and make your picks to win a share of $250,000 in bonus bets. It's free to play. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
At Lowe's, our members get more. With the My Lowe's Rewards programs, you can shop member-only deals for your home and business every week. Plus, members earn points on eligible purchases. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Sun and clouds today, the high 67.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals at super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
As of 9 a.m. this morning, our EV trucking company is officially in operation.
Andrew's zero-emission trucks are driving the transportation category forward.
We'll make driving safer, easier, and less stressful.
Now our technology needs to keep up with demand.
He needs to put pedal to the metal on hiring more software engineers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Drive your dreams. Beyond the Lincoln. Beyond the Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondTheLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sunday night, the National Invitational Tournament announced that UC Riverside has made its 32-team field opening against Santa Clara. What the NIT didn't know, because it didn't bother to communicate, was that UC Riverside had already accepted a postseason invite from the CBI. The Highlanders then accepted the more prestigious NIT bid. This is an absolute mess. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Tuesday Morning Rush coming alive. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Those HOV lanes back open alongside the Parkway North. However, the portion that takes you across the Veterans Bridge and into downtown, that remains closed till further notice because of those structural concerns. Parkway East, you're getting in line near Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. While the Parkway West is heavy at the runaway truck sand pile. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wetco Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Aaron Rodgers or J.J. McCarthy? Because, what else is there to ask? At 412-928-9370. North Carolina and San Diego State going to play in the tournament tonight, Doran. Did you see that North Carolina was hit with travel issues?
No.
So they are delayed in getting to Dayton, and rumor has it that their plane ran into a Quad 1 opponent. That's what happened. Didn't know what to do. I stole that joke, but I think it's a good one. And I'm still bitter.
Yes.
You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I am also wearing women's deodorant today.
Don't you always?
How didn't I see that coming?
Yep. You always do.
No, I wear the Degree 72-hour stick. I like the full 3 days of protection from the stank.
Does it work?
Oh, yeah.
Does it?
Absolutely it does.
Is it the white stick or is it the clear one?
White stick. Going white stick.
Yeah.
And here's the thing with that, though. I need my deodorant to be so strong that when I go in and take a shower, the water's just bouncing off my armpits.
Yeah, it's hard to scrub it off.
Yes. It's just ricocheting all over the place. But I was using my stick today, and it broke off in my hand. That's bad phrasing.
That is.
Yeah,
the top of it did?
Yeah, it just crumbled. And then I was like, do I stop at the store on the way home? And then you're going to get some crappy deodorant from a gas station. Then I remembered I bought some crappy deodorant gas station stuff, and it was in my glove compartment. So I'm wearing, I think it's lilac scent.
You physically bought women's deodorant?
Yeah, months ago. Because it's all they had. And I was like, I need backup deodorant. And then I forgot about it until today. And now I smell kind of like a funeral home.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Give us a call, 412-928-9370. I've become a J.J. McCarthy stan, and I think pretty much just out of desperation. And I don't think the Vikings would move off the guy, but he becomes a resource. He becomes an asset. He becomes a bargaining chip. If you've got Aaron Rodgers, he probably has more value to you as a player because Rodgers might not make it through the entire season. And they obviously have a lot of faith in J.J. McCarthy. But I would shop him quietly just to see what you could get. And here's what a texter writes in, and I think this is a good discussion point. You guys always talk about developing a guy. There is zero evidence that they can do that. In fact, they've proven the opposite. I don't think that that's wrong. But so should they just fold the franchise? Like, a lot of people say that. We've said that. Like, we don't have any faith that they're going to develop a guy. Mike Tomlin's shown zero ability to do that. This coaching staff, as we've talked about ad nauseum, they don't hire hot shot young coaches who have these avant-garde, cutting-edge schemes or anything like that. Like, it's not like Arthur Smith has this great history of developing quarterbacks. He did get more out of Ryan Tannehill than they got out of him in Miami. So maybe that's a counter-argument to the argument that I just made. Okay, so what does that mean then? So they should just stop trying?
Right. Or would you rather them go this route of like a one-year veteran quarterback deal forever? Or would you rather them go for a young quarterback at some point, which they will? Like, which route would you rather them go? Give a 2-year deal to the next, guy like I don't know who would be out
Kirk
there.
Cousins next year.
Yeah, it's Kirk Cousins next year.
Dak Prescott, they get fed up with him this year,
Right.
and so they move on from him. Like, do you just want to keep doing the stopgap thing? Like, you cannot build the franchise that way. Who's the last stopgap quarterback to win a Super Bowl?
Cool.
I mean, does Peyton Manning count? I don't think so, because they had him for years.
To get to a Super Bowl is probably Jimmy Garoppolo, right?
It's a good one.
To get to a Super Bowl.
Didn't win one.
To win one. That's a good question.
Does Matthew Stafford count?
No.
Because he was still,
He's still there.
And he's still there, and he was really good. And when they acquired him, the thought was, oh, he can elevate them because he's still at the height of his powers. Like, when I think stopgap, I'm thinking about guys who are journeymen, guys who, do not have the same level of ability to offer that they did 4 or 5 years ago. Like, that's just not a way to do business. Like, I had no problem with a stopgap. If it was a young stopgap, I would still actually have Mason Rudolph be my day one starter. He'd be the stopgap. But this idea that they can win that way, like win at the highest of high levels, it's just not realistic. Teams aren't letting quarterbacks go unless they have flaws.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Sam Darnold goes out and gets paid, but he's obviously flawed. Baker Mayfield went out and got paid, and he had a ton of flaws, and he's sort of rectified his career. Geno Smith rectified his career maybe to a lesser extent than Baker Mayfield did, but I don't think those are high probability plays. Like, I don't think the percentage chance of hitting on that is very high.
No, but also, with those three guys that you just named, I mean, they had to revitalize their career, but their pedigree was top 10 pedigree at one point. But that's very unlikely. Like, they're the three guys that you can think of in the recent past that have revitalized their career from being so low and being like the worst of like the bunch of their draft class to now getting paid millions of dollars.
If I'm looking at it that way, I'm just going to give Mason Rudolph another shot.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. Right.
Kevin Colbert said he was the first-round quality quarterback, and, I didn't really buy into it at the time. I certainly don't buy into it now, but Geno Smith was a second-round guy.
Mm-hmm.
Mason Rudolph went in the third round. Their collegiate careers were fairly similar. I mean, they both have strong arms. Geno can move a little bit better. People are texting in Nick Foles. See, I don't really include him because he got hot for a 3-game span. And, look, he was Super Bowl MVP, was he not? I mean, he outdueled Tom Brady. Maybe I'm wrong. Was it Brandon Graham? I don't remember. Who the hell was the MVP that year? I think it was Foles.
Yeah, it was Foles, yeah.
It should have been Foles.
Yeah.
So, whoever it was, my personal record book, I got Nick Foles.
But he wasn't brought in to be the stopgap. He just came in because Wentz got hurt.
Right, exactly. People are texting in Joe Flacco. No, he was the Ravens franchise quarterback. And then they paid him $1 bajillion after that. Texter, Tom Brady with the Bucks. His last year, that's a good one.
It's a good one.
It's a good text. But his last year with the Patriots, it wasn't what we were used to seeing out of New England. They went 11-5. They got beat by Arthur Smith's Tennessee Titans, but anybody who watched knew that Tom Brady could still play.
Right.
So it's just not a high percentage play. Yeah, I don't think the Steelers can develop a guy, but they got to keep trying. And that's why a guy like J.J. McCarthy actually makes sense to me, Doran, because, another team with a really good offensive-oriented head coach drafted him in the top 15 and thinks that they're a top 15 caliber player.
Yes.
So I think you're guessing a little bit less on, It's not like you have to draft, like, where do we compare this guy to the other quarterbacks in the draft? How is he viewed by everybody else? Kind of the Kenny Pickett thing. Like, do other people think Kenny's a first-round guy? I don't know, but we do. Kevin O'Connell thought this guy was a first-round quarterback.
That should matter.
And I think next year, like, if they do wait and they take a guy next year, there should be more first-round graded QBs where there's more universal grades on them, so you're guessing less. I think that's what they need. Like, we think this guy's, I don't care what you think. What does everybody else think? And it doesn't guarantee anything, but I think the consensus, for me anyhow, matters. 412-928-9370. Jake Delhomme getting a mention. That was a weird time. He didn't win.
Whenever he was in Carolina?
Yeah. He was kind of their guy.
Right?
I mean, I think about Hasselbeck. Not that long ago, you could go to the Super Bowl with just a guy because you were allowed to win with defense.
Yeah, defense, right?
You're not allowed to do that anymore. Whenever it was Hasselbeck, I mean, he was handing it off to Sean Alexander, and I don't know this for a fact, but I'm trying to remember in my mind's eye. I'm guessing they were lining up under center all the time.
All the time.
Jake Delhomme, same thing.
All the time.
Man, it's a totally different era.
Oh, yeah, it's way different.
And I thought Matt Hasselbeck was good.
Think about those two quarterbacks. Like, you line up Jake Delhomme and Matt Hasselbeck, and then you line up, let's say, even Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence. Like, they smoked them in the race.
Oh, my God.
And they're not even, like, the fast quarterbacks.
Well, think about how we evaluate Jalen Hurts, who we, all agree is pretty good, but, not elite. He blows those guys totally out of the water. Totally out of the water. Should we keep people up to date on the live baseball game going on?
No, not right now. Whenever it starts getting interesting, it's 0-0 in the top of the second.
Yeah. Hoping the Pirates can grab a quick half-game lead here on the Chicago Cubs. If you want to weigh in on this quarterback conversation, interesting as it is, you can at 412-928-9370. Something wild's happening in the world of sports, and I totally disagree with it, Doran, but I think there's some merit behind it, if that makes sense. Tell you what that is next. We'll also take your quarterback text, tweets, and calls. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline. Rich Gannon.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they have a game tonight at 7 o'clock against the New York Islanders. Penguins play at home in that game, and the Penguins are also on a 4-game winning streak coming into this one. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. In dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hey, most homeowners remodel their bathroom once, so make it truly stunning with a custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're going to work with your contractor to create a custom-fit shower door that adds elegance, style, and value to any space. Sleek, durable, and designed just for you. Enough with the shower curtains. Ask your contractor about Boulevard Glass and Metal. Do not settle for ordinary. Upgrade to extraordinary. Boulevard Glass and Metal
Hey, it's Dan Zangrelli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the Family Reunion Tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-575-3047. That's 800-575-3047.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
You know what I love about spring? It's the season of change. And that means it's time for a closet refresh. Enter Kohl's. With the extra 15% off they have going on, I saved on the latest styles for my entire family. Like a cute dress for myself, linen shorts for my husband, and spring jackets for my kids. Just add sunshine and we're set. All thanks to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. 15% offer ends March 23rd. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Playing games for the NCAA tournament start tonight, Doran. You've got North Carolina and San Diego State. And then you got St. Francis. Who are they taking on?
Alabama State.
Alabama State. That you had a family member used to be the coach at Alabama State?
Yeah, my uncle was the head coach for Alabama State football, and he was the AD.
He was the AD too?
Mm-hmm.
That's how it was back in the day.
Oh, yeah, you could do both.
You could do both.
Yep.
Well, how about this? This is exciting. Our friends at Pool Party Gaming have a free bracket for you. A free bracket, and you can win cash. Now, they wanted to name the bracket called the main event after the Fan Morning Show. We said no. You're giving away the cash. You name it. We understand you love us. It's simple. It's free, and you can win cash. I want to state that again. You go to 937thefan.com. You click on Pool Party Gaming. It will take you directly to their site. Fill out your bracket before tip-off at noon on Thursday, and you could win. First place gets $750. Second place wins $500. Third place takes home $250, all from Pool Party Gaming. Again, check that out. 937thefan.com, and click on Pool Party Gaming. We'll take anybody's quarterback opinions if anything should happen with the Steelers. We will tell you. We will break in live. I'm not holding my breath. So, in the meantime, West Virginia gets left out of the tournament. People are tired of me talking about it, and I get that, so I won't. But now the governor had a press conference yesterday, and they want to sue the NCAA, which there are better things for politicians to do. And this kind of stuff happens all the time. I think it was in the works back when the Saints lost to the Rams in that playoff game when there was the pass interference, non-pass interference.
Yep.
Like, this happens in sports all the time. But what the West Virginia governor wants is for there to be transparency with this. Not just for West Virginia, but for all schools. Like, Pitt got left out last year, and there's so many inconsistencies. Which metric is the one that matters the most in a given year? The only reason any of us know what Quad 1 wins are is because the committee has harped on Quad 1 wins since 2019. But then this year, I guess you didn't need Quad 1 wins. So there's these backroom shady goings-on happening with this committee. I'm not saying that there's anything nefarious that happened, but you've got the chairman of the selection committee is also the athletic director for the team that was the last one into the tournament. You would like to know exactly how the process goes down.
Which he also got a bonus for.
He did. And so they want to make sure that nothing nefarious happened. And I don't think it did. Like, I don't think that there was any explicit discussion, hey, let's help this guy get the bonus. But they're all friends and buddies with this guy. Like, I heard it brought up in a podcast I listened to yesterday, and I'm going to swipe this from them because I think it's a good point. If you, me, and Callis were talking about a new office that had just come open here in the studio, and we all think we should get it, but we come to the realization, you know what, maybe it makes most sense for Doran. Doran, why don't you leave the room? And then you come back in, and we've decided we're going to give it to Callis. Well, you know who gave it to Callis.
Right. Yes.
And it doesn't mean that it was shady, but your not being here affects it as much as if you were here. And so while I don't agree with there being lawmakers involved in this kind of thing, I feel athletic director for every single Division I basketball team should want this to be spelled out in a clear, concise way that's understandable so that there is a more clear, direct, obvious path to the NCAA tournament. That's it. Pitt gets left out last year. Virginia had no business being in over them. North Carolina had no business being in over Indiana, I'll just throw out there. And there's just contradictions up and down the whole thing.
Yeah, just let me know the parameters. Like, like if there's metrics and there's things that you follow, and if you meet and you check all the boxes and you get left out, like, how does that make sense? So what are the goalposts shifting every single year? Like, throughout the season, like, are rules changing?
Right.
Are the guidelines changing? Like what? How do we know? Like, should we lose more games? Like, what? We don't know.
Right.
Should we lose to better teams?
You know what, Jordan? I think that's what you should do. You should lose to better teams because that's what North Carolina did. North Carolina got in on the strength of their schedule. They didn't beat anybody.
Right.
Like, so what? Can you go 0-30 if you play Duke, Auburn, Alabama, Auburn, Duke, Auburn? Like,
right.
I understand wanting to challenge yourself in the non-conference because that's something that they've emphasized before. And obviously that helped North Carolina. But it doesn't make any sense to me that a team gets credit for hanging in there against tough teams and beating the hell out of bad teams. You got to pluck off a good team every now and again.
Crowley, you know why it doesn't make sense is because of the real root of the issue is that they want the brand in over the other brands.
Have you noticed something, Doran? I'm wondering if
that's why it's convoluted. They want it to be convoluted because then they have an easier path to get the teams that they want in that they know that can sell for money.
Right, and that's why the goalposts shift.
Yes,
that's exactly. You are seeing it exactly the way that I'm seeing it, and the SEC thought that they got screwed for the college football playoff run through ESPN. They feel like they got screwed. I noticed this year, without question, more SEC-related college basketball talk than we've ever seen before on ESPN, on College Game Day, on any of their ancillary programming. The SEC, the SEC, the SEC, the SEC. You know, you got two teams that went 6-12 in conference they get in because the SEC, the SEC, the SEC, the SEC. And I'm not doubting the SEC is a good conference, but it got talked up more than it's ever been talked up before. And it got talked up in a way that the Big 12, even though it was excellent the last few years, didn't get talked up. When the Big 10's good, when the ACC's good, doesn't get talked up the same way that the SEC did this year. Why? Just connecting dots here. They're pissed off because they didn't get what they wanted for the college football playoff. Well, now a lot of the money's being rolled in college basketball, so let's talk it up. Talk it up, guys. Make it up to us. Bama should have been in the playoff. Talk it up, guys. And you're right, North Carolina gets in because they're a brand, and you can manipulate all. You can find metrics that put North Carolina in over like a handful of teams.
Yes.
But those were never the metrics that mattered before, but they're allowed to matter now.
Right.
Like last year, St. Louis doesn't get in. They don't have the quad one wins. That is why the chair of the committee said last year St. Louis doesn't get in. They didn't beat anybody. Well, North Carolina got it. They didn't beat anybody. So it just doesn't make sense. Should there be lawsuits? No, I think that's absurd. Like, go fix the education in West Virginia or find a way to stop people from doing drugs. And I say that out of a place of love, obviously. Like, you got stuff to figure out. But I do think that the powers that be, whether it be conference commissioners or athletic directors or presidents even for some of these universities, because a lot of the money, and you make the tournament, gets folded into your university, they should want this to be more clear than it is. Because right now, it's this ambiguous disaster.
I mean, isn't the committee like a conflict of interest in a way? Like, I mean,
and that's the other thing.
Like, I mean, get somebody else. I don't know who you would put on it, but like Billis, like put somebody like that on or something. Like, I know that he went to a school, he went to Duke or whatever, but I think
you're never going to find it to where it's perfect.
Right.
But I agree with you. There needs to be more of a mix of basketball people on there.
Yeah.
And there's an old boys network, right? And so like all these guys have, all these coaches are friends and they'll scratch each other's back and all that. But I think I could wrap my mind around that easier and better than I can wrap my mind around, not everyone up in there is a ball knower.
No.
Absolutely not. No. And they can't, if you're not a ball knower and you can't make the math work, then what the hell are you doing in there? And you've all got conflicts of interest. They need to tear it down and build it back up. Do I have the solution? No. I'm the guy who says stuff's broken. Somebody else can
fix it. Yes.
And welcome to Sports Talk Radio, my friend. You know what, Thor? They got to get a team on that. Cal, let's get a team on that. You know what they should do? Michael Jordan, screw it. You just do the whole thing.
Yep.
Or, our friend Mike DeCourcy. We don't need a committee. Mike DeCourcy, you are the grand poobah of all things NCAA tournament. You tell us who's in. You tell us who's out. You get the sport. You get the metrics. Mike DeCourcy can do it.
Get all the former NBA players that played 10-plus years that came right out of high school to do it because then they don't have affiliation.
I like that.
LeBron could be the chair.
I like that.
Yeah. Kevin Garnett.
LeBron, you didn't go to college?
Right.
You are perfect. Yeah. And you could get Charles Barkley, too, because you have to think in these rooms. I don't know if any of these athletic directors have the stones to do it, but Barkley would be up in there. He'd be like, Texas? They suck. Bang, you're out.
Texas, they're terrible. They just got good brisket. I went down to Texas one time. I had some brisket. It was good.
He'd be ripping on women from Wisconsin. Imagine the crowd shots. We can't have them.
And cheeseheads.
All right, coming up next, it's our Bradenton Bucko Breakdown. We got Jeff Hathorn at the top of the hour. Right now, it's a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Chicago Cubs took a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the second inning over the Los Angeles Dodgers. Dodgers batting now in the top of the third in the opening day game for Major League Baseball in Tokyo, Japan. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Trouble creeping up in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Coin. We have an accident reported in Ross Township, 3000 block of Babcock Boulevard. This is around the intersection with Cemetery Lane. Also, a vehicle fire in Munhall, 900 block of East 8th Avenue. That's reported near the intersection with Grant Street. Crews are investigating those reports right now. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill, down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, and the Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg toward the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Coit welcomes spring with huge home cleaning savings. Save 40% off all Coit cleaning services, carpets, area rugs, drapes, upholstery, and more. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT and schedule your home cleaning appointment and save 40% off all Coit services.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions since 2020. With Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will take our time to help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. Stop in today for a free consultation at one of our 2 locations in Castee Village or Peters Township. Urbanowitz Jewelers, like having a jeweler in the family.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. One last thing on that, at least for now. Texter, the committee did a good job. 68 teams, 1 bad call, maybe 2 to 3 bad seedings. It's a tough job with a few teams upset yearly. Yeah, I mean, I think generally the committee gets most of it right in terms of who's in. I still don't know why anybody would argue with more transparency.
Right.
And less conflict of interest.
They get stuff that's right for the people that are in that are shoo-ins, kind of.
Right.
But whenever it starts to get down to the nitty-gritty, they move the goalpost.
That's right, to fit who they think people want to watch on TV, frankly.
Right. 100%.
Yeah. And it matters. I mean, we're talking about, in the case of like a West Virginia or in Indiana, I mean, there's nothing bigger than basketball in Indiana. We're talking about the economy, man. Like, seriously.
Is this a dumb question?
There's no such thing, my teachers used to tell me.
If Huggins were the coach and Huggins had his brand, do you think that West Virginia gets left out?
I think they'd have a much better shot of getting in.
Right.
Yeah. And
because of Huggins.
I think, and I mean, I am a jaded human being. I think that if you just flip the uniforms, that with the 6 quad 1 wins, West Virginia gets in. And if North Carolina has, West Virginia's resume, like if you just flip the jerseys, I think the teams are different that got in.
Really?
Yeah, no question.
I think that if North Carolina had West Virginia's resume, you're shooing.
They might be an 8 seed. I'm not even kidding about that.
Yeah.
Like they might be an 8 seed. Yeah. But if Whatever. It's just,
Yeah.
I don't want to get all convoluted on it, and I've confused myself. 412-928-9370. Both college football texter. Both college football and college basketball committees are transparent. No, they're not. No, they're absolutely not. Because here's the thing. The North Carolina athletic director, who is also the chair, when he was asked questions pertaining to the last team in the field, can't even talk. Not allowed to talk about it. When you have somebody who has to leave the room at any point during this deliberation, you've got a flawed system. And we should know what's going on there. They should be mic'd up. Should be on camera. 412-928-9370. All right, now it's time for the Bradenton Bucko Breakdown. Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health and Hampton Beer Outlet. Dora and I had one real topic and one mini topic. We'll get into the real topic later because college basketball talk just happened. New on the Pirates menu at PNC Park. Did you see this?
No.
Oh, Callis. Did you see this?
No.
Don't get mad about the food thing. People love food. It's called the Polish Cannonball, which was my mom's nickname in high school as a swimmer. I'm not even kidding about that.
No, you are.
I'm a liar. It's egg noodles, kielbasa, cabbage, bacon, cheddar cheese, and our herb crema dip, whatever that is. But it's a fried ball. It's a fried ball with the egg noodles, kielbasa, cabbage, bacon, cheddar cheese, and that dip all up in there.
Is there a picture of this?
Yeah.
I gotta see it.
I'm gonna retweet it right now, Doran,
Okay.
so that you have a point of reference here.
I kind of dig it, but I gotta see it. Like, I like the combination of everything in it, but I have to see what it looks like because sometimes the appeal throws me off a little bit.
I just tweeted it. There's no chance you wouldn't eat this thing. And here's what I think we need to do at opening day when we get to the ballpark. Buccos, Yankees. Don't know who's going to be on the hill for the Pirates. But I think we need to get on video. I think we need to do a little taste test here. Did you see this thing? Look at this thing.
It looks fantastic.
It looks absolutely phenomenal. Is that
Fantastic.
ranch there? We got a little ranch there to dip those balls in.
That's crema dip.
I need to dip my balls in that crema dip, dude.
That looks good. I'm all over that.
Callis, have you seen the picture? This thing's fabulous.
It's like an egg roll.
You know what it is? It is an egg roll with kielbasa, cabbage, bacon, cheddar cheese.
Pittsburgh egg roll.
Oh my God.
Yeah, nice shape, nice looking texture. Fried stuff's always good.
The Polish Cannonball, they're calling it.
Is the Renegade Dog still on the menu?
A wonderful question. Did any of us have that last year?
No, that was with the pierogies on it, right?
Yes.
I did not have that, no.
Which, the one that they had on TV when they did the taste test thing, for like the first broadcast, it looked outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get down there and you eat it. It's like there's 2 pierogies on there.
Right. Well, I remember the lines they were crazy last year, and I remember I couldn't even get one. I tried to. Polish Cannonball.
Polish Cannonball. All right, Jeff Hathorn's going to join us next. That was the Bradenton Bucko Breakdown, brought to you by New Flow Men's Health and by Hampton Beer Outlet. See where Jeff sits on this whole quarterback thing. Maybe get his thoughts on the Buccos. Noah Hiles gave his projected Pirates opening day lineup yesterday. Do want to get into that. Jeff Hathorn next. It's Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. It's cold out there with temperatures down in the 20s for most places. The chill won't be sticking around all day with temperatures rapidly warming through noon. By 10 o'clock, I have temperatures near 50. Noon temperatures will be close to 60, and highs today should hit the mid-60s. Skies will be clear for most with a few afternoon clouds rolling in for places along I-80. Sunset, by the way, 7:31. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smile in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication.
You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed. Dog start barking. You say, I know it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up. There's doctors all around. You telling them I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here. He seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar. You hear me? This is Top Dollar. Top Dog Law.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy icy late drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Find everyday savings and bargains on produce, meat, and more. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting long-term lower prices. With our weekly sales, deals for days promotions, and My Perks loyalty program, Giant Eagle helps make the most out of every shopping trip. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle and Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some trouble going on in the morning rush. This report brought to you by 2 men in a junk truck in Munhall. Crews on the scene of a vehicle fire, 900 block of East 8th Avenue, near the intersection with Grand Street, so watch for delays there. Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels, outbound fairly steady to the airport. Parkway East stacked at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass, down past Shaler Waterworks, and then again past the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Too legit to quit. Too legit
brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are joined right now by our sports director, Jeff Hathorn. Jeff, good morning to you today. How you doing?
Morning, guys.
Jeff, did you fill out a bracket? Do you do such things?
I do. I have not yet. I just haven't gotten around to it. I was thinking about it yesterday, and then I'm like, I want to learn a little bit more about X team. Here's the thing. The more you study, the worse you do.
100%.
Yes.
I think I've always had this sort of hard and fast rule, Jeff, that if it takes me longer than 30 seconds to make a pick, like, I'm just going to bomb the bracket. So I try to kind of rapid fire through that thing. And that's generally served me better than actually diving into all the numbers and metrics and film and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, not that I'm going to watch film to that extent, to that aspect. But yeah, you're right. Just go with your gut. And it would be amazing if, no SEC team made it to the Final Four. You almost want to, have some kind of crazy theme like that or have Carolina make a run just because they're so ticked off that everybody's doubting them.
Yeah, I hope they lose by a million tonight. Yeah, fingers crossed. All right, Jeff, I just see now on Instagram, Russell Wilson has posted a photo. He is standing there. He's just wearing black cutoff shirt, black cutoff shorts, no Steelers gear. So that is a move in a different direction. As it stands right now, and no one's holding you to this. We don't have subpoena power or anything like that, Jeff. But as it stands right now, who do you think is the most likely Steelers opening day starter at quarterback?
I still think Aaron is in play, but I think as of right now, it's Mason Rudolph. I don't think that's a horrible thing. You're looking at, say, Justin Fields, and you like one of the things you really like about him is that he's 26, and you think he has some options. Mason's 29. He doesn't have a ton of games in him. Obviously, had one very rough game where something really bad happened to him. But, maybe he's a guy that can have a turnaround. Maybe he is waiting for that opportunity. And I don't think that's the worst option for you, especially when you think of if you could fill the needs on the defensive line and some of the other holes. So if it doesn't work, then next year you could draft a quarterback or find a free agent that steps into a situation where you could win it at a higher level than you've won here over the last decade.
Jeff, say it is Mason Rudolph and, all their options for Aaron Rodgers and say Russell Wilson, say they go away and they go with Mason Rudolph this year. How does this quarterback room end up shaping up? Is it going to be Skylar Thompson as the backup to Mason? Or will they draft somebody?
I can't imagine that.
Yeah,
I can't imagine that. People have kind of joked around with the Flacco, but that type, I think you'd bring in some veteran that's hanging out there to be the backup quarterback, someone that, because the Steelers feel like every year that they can compete for a championship. So Skylar's going to be a 3. It's just who of those guys out there that have some experience are going to be available. And you think about all the options. It was a bizarre room last year to think you had Justin Fields and Russell Wilson and Kyle Allen. Imagine a Mason Rudolph, Joe Flacco, Skylar Thompson quarterback room.
Oh, my God.
Imagine me jumping through a plate glass window.
Right?
Jeff, a couple of questions on all this. Dulac, I guess, said, Jerry Dulac, I should give him respect by using his full name. I guess Jerry said yesterday that the Steelers wouldn't go beyond 1 year for any quarterback that they sign, whether it's Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers. I would think that takes them out of the Aaron Rodgers running. Why would Rodgers sign on someplace for 1 year if teams like the Giants reportedly are offering multiple years? It seems like, we want this guy in Justin Fields. They don't go the extra mile. We want Aaron Rodgers. Well, we're just going to offer him 1 year. Well, don't you got to show the love?
Yes, but in a way I kind of like that it kind of tells you, all right, we're going to fill our other needs. We know that none of these guys is our future at quarterback. We don't want to get tied in financially to one of these guys where we're kicking cap money down the road, because we invested in one of these guys. Almost like okay, we're willing to eat it and put our other spots in better positions if we have to go with Mason and if Mason stinks, which I'd rather have that than go throwing $40 million at Aaron Rodgers for a season when you're probably not going to end up much better than you were at the end of last season.
Jeff, let's talk about the running back position. I mean, Jalen Warren gets tendered. You signed Kenneth Gainwell to like $1-point-something million. Is that how they're going to roll out, in your opinion, the running back room this year? Do they feel comfortable with those two guys being the pillars at the running back position, or should we expect them to draft somebody maybe in the first round or the third round?
Yeah, I would think draft's going to be an option. And, hey, you never know. You could trade back and get back in the second round. Maybe there's a trade that's going to happen because it seems like with running backs, you see the depth. And you know Genty, you know maybe Hampton in the first round. But after that, it's like the second round seems to be that sweet spot for so many things. You know, for maybe a quarterback that slips out of the first round, for a Henderson or somebody like that at running back in the second round. That's what's so weird about this draft. There seem to be a lot of opportunities in that second round for guys, and I'm sure there will be in the third round. But yeah, to your point, Doran, I think draft is an option. Me personally, I don't know if I would draft either of those guys in the first round, given that they have other needs, especially if, like, Grant's there in the first round. Like, I look at that as someone's like, dude, that's Hampton. I want that guy.
Jeff, I'm sure that you saw Najee Harris's comments the other day whenever he was speaking, in front of the Chargers media. Do you feel personally, does Jeff Hathorn feel that Najee Harris was underutilized here as a running back for the Pittsburgh Steelers? Because he was obviously talking about that, saying that, he has more to offer in the passing game. Do you feel like he was underutilized?
I mean, not his rookie year. His rookie year, they used him a lot in the pass game. It changed a little bit over the year. Let me say this. I don't think Tomlin did him wrong at all. Tomlin made him a captain. Tomlin never started him every game. Even when Jalen was probably the better tailback, he always deferred to Najee. Like, he went out of his way to make sure Najee felt a certain way. I think it goes both ways. Could they have used him more in the pass game? Yes. Did he show, other than very few glimpses, areas of explosion where you wouldn't rather have Jalen Warren out in the open field? No.
Jeff had some Bucco-related questions for you, but we'll put a pin in that. We can address them on Thursday or next week. This kind of been rattling around in my head for a little bit here regarding the Steelers. What if Mason Rudolph's good? Like, what if he comes out, he throws 23 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, the team goes 11-6 and actually hangs around in a playoff game? Like, could they convince themselves that they need to see another year then of Mason after that? Do you think they'd allow that to happen?
I think it allows you the luxury of yes, convincing yourself you have something, but also know that, okay, maybe there's this guy in the third round that we like, that we could bring in it as a young guy and still have options. Like, I guess it depends on what level of good. And what you were saying, that's a good year. Maybe it affords us another year before we have to go find that quarterback. So I like Mason. I want to see it consistently for a year. Like, we saw it at the end of his time here. Like, he put some games together, and he did that in his first year of starting, in the Ben injury year, but he didn't do it consistently. Let's see now, with probably a better offensive coordinator, what he can do, and it looks like he's gonna get that opportunity.
Yeah, plate glass window also looking pretty good. Jeff, appreciate your time as always. Thank you very much, and we'll talk to you on Thursday.
It's gonna be fun. What a season it could line up to be, where you really don't know which way it's gonna slide. Thanks, boys.
They're never not interesting.
Yep.
I mean, that's for damn sure. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff Hathorn.
Thanks.
Our sports director. I want to go over that Bucco lineup that Noah Hiles threw out there yesterday. We'll also react to some of the stuff that Jeff had to say there about the Steelers, the quarterback position, the running back position. That's all on the way. We're also going to find out if we're smarter than a plumber coming up at 7:35. Jam-packed show today. Hang out with us. Text us. Brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
1-0 Chicago Cubs in Japan. Cubs and Dodgers playing on MLB's official opening days. These games count toward the regular season record for these two teams. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Dorn.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina G. and Petro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Emilio has worked with Gina several times in the past, so when it was time to sell his home in Upper St. Clair, he reached out to Gina once again for help. Emilio said that he loves to work with Gina because of her extensive knowledge of the local real estate market, and with Gina's impressive marketing plans, she was able to sell Emilio's home for over $600,000. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina GM Petro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Are they smarter than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Ed. Today's birthday shout-out goes to head coach Bruce Pearl. Auburn's colorful and sometimes controversial head coach has traveled a rocky road as a basketball lifer. Now on his 65th birthday, the Boston native stands atop the college hoops universe. His Tigers hold the overall #1 seed in the NCAA tournament and appear to have a favorable draw into the Sweet 16. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Ready to shoot your shot? Log into BetMGM and make your picks in our March Matchups $250K Pick'em for your chance to win a share of bonus bets. It's free to play and easy to get started. Just log into your BetMGM account and predict what will happen at different points throughout the college basketball tournament. You'll earn points with every correct answer, which gives you a shot to win a share of bonus bets. That's right. Just pick what will happen throughout March Matchups, and if you make enough correct picks, you'll win a share of the $250K in bonus bets. You think you know college basketball? Log into BetMGM and make your picks to win a share of $250,000 in bonus bets. It's free to play. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Getting money back. Invest that tax return back into your home. Upgrade your bathroom with a stunning custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Colin Dunlap here. My friends Nick and Larry, owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're high-quality, custom-fit shower doors add elegance, style, and value to your home. Whether it's a sleek, frameless look or unique design, they make it happen affordably. Invest that tax return wisely on a home upgrade you're going to love. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com to get started.
Crowley here for Zero Res. Springing forward feels better on freshly cleaned carpets and floors. Zero Res removes winter's lingering grime, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Spring is a time for renewal. Let Zero Res help you refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel. And don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. Just check out the 10,700 raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. And how about a flash deal this Monday and Tuesday? That's right, this Monday and Tuesday only. A 3-room special starting at just $109. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backwards or forward, it spells the same. Zero res.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse.
I know. Just got the notification.
Made it.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Stay in the know with USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble spots in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. Northbound 79 crews are checking reports of an accident now just before the S-bends on the northbound side. And that's causing delays almost back to the Craft and Moon Run interchange as you're taking a look through the PennDOT cameras. Meanwhile, an earlier vehicle fire in Munhall still tying up the intersection of East 8th Avenue and Grant Street. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy past the 31st Street Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100 AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. Free to play, free to win.
Pittsburgh's college basketball tournament takeover.
Pool Party Gaming is Pittsburgh's platform for bracket pools and beyond.
Visit poolpartygaming.com to join or host.
Pool Party Gaming. Free to play,
free to win.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. That's where we find Thomas, 077-433-848, Doran. I posted the Polish cannonball, right? And I said I would. I'd eat that. And he writes, anyone that spends money on tickets, cheese balls, bobbleheads to pad the owner's pockets with a $60 million spend is a bleep. And it's one of my least favorite takes. We get that all the time. And I go on a rant every year. I will not give the rant right now, but I will like to respond. You don't have to go. But if I think it's a wonderful afternoon to go down to the ballpark, have a couple of beverages, hang out with my family. My daughter plays in the jungle gym in center field.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't make me a bad person.
Right. I want to go enjoy my time.
And anybody can have their reasons. Oh, I like the Pirates. Oh, geez, you're a bad guy. No. Oh, I like baseball. Oh, well, drive to Cleveland. No, I live here. Like, it's not a political statement. I'm putting money there, sure, fine, but I'm enjoying my day.
Yeah.
I get to watch Paul Skeens, Jared Jones, right. Mitch Keller, O'Neal
no problem
Cruz.
with it.
It's ridiculous. It's my least favorite thing we get on here is, don't spend money on the Pirate. I'm going to spend money on what I want to spend it on, and I want to go enjoy a day at the ballpark. Some of my best memories growing up or watching 100-loss Pirates teams with my parents. Like Pokey Reese and Pat Mears, for God's sakes. Give us a ring in the fan hotline. I frazzled myself. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We'll get into some of what Jeff had to say a little bit later on in the hour. I wanted to do a little thought exercise with you here, Doran. So Noah Hiles was on multiple shows yesterday. Did you see what he did? He goes on with Pomp and Joe, and he's all professional, right? Because he's going to go and watch Paul Skeens pitch, and he's got to cover. He goes on with Donnie. He's on the video cam. He's all greened out.
Yeah.
He's got green tattoos. He's got green glasses. He's got a green pullover. He's got a green shirt. My man was going to party. But he gave the Pirates lineup as he sees it for opening day. Tommy Pham leading off. Brian Reynolds, O'Neill Cruz, Andrew McCutchen, Joey Bart, Nick Gonzalez, Ke'Bryan Hayes. DJ Stewart, I believe, is who he had at first base. And then Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at shortstop. Which, okay, that's not great. Is it better than this, which is last year's opening day lineup? O'Neill Cruz, but it's short. Brian Reynolds, Ke'Bryan Hayes was hitting third. Jack Sawinski, Andrew McCutchen, Rowdy Tellez, Henry Davis, Jared Triolo, Michael A. Taylor.
Yes, it's better.
Yeah, I think it is too.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is it better enough? I don't like it on paper. You are banking on Joey Bart, just as an example, doing what he did last year. Like, don't take a step back. Hey, maybe you take a step forward. I would sign in blood right now for what he did last year,
yes.
Lord. But I think the key to the whole damn thing is O'Neill Cruz.
Mm-hmm.
Not breaking any news there. He hit 20 homers last year. He had a nice season. I think this is the season where you either reach your potential or we have to come to grips with the idea that what he's done, what he did last year, is as good as it's going to get. And that's a useful player, and he's not going to kill the team you wouldn't think as much defensively in center field as he is at a higher profile, more important position in shortstop. But as far as hitting the baseball, like, this is it, man. Like, he played a full season last year, the first full season he's ever played. So I do think there's a possibility he takes off. But if he doesn't, I don't think it's going to happen for him.
Are we assuming that Henry Davis is going to be the backup catcher?
That's what Hiles said, yeah.
I did see him say that.
Yeah. So
even, like, you want to hope that Henry Davis has found something because he's had a pretty good spring. So even if Joey Bart does slip a little bit, you would hope that you could supplement that whenever Henry Davis does get his starts at catcher.
He's only played 99 career games, too, Henry Davis. And so I don't want to sit here and call him a bust. I think
this is the year.
Unfortunately, you are correct.
Like, after this, yes. Or no.
Yeah, you either figure it out, man, or you're not going to be getting chances anymore.
This is it.
Especially if Joey Bart plays well. Like, all right, we basically flipped you for the other high pedigree catcher. Like, we don't need you anymore. Not that I think you'd have a bunch of takers, but he's not going to be part of your plans. I really hope it works out for the guy. He is talented. And, I mean, you draft him 1-1. You don't want to see a guy you draft 1-1 and you totally swing and miss on. Pun absolutely intended there. But if he's okay and Joey Bart takes a little bit of a step back, I think you're going to be okay at the position. But, boy, do you need Henry Davis to be more than okay.
Yeah.
Because then that helps potentially at other positions, too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even a designated hitter.
Right.
Like, just to get him in there. Like, get one more bopper. They're not far off. Like, people are going to hate that I say that. Like, you're a bopper away. Now, they don't have one unless Henry Davis would take a step.
What are they going to do with Andy Rodriguez, you think?
I think they just want him to
get reps.
Yeah.
Down.
Yeah. Play at a high level. Like, he came back last year and just hit. They want him to catch.
Yeah.
Like, he was supposed to be a good defensive catcher. But everything I've heard, everything I've read is that Andy Rodriguez has been not as good defensively as Henry Davis has been. But it's just going to take some time.
Mm-hmm.
I have zero problem with that. In a perfect world, well, maybe not. I mean, it might have been the best thing to happen for the Pirates, and you never wish injury on anybody. But if Andy had not gotten Tommy John, you don't have Joey Bart right now.
Right.
And now you're hoping one of those two guys pans out. Well, I think you got more faith in Bart because he did pan out last year. Like, you're guessing less on him now than you're guessing on the other two, which is wild because when they got him, it was a total flyer.
Mm-hmm.
I still think you need to shoehorn Jack Sawinski in every now and again, maybe more than that.
with Tommy Pham?
I mean, it's another reason I don't get the Pham thing, man. And unless he's insurance, right? He's like the 26th guy on your roster. Like, I'll just say it now. I get like Jack Sawinski should be part of your everyday outfield. Do I have faith he's going to be good? Absolutely not.
Is he better than Pham?
I mean, he hit 26 homers in a season 2 years ago.
Yeah, what did he do last year?
And he's young. He was awful, but so was Tommy Pham. And Tommy Pham is, I mean, he's in Russell Wilson age territory.
Yeah, my age, yeah.
He was okay in his first stop last year. Tommy Pham had like a .330 on base percentage.
Is that the White Sox?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, great. Like that. If you can have a .330 on base percentage, you can be my leadoff hitter. But this team can be a playoff team. And again, I can hear people rolling their eyes. You can be a playoff team if Jack Sawinski hits 26 homers again. Like, you don't need to score a lot of runs. You just need to not be ass. And if he can do that, you're not going to be ass offensively. You can maybe be middle of the pack. Like, even if O'Neill does what he did, even if Andrew McCutchen does what he did, like, even if Brian Reynolds does what he did, no one gets better. If you add 26 homers from that guy into the middle of your lineup, I think it changes everything.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll have to wait on the guy who they traded Luis Ortiz for. He could make a big difference.
Horowitz?
Yeah, you're not going to see him probably until May. Figured we'd mix some Bucko talk in there.
Yeah, in there.
Get a team on that.
And
not to be like, whatever. I lost it.
You lost it.
I did. Yeah. Texter. Pirates are a bopper away from being 500, not a bopper away from being World Series contenders. Who said anything about a World Series? They're projected to be an 81-win team right now, according to Zips and some of those projections that are actually fairly accurate. Like, that's without projecting Jack Sawinski to do anything. I'm just saying. You throw a potential 30 home run guy into the middle of the lineup, like, it's going to boost you 4 or 5 wins. I'm not saying they're going to win the World Series. But if you get to 85 wins 2 years ago, that gets you in. 3 years ago, that gets you in. Wouldn't have got you in last year, you're going to have a chance. All right. Wanted to do that for the Bradenton Bucko breakdown, but we had to talk about balls instead.
Yes.
Are You Smarter Than a Plumber is next, and then the Steelers, again, not showing the love to quarterbacks coming up after that. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Dodgers have taken a 3-1 lead over the Chicago Cubs, top of the 5th inning. A game being played in Tokyo, Japan. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight against the New York Islanders at home at 7 o'clock. Penguins have won 4 games in a row coming into the game tonight. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free Free support for life. Online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is turning the excitement up even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you won't be too upset about. There's a couple of local area underdogs you could bet on. FanDuel's the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines and team totals, plus so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day. Because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live money line wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable, expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon. All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall, and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, well, it could be too late, and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision Pointing, do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's tax time sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport, payment starting at $249 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Southside Jake with us now from Southside Plumbing and Heating. He's one of the good guys, and we're going to find out if we're smarter than him. Actually, he pretty much just tries to show how dumb we are. This is how that goes. Jake, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. I think you're one of the good guys, too. Don't worry. Throw compliments back and forth here.
You've been dealing with a lot of crap with all those storms over the weekend, Jake.
Not really, but I tell you what was weird. Last week, it was 77. We were getting air conditioning calls. Insane, right? So, we're back into, I guess, real March weather, but hopefully for shortly lived, and air conditioning season's right on the horizon.
I can't wait. I need summer so bad. I'm so sick of this cold weather.
Tomorrow, 73, I think.
Gonna be nice.
Today, 65. Friday, in the 40s again.
Oh, see.
Welcome to Pittsburgh,
Well,
March.
we might get some calls today. We might get some air conditioning calls today. I mean, there's never a bad time to get your system checked, all right?
There you go.
Let's go.
No.
All right, Jake, what do you got for
All
us
right.
today, big dog?
All right, we all know the rules here. 3 athletes associated by a number. I give you 1 clue for each athlete, and then 20-second countdown starts by Callis. So let's start it off here. I am starting with number 16, and we have a right wing, a QB/kicker, and another QB. So start the clock, Callis. Let's go.
Trevor Lawrence?
Right wing, Golden Brett.
Oh, man.
741 goals. Played for St. Louis Blues.
Hall.
Dallas Stars.
Brett Hall?
Controversial
Brett
Stanley
Hall.
Cup goal. Yes.
Yeah.
Youngwood, PA. QB kicker. 26 seasons. Guys.
1 out of 3.
George Blandon, Joe Montana.
Oh, Blandon!
Oh, damn.
Cool. Yeah, Brett Hall was the tough one, I thought.
We got Brett Hall.
I know.
All right, 1 for 3. I had Bland on the tip of my tongue, but I didn't want to sound stupid, and it turns out that I am anyway. All right.
How many QB/kickers were there?
I know, that's why Blanda was there.
Man. All right.
I know.
All right, next number.
All right. Next number, we're going back. People have been saying I've been making it too easy for you guys. I've been getting that kind of feedback. So last week we did number 9. We're going to do number 9 again this week. So let me remind you of the picks that are not my athletes this week. Gordie Howe, Paul Curry, and Drew Brees. So number 9 this week, we have a Chicago Blackhawk, a New York Yankee, and a Montreal Canadian.
Oh.
Let's go. The Golden Jet. Chicago Blackhawk.
The Golden Jet. He says things like I remember nicknames.
Oh, my God.
Go to the next one.
All right. Yankee great, right fielder, 3 times World Series, 7-time All-Star. Back in the day.
Oh, man.
We can't even get the questions
Callis, you got a Yankee, damn it?
Roger Maris.
61.
That's it.
Huh. Who was the hockey player?
And the last one was Rocket Richard, guys. He was number 9 as well.
Who was the first one?
Bobby Hall, the Golden Jet.
He's
Bobby
going-
Hall, the Golden Brett.
I hate you. All right, last one. It's a bad segment when we're not doing well.
Yep.
I know. I don't like it. All right. This number is the number 2, okay? We have a baseball player, a hockey player, and a football player. Hey, it didn't start yet. What are you doing? Jeter's right. Okay, hockey player.
Hal
2-time
Gill.
World Trophy, New York Ranger.
Who wore number
1994 Stanley Cup champion.
Who wore number 2?
Okay, we're skipping that.
I have no
Football
idea what
player.
Messier wore.
Wore number 2, 1942 and 82 in the pros.
1942? 1942. Ditka?
Oh, he was saying he wore
We're gonna go back
42.
Oh.
Myself.
I said war. Yes, that was you. It actually was you, Dorn. So, good job.
I thought he said 1942.
All right, we're gonna go. No, I said war 2, 1942 and 82.
Oh.
Those are all your numbers, right?
Yes.
All right, Jake.
Okay. All right, go back to the New York Ranger. 2-time Norris Trophy winner, Brian Leach.
Norris Trophy winner. Golly, I didn't hear Norris. All right, I'm out of here. Jake, goodbye.
Brian Leach. Oh, man, you guys are rough today.
No doubt. See you.
See you, Jake.
Get out of here. Go get those air conditioning calls done.
That was horrible. We couldn't even get the questions, though, for the 20 seconds. We have to get the questions first.
The format's, we got to figure it out.
Yeah, we have to get the questions first and then a 20-second start.
Yeah.
I like the buzzer.
Thank you for your feedback.
Yeah, Gals, thank you.
Texter, this plumber segment's going to take the Barrett Media rankings. Here's the thing with the old-timey hockey players. In Leach, we should have known. I didn't hear Norris, but I should have known by the number. We get the hockey players. It takes us longer than 20 seconds. Like, we would need a full 30 seconds just for the hockey guys.
Yes.
Texter, please, God, go back to the old format. All right.
Next week.
Other people think that Jake is actually just Pat Bostic. All right. New information out there about the Steelers and what they're offering for 4-time MVP Aaron Rodgers and also what Aaron Rodgers is looking for. Our segment's not going to have much to actually do with Rodgers, but overall the state of what they've done. I'll explain when we come back. We've got Jason Mackey to save our show coming up at 8 o'clock. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play tonight at 7 o'clock against the New York Islanders. It'll be a home game for the Penguins. They go into this one on a 4-game winning streak. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble in the Tuesday morning rush. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews on the scene of an accident in the Homewood section of the city. It's at the intersection of Frankstown and Brushton Avenues, so watch for delays there. Earlier vehicle fire in Munhall still ties up the 900 block of East 8th Avenue at Grant Street. Meanwhile, an earlier accident cleared from northbound I-79 approaching the S-Bends. Still looking at delays, though, back to the Craft and Moon Run interchange. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you feel stuck when you click yes to a subscription? Choosing Awaken 180 is the complete opposite because it's not a subscription. No fine print. Pay as you go, lose weight as you go with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Ready to shoot your shot? Log into BetMGM and make your picks in their March Matchups 250K Pick'em for your chance to win a share of bonus bets. It's free to play and easy to get started. Just log into your BetMGM account and predict what will happen at different points throughout the college basketball tournament. You'll earn points with every correct answer, which gives you a shot to win a share of bonus bets. That's right. Just pick what will happen throughout March matchups. And if you make enough correct picks, you'll win a share of $250K in bonus bets. Think you know college basketball? Log into BetMGM and make your picks to win a share of $250,000 in bonus bets. It's free to play. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21? No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. So you ask, how do hands-free Skechers Slip-ins work? Well, it's like they have this invisible built-in shoehorn so your foot slides into place. Then our heel pillow keeps your foot comfy and secure. And slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. From sneakers, casual shoes, and even sandals. Yes, even sandals. So raise your hands in the air and put your shoes on like you just don't care. Because you just went hands-free with Skechers slip-ins. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers slip-ins. Get your slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Steelers screwing up the quarterback thing. We'll tell you how in a second here. We've got Dodgers Cubs on, live from Japan. And it just hit me, man. Like, Chicago Cubs fans are really passionate. They got a huge fan base. Imagine you wake up today and the Cubs are just 0-1. Like, you don't have all this pomp and circumstance. Oh, let's get out to Wrigley. Or, ooh, maybe we hop on I-80, head on over to St. Louis, Cubs and Cardinals, get this thing going. It's a Thursday afternoon, a day game. No, they open in Japan, and you work a 9 to 5, and you wake up, and they're just 0-1.
Oh, they could be 0-2. They play tomorrow, too. 0-2, and then you have to wait till, what, next week?
So before your season ever really starts,
right?
Before you ever actually take in a game, you're just sitting there and you're just 0 for 2.
Unreal.
Just 160 left. Playing catch up the rest of the year. Yeah, Callis.
They got more spring training games too, so they would have to lose 2, then wait.
Oh, wow.
Wait a second. Hold up.
They're not done with spring training?
No, I saw on the schedule the Dodgers go back. They have 3 more games against the Angels, I think.
That's so dumb, man.
They play in Japan. They play 3 more spring training games, Monday to Sunday to Tuesday, and then travel.
So am I wrong on this? Like, these games count then, right?
Yeah, you're right about that.
So these games count. They play all this spring training. Let's fly off to Japan. Let's lose a couple games of the Dodgers. Or I guess in this case, you're the Dodgers. You play a couple of games. I'm guessing the Cubs have spring training games, too. You come back, and now you got to go do the fake games all over again?
That's wild.
What kind of sense does that make? That'd be like if the Steelers went and played in Ireland and then had to come back and play a third preseason game.
Yes.
I got the days wrong, but yeah, the Cubs will play the Padres, Rockies, and Athletics all in spring training, and then that's Friday through Sunday. Oh, they have games till Tuesday. Holy crap, they have 5 more games the Cubs do.
That's insane.
After this.
All right, guys, let's take off, go to Dublin, take on the Green Bay Packers, and then we've got our customary third preseason game against Carolina.
Carolina, yeah.
So 5 more spring training games, an off day, and then they're playing in the regular season.
Imagine Big Ben back in the day going out throwing 50 passes in a comeback victory over the Packers. Then you come back and Brian St. Pierre slinging the thing around against Detroit and Allen Rossum's returning kicks or something. Like, what the hell is that, man? It's just absurd. Also absurd, I keep reading the Steelers are super interested in quarterbacks, and yet they're not going the extra mile in any of these guys. And maybe ultimately that's good business. Like, maybe the best thing for them, and I've argued this, is you pay $4 million to Mason Rudolph this year, you build up the roster, and you say, we'll deal with this crap next year. We'll find the franchise guy next year. But their stated goal is to compete. They think they can win. And so you go after Justin Fields, but a recent report from Jeremy Fowler is the money wasn't different, but the Steelers didn't, quote-unquote, show Justin Fields the love. They're obviously showing Russell Wilson no love. Like, he's out on Bumble right now. He's going on dates. He's going to the Giants. He went to Cleveland.
Yep.
And now he's on Instagram posting selfies. Just like every girl we've ever known. There's a breakup. Okay, I'm on Instagram. I'm shopping myself around.
Yeah, I've been working out.
Oh, he's working out. You got to show the workout videos.
Yep.
There's no better time, by the way, to get in shape than during a breakup.
Yeah, perfect. Motivation.
Oh, yeah.
Motivation.
You're doing box jumps.
Yes.
I'm trying to get my glamour muscles going. Pilates.
Yeah.
Did you ever do Pilates?
Yeah.
Isn't that where they tangle your feet up in that machine and it?
No.
Oh. Well, I don't think I know what Pilates is.
Pilates is like just kind of like a core exercise type deal.
To get those abs going.
I tried everything. Like everything.
You ever do that cupping thing?
Yeah, I just did it. I showed you. I did it a couple weeks ago. Remember?
You didn't show me.
I showed you my back.
You didn't show me. You don't think I remember that rippling back?
I had circles on my back.
I thought those were tattoos.
No. I showed you my back.
Now the latest report, Doran, is that Aaron Rodgers wants a Sam Darnold deal. But Dulac said yesterday that, and he, of course, from the Post-Gazette, the Steelers aren't willing to give any of these old quarterbacks more than 1 year. Like, do you want these guys or not? I don't want them to get Rodgers, but they obviously want Rodgers. So no, why not try to get him? Hey, Aaron, I know that you want the Sam Darnold deal, and the Giants have offered you more money. Why don't you come to Pittsburgh where we can offer you less money in 1 year? Like, don't tell me you care. Don't tell me you want these guys like Justin Fields. Don't tell me Russell Wilson's a priority or a second. Don't tell me you want Aaron Rodgers through all the reporting out there and then not get one of these guys. Like, again, I don't want them, but you want them. So get them.
They want them at their price and in their terms.
That's what they wanted with Ayuk.
And they're not going to reach.
Then they're not going to get them.
They want them, but they're not going to reach to get them. Like, no, they know that they need a quarterback, but they're not going to reach to get a quarterback.
Then you know what you wind up with?
I don't think that they want any of these guys. They don't actually want anybody that is available. Not one guy. Not one guy from the time that the season ended that was available and a possibility did the Steelers want to be their quarterback.
So you're saying
I don't even think they wanted Fields.
You're saying any one of these guys they would take,
yes,
and they would take on their price.
Yes.
But they're not going to go outside their means to get any of them because they don't really desire them that much.
Absolutely.
I mean,
even Fields.
That would be giving them a lot of credit, but based on how things have gone, I could see it your way. I could also see them being like, we want these guys, and we're the Pittsburgh Steelers, and we think they'll want to come here on our price. Like, oh, you know what, Rodgers? We're the Pittsburgh damn Steelers.
How good are really the crop of quarterbacks that were available?
Bad, Dorn.
Right. So would you want I really want that guy. I really want Sam Darnold. No.
The one that I wanted was Justin Fields.
Why?
Because of age, because I don't think $20 million is all that much money, and because I'd like to see what he would look like given the keys to an offense. But even then, I didn't have high expectations that he would take that baton and be the Steelers' quarterback for the next 10 years.
So basically, hope was the reason why you wanted Fields.
Hope's the reason that they would want any of these guys, right? The hope that Russell Wilson plays better with better players. The hope that Aaron Rodgers can rediscover his form. The hope that Justin Fields can make good on his potential.
Exactly.
The hope that, I don't know, Sam Darnold is not seeing ghosts anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, you're right. There's not a single good option out there. There never was. The one was Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
But he was playing the game the entire time.
They wanted him, I think. He didn't want them.
Yeah. He wanted probably the entire time just to go back to Los Angeles.
Which, as he should.
Yeah.
Or maybe even Minnesota. Probably entertain that a little bit.
Now, if you're Minnesota, I could see you wanting, like, really coveting Aaron Rodgers because you're actually close.
Mm-hmm.
And even if Rodgers is the guy that you got last year for the Jets, that's probably better than what you're going to get out of J.J. McCarthy year one. Like, Bo Nix had a good year last year. Jaden Daniels had a good year last year. I think Drake May showed some things. I wouldn't say he had a good year. None of those other guys, I think, had a good year. But more often than not, rookies are going to take their lumps. Aaron Rodgers is more of a sure thing, even though there's question marks. All right, more on this. There's a good conversation. Wanting, things of that nature. Jason Mackey can weigh in on this coming up next. Want to remind everybody, this is a really cool thing. Our friends at Pool Party Gaming, they've got a free bracket for you, and you can win cash. It's free to enter, and you can win. That's pretty good. They wanted to name the bracket, Doran. They wanted to call it the Fan Morning Show bracket, but we said no because you guys are giving the cash. You can name it. So it's the main event. And it's simple. You go to 937thefan.com, you click on Pool Party Gaming. It will take you directly to their site. You fill out your brackets before tip-off at noon on Thursday, and you could win. First place gets $750. Second place wins $500. Third place takes home $250, all from Pool Party Gaming. Super cool. 937thefan.com. All right, Jason Mackey's next. We'll talk quarterback and more with him. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150 Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, Truck Month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is Truck Month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for Truck Month.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant. Our house features live music all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. Check out the website for details. And the menu at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh features traditional, freshly brewed beers and a fantastic menu with something for everyone, from the best burger in town to our braised pork shank, and also plenty of options for those observing Lent. Check out their menus now, hofbrauhauspittsburgh.com.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Wake up, double up on Get-Go breakfast sandwiches and save. Make it a great morning and enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock, with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy icy late drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to chug along. This report brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania Injury Attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results. LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com. Crews still on the scene of a couple of incidents, one in the Homewood section of the city at the intersection of Frankstown and Brushton Avenues. The other one in Munhall involving a vehicle fire on East 8th Avenue at Grant Street. And the earlier accident gone from I-79. Still some delays remain, however, as you approach the S-Bends. Parkway West are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. And the Parkway North jamming up at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli, LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they serve their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Jason Mackey, the Post-Gazette, joining us now. First, though, the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. Do you believe the Steelers actually want Aaron Rodgers? It's a really good point brought up by Doran in the last segment, and Jason will ask you this question. Break a tie here. I contend that the Steelers wanted Justin Fields, that they want Aaron Rodgers. They're just really bad at getting it done. Doran says, I don't know that they really want any of these guys. And Doran, you can correct me if I'm saying it incorrectly. They're just naming their price, and if they don't get them, they're not going to lose any sleep on it. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that, Adam. I mean, that's what was going through my head as you brought that up. I mean, I think want is a relative term here. They wanted Russell Wilson, or so they said. They want Aaron Rodgers. For what price? And I don't even know if the Steelers are wrong there. I got into it with Pony on Friday about this. I mean, I would want Aaron Rodgers for like $15 or $20 million. I think he is worth it at that price point. If Aaron Rodgers wants $40 million, I don't want Aaron Rodgers at that point. If we know what the Steelers' offer is to Aaron Rodgers, I think that tells us a little bit more, but we don't. I don't know. And if you wanted somebody that bad, I feel like, yes, you would close. So, yeah, I mean, you can want things, but getting it done is always a problem.
Yeah, and Jason, I mean, they could not want somebody in this draft, too. But I feel like that there's a situation between want and can't pass up. At 21, if Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart is there at 21, even though that they may not want them fully, I can't see the Steelers passing one of those guys up if they're there at 21.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Doran. I don't see Sanders being there. Dart gives me a little bit more pause. But at this point, the way this quarterback thing is going, man, like if I had that opportunity and let's say like that was a reasonable grade, maybe we can assume that. People much smarter than me have to make that determination. I mean, I don't see how Sanders goes from where he's at to falling to 21.
Well, if you look at the draft order, Jason, check out the draft order. I mean, it could fall that way. I mean, I could see it playing out, honestly, him sliding, not because teams don't want him, but teams don't really need a quarterback.
Yeah, I guess. Here, let me answer your question with a question, though. Which set of baggage would you rather have? The Aaron Rodgers drama or Deion Sanders coming here and the attention around Shedeur Sanders? I don't know. I think I'd rather have Shedeur Sanders, but yeah, I'm with you. If either of those guys are there, it's going to make me think. I feel like Dart might be overdrafting a little bit, but Sanders is easier for me.
If Rodgers is the Steelers quarterback, I think I'm going to try to do ayahuasca with him. I think
you should, Adam. That would be a great promotion for you. And you are the one person in this market I think that would do the best on ayahuasca.
Oh, that is 100% not right. I would lose.
You lose your mind.
But it would be the most entertaining because we'd all laugh at you.
I just watched the documentary.
Starkey would be the worst.
You know what? Starkey would be worse than me. He would lose his mind. Have you seen the Aaron Rodgers Enigma documentary, Jason?
I have not, actually. It's been on my list to watch. I have not seen it.
It doesn't make me like him. It makes me understand, I think, where he's coming from. And it makes me kind of a little bit want to do ayahuasca. And I think I would try to strike up a personal relationship with him. And I think I would drink that mud. And I think I would hang out in the hut. And we would be close. And it would be great.
Do you think he would want to do it with you, though?
I think he wants people to open up their minds to different universal possibilities. And I think I would allow him to try to open up my mind and maybe give me some money.
I think the odds of you doing ayahuasca with Aaron Rodgers are less than zero, Adam.
I
love you, but that's no.
Oh, you said less than zero?
Less.
I would put
less than zero.
I would put it at greater than zero, but less than 5%.
No.
Just as a thought exercise here, guys, and I don't think actually, Jason, real quick, and Doran and I talked about this, I don't think there'd be that much baggage with Shedeur Sanders.
Me neither.
I think because Mike Tomlin's the coach, I think that Deion would leave well alone. It's a educated guess, but it is a guess. All right, here's the thought exercise. Tennessee needs a quarterback. They're going to take Cam Ward, you would think.
Or Abdul Carter.
They could take Abdul Carter, but I would smack them in the face for that. I think that's idiotic. Hell of a player. You've got to turn your franchise around. You ain't doing it. Look at how many playoff wins T.J. Watts led the Steelers to. I digress. Cleveland at 2 could take a quarterback, but I don't think they're going to.
I'm hearing that they're all in on Hunter.
Travis Hunter. The Giants could absolutely take one. New England's not going to. Jacksonville's not going to. Vegas could, but probably I think they brought Geno in so that they could punt on it this year and get after it next year. The Jets could, but they got $30 million guaranteed in Justin Fields. Carolina won't. New Orleans probably waits another year. Chicago won't. San Fran won't. Dallas won't. Miami won't. Indy won't. I
There's a lot of probably won'ts there, Adam, for me. Are we trying to mock Sanders to the Steelers?
I'm just saying I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that one of those two is there, Sanders or Dart, and maybe other teams who have shown that they can't handle chaos and don't have a head coach as respected as Mike Tomlin. Maybe they pass on Sanders and go with a Jackson Dart.
Jason, I'm going to say this. The way I look at it is if the Tennessee Titans take Abdul Carter, that messes everything up, and that pushes Sanders all the way down to 21.
Yeah, there are just some teams there that I don't necessarily see passing on a quarterback. Like, we're just assuming that the Saints won't. We're just assuming that the Jets won't. I mean, the Jets probably won't. That's fair. Right? They do have money tied up in Fields. But I don't know. I have a hard time believing. We're saying Sanders is going to so Cam Ward's going to be the only quarterback who goes in the top 20 picks.
No,
I just find that hard to believe.
I could see Jackson Dart getting drafted ahead of Shedeur is what I'm saying.
How many mock drafts have you seen where Jackson Dart has been a legitimate first-round pick, though? I've seen more that have him in the middle rounds.
I didn't see
that's an overdraft.
I didn't see a single bracket that had West Virginia out of the tournament, so I ain't exactly up on my mocks right now.
I couldn't bring myself to bring that up. I was going to make a joke about how we both went to schools that aren't in the NCAA tournament, but
Westminster, they're holding on hope. Jason. Okay, we've all kind of agreed that they could do that at 21, like even if it is a Dart. Would that be a smart move in your opinion, though?
For Jackson Dart at 21?
Yeah.
I feel like they have other needs. I don't like it. I would be much more convinced of Shedeur Sanders, at least based on the information, the analysis, that sort of stuff that we have now. I think I'd rather see them go defensive line at that pick, maybe turn things over to Mason Rudolph for a year. Who knows who they sign? I wrote last week I wouldn't have any problem bringing in Jameis Winston and just roll the ball out and see what the heck happens. Maybe it goes horribly. I don't know. I'm against paying Aaron Rodgers $40 million. I know that. And if that's what the hang-up is, I feel like you can get a better player than Jackson Dart. You can maybe wait on it, and the quarterback you would get in the middle rounds if you want to take a flyer on it. I don't think he's that much worse than Jackson Dart, again, based at least on the information and analysis we have right now.
What about running back at 21? I mean, I'm seeing some mock drafts that the D linemen that they want that are worthy of a first round pick, like the Grants of the world, are going to go in the top 10. Like some guys could be gone by the time that they get to 21, which they might have evaluations on in the second or third round.
Yeah, I still don't love it, Doran. I mean, I might take Jackson Dart above a running back just because I think they're better insulated against that. Like, I'd rather turn things over to – I mean, you can still get a running back in the 4th, 5th, 6th round. I don't think that's a big deal. And you've got two guys there who can theoretically carry the load, and Jalen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell. Like, at that point, I might take – I know that's not the question that was asked. I just feel like they're addressing one position. If you'd take Ashton Genty or whatever there, I'm really hoping – I know this isn't a strategy, but I'm really hoping they can fix defensive line with their first-round pick. I mean – we went into this offseason recognizing what a weakness that was. Like, let's not lose sight of the Super Bowl and what the Eagles did and how impactful that was and how far off the Steelers are. I understand what you're saying about not reaching for guys. I get it, but I hope that that's still something they can get done in the draft.
Well, guys, I'm out on the ayahuasca. I'm doing some Googling here, and before partaking in an ayahuasca ceremony, facilitators recommend that participants abstain from cigarettes, drugs, alcohol, sex, and caffeine to purify their bodies. That's going to be a hard no for me, man.
Before doing that? That's what you have to do?
Yeah.
Nice little cleanse.
Yeah, you got to clean yourself out. 2 to 4 weeks? Hell
Get out. No way. No.
Just out of curiosity, which one of those is the one that you think I'd have the hardest time?
Caffeine.
Probably cigarettes.
It's you both were right. That's right. They're tied for first. The cigarettes and the caffeine. Jason, this is always fun. Appreciate your time, and let's do it again next week.
All right, love you guys. Thanks for having me.
Love you guys.
Thank you, Jason.
See you, Jason. Love you too, buddy.
Wow. Look at that.
See, he got into it with Pony. He ain't telling Pony he loves him.
Nope.
We just have a stimulating conversation that ends in ayahuasca.
This draft could get interesting, though, now that you...
Oh, you don't want to talk about the drugs?
Well, I mean, I know you're not going to do it. One, you never really follow through. I think you would be too scared to do it. And I don't think Aaron Rodgers would want to do it with you. So
I did do a classic radio thing with Jason where I'm like, I don't see any of these teams taking quarterbacks. And I pull up the draft, and every single one of them, like, I can see them taking one.
I see. I've done it a lot too. Like I see I see that side of it, Crowley, but I also see the side of it where none of them could. And like I said, if Abdul Carter gets drafted by the Titans, I think that messes everything up because the Giants take Cam Ward, and then that leaves Jackson Dart on the table for maybe a Saints team, and every other team already has a quarterback, or they would be like, all right, we're going to have the Michael Penix plan.
You don't think if Tennessee takes Abdul Carter that Cleveland would take Cam Ward?
I think they're sold on Kenny Pickett being the starter this year, and they're sold on drafting Travis Hunter as a receiver.
Is Travis Hunter going to be a Pro Bowl wide receiver?
Yes.
Would he be an all-pro corner? I should have said all-pro.
If he just played one way or both ways?
One way.
Yes. He'll be all-pro at either position he picks, but not as both positions. If he picks one side, yes, he'll be all-pro.
Is it better to draft an all-pro corner or an all-pro wide receiver than a potential franchise quarterback? I don't think so. But they're going to get all caught up in the junk with him and think that they can make him play both ways. And I think you're going to lessen his impact on both sides of the ball that way.
Yeah.
All right, I want to play another game then. Which teams are actually satisfied with their quarterback situation? Because I saw that Ray Fittipaldo wrote about that, and then Starkey practically had an aneurysm about it. I think more teams are satisfied than we probably think. We'll get to that coming up next, but first a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Dodgers lead the Cubs 3-1 in the top of the eighth inning. This is the first of the two games in the set they're going to play at the Tokyo Dome in Japan. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. This past weekend, storms, they wreaked havoc on a ton of homes in the area. There was hail, there was wind. If you were affected by these storms, you're probably getting solicited by storm-chasing roofers, eager for a quick sale with your insurance money. Make sure you do your homework and hire someone local and trustworthy. Call The Pickle. Hundreds of five-star Google reviews, voted best roofer in Westmoreland County 3 years in a row. No high-pressure sales, plenty of financing options, and quality expert craftsmanship. Check them out, Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman ad, sponsored by Ego, Power Beyond Belief. Almost all of Tom Izzo's legendary college basketball coaching contemporaries have retired, but the 70-year-old Michigan State maestro is still going strong. Izzo's Spartans, who started the season unranked, are a second seed in this, his record, 27th consecutive NCAA tournament. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
with the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free.
Yep,
And an upgrade is just $10?
that's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at guardianprotection.com.
We want to see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews checking an accident now on Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard in the intersection with Whited Street and Nobles Lane. Northbound delays stretching almost back to Greenlee Road in Brentwood. You also have some southbound delays as well. An earlier accident being cleared in Homewood, the intersection of Frankstown and Brushton Avenues. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you feel stuck when you click yes to a subscription? Choosing Awaken 180 is the complete opposite because it's not a subscription. No fine print. Pay as you go, lose weight as you go with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Our buddy Steve Wiles just tweeted this to us, Storm. It's a Pro Football Focus mock draft because it's mock draft season. The Giants and the Titans flip spots in the draft. The Giants select Cam Ward first overall. The Browns select Shedeur Sanders second overall. And the Titans draft now in the third spot, Jackson Dart.
Interesting.
This happens every single year. Oh, there's only two guys worthy of going in round one. And really, there's a huge difference and a big gulf between the two. Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. And like clockwork, every year, somebody around this time, well, they're going to be first round. And then, late March, they're going to be top 15. And then top 10. And now all of a sudden they're in the top 3, and everyone's going to talk themselves into why that guy's a potential franchise-altering player. Yep. I think it's more likely than not, then, I guess, that none of the 3 will be there at 21.
I mean, realistically, if you, put last year's draft, I guess, next year's draft, and this year's draft all in one draft, there's only one guy that I would take in the first round in this year's draft.
Cam?
Yeah. If that made sense. If this was any other year, Cam Ward would be the only really quarterback I would say to be the legit first-round quarterback. But because it's the year that it is, with less quarterbacks, we're going to get probably 3 guys that go in the first round.
Last year, he might have gone ahead of McCarthy. He might have gone ahead of Bo Nix.
Yeah.
But
to me, he's the legit only real hard, concrete first-round grade.
Yeah, but Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders would have been the 7th guy last year because he had 6 guys go in the first round. Now, you said that well. That makes sense. I've been looking up ayahuasca and the expected side effects. Expected. So these are going to happen.
Crap.
That's right. Little diarrhea, little vomiting, paranoia, and panic.
Oh, my. That just sounds awful. That sounds awful.
You should. You watch the documentary.
Yeah.
He comes out of that smoky hut, where they're just burning rocks. And they all come out, and, nobody can stand pretty much. And then they make their way to this river, and they're all laying in the river. Then they start rubbing all over each other, it seems.
What is it supposed to do?
Seems, it's supposed to enlighten you. It's a spiritual kind of thing. I mean, he's done it 9 times.
You think you just need once, right? It's all right, I did that. The demons are gone.
Yeah, I am now
Why
spiritually
do I need to do it
awakened.
again?
Yeah, exactly.
What brings you back? Are you messing up again? Are you going back to, doing wild stuff?
Hey,
obviously it didn't work.
Right, exactly. I'm all for anybody doing whatever they think they need to do to be their best selves. I'm just going to go ahead and scratch this one off and say, not for me. Our Twitter poll is doing big numbers right now, Doran. The question, do the Steelers actually want Aaron Rodgers? 55% of people agree with what you put out there, which I think is a wonderful take, and they say no. No, if the Steelers really wanted Rodgers, they would have Rodgers right now.
Yeah.
They would go above and beyond. And I agree with Jason, the semantics of the word want, but I think we know what you're talking about there.
I want this guy to be my quarterback this year. I don't think they wanted anybody.
I'll put it this way. After work today, I really want a cheeseburger.
Yes.
I'm not going to pay $65 for a cheeseburger.
Right.
And that's kind of where the Steelers are, in your opinion. We want Justin Fields, but not for $65 when you could have him for 10 in cheeseburger world.
But if you really, really had a cheeseburger that was really good and it cost $65,
it's a Wagyu beef cheeseburger.
Wagyu beef, you've had it before, and you're absolutely craving it, and you had the funds to pay the $65, you would drive to Erie to go get it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, because I'd be desperate. I'd be jonesing
You wanted
for that
it.
particular cheeseburger.
You wanted that burger. I want that.
See, I just think the Steelers are incompetent. You think that this is a good plan. And I'm not. I can't tell you that you're wrong. I just think they wanted these guys, and they're not good at closing the deal, and it reminds me an awful lot of Brandon Ayuk.
I think deep down that they didn't even want any of these guys, and it's we'll take you, but it's at our price, and if not, we'll just live with what we have because we'll figure it out next year.
Pretty much, you can be our stopgap if you come in on our terms.
Yep.
And if not, then Mason Rudolph is our guy that we're riding off into the sunset with.
Yep.
Callis, I saw you drooling on the microphone. We were talking about Wagyu beef.
No, there's an actual analogy. There's this place in New York that sells $200 milkshake and $1,000 grilled cheese because they put gold in the milkshake.
It's all that.
And they I forget what they process or they develop the cheese. They let it sit over 48 hours, so you have to order it in advance. So would you pay for that?
If I really wanted it.
That's what I'm saying. So that's the cheeseburger analogy is good, but there actually is a restaurant that sells super overpriced milkshakes and grilled cheese.
Yeah, if I really wanted it.
That is a level of wealth that I never want to experience because, my God, it'll change me. Like, there's no reason to do that unless you just don't know what to do with your money. I'm going to eat gold. I'm so stinking rich. I'm going to eat gold.
I've seen a teammate, we were out, and because they had so much money, that they got a pour of this type of whiskey that was $2,000 a pour. And they paid for it. And I'm talking about less than a shot. Less than a shot. They paid $2,000 to take less than a shot, and you're supposed to sip it, and they shot it, which you're not supposed to do.
Oh, my God.
I watched that with my eyes.
Did you get to taste it?
No. I had to pay $2,000.
Well, I figured your guy's throwing around
he wanted it for himself. Pay $2,000.
Yeah, Bostic can't share?
No. He don't share. You know he doesn't share.
Dude, I would not be able to tell the difference between a $2,000 whiskey and a black label. Like, it's just not worth it.
I am curious about what the grilled cheese tastes like being developed over
It's
time.
probably really good. Really good.
Are you not curious what a $1,000 grilled cheese sandwich tastes like, Crowley?
I have curiosity, sure. Sure, I have curiosity.
Or what shreds of gold taste like in a milkshake?
I picture it being like you will think about it every day. Like you will go to New York City, you'll have it, you'll pay for it, and you'll come home and you'll think about it every single day of how good it was and want to figure out a way to raise money to go do it again.
A GoFundMe.
A GoFundMe to do it again.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine I throw a GoFundMe out there, Dorn? I'm like, hey, pay for me to go eat a $1,000 cheeseburger with gold flakes in it. Here's another one I never understood. We'll get back to the quarterback conversation in a second. Truffles. Truffle oil. Doesn't do it for me. This is not something I'm into.
No.
Have you ever had the Wagyu?
Yes. I get the Wagyu plank steak. I get down at Strip District Meats. Like that's something I think about. I'm going to get that.
Isn't it basically white because of all the fat in there?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's you barely have to season it. Like light pepper, light salt.
It's perfect for me. Let's get out ahead of that.
It is so good.
Are the Steelers shrewd or are they incompetent? 412-928-9370. We'll talk about that a little bit more coming up. We've also got Tyler Kennedy to get into the suddenly resurgent Pittsburgh Penguins, who aren't really flirting with the playoffs, but are flirting with not drafting in the top 10. That's on the way. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight against the New York Islanders. It'll be at 7 o'clock. Penguins are going into that game with a 4-game winning streak. Pirates also have a spring training game that they're going to play in today at 1 o'clock. They've got the Philadelphia Phillies. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. FanDuel is turning up the excitement even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you will not be upset about, and we got one right here in Pittsburgh with Robert Morris. They are a huge underdog against Alabama. They're going to be a 20.5, maybe even bigger than that underdog by the time that game tips off. And the good thing going for them, we've seen big upsets last year. Oakland from the same conference beat Kentucky right here in Pittsburgh. Princeton as a 15 seed. Oral Roberts as a 15 seed. St. Peter's as a 15 seed went all the way to the round of 8. So it can happen. And maybe this year Robert Morris will wear the glass slipper. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day, because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are now withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO-certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
Serious savings at your local Parmar store. Dan Zang really reminding you to download the Parmar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Parmar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. Like you know to check you have gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So if you want to save money, check Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. People texting in saying, hey, didn't you guys say you would go through all the teams in the NFL and talk about their quarterback situations? Yes, I did tease that. But instead we decided to talk about $1,000 grilled cheeses in New York City. That have gold flakes in them.
Correct.
And now we're going to talk to Tyler Kennedy, so we'll put the quarterback conversation off for a little while now. TK brought to us by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. And Tyler Kennedy also brought to you by the certified elder law attorneys of Julian Gray & Associates. TK, I mean, you've talked about some of these team meals that you guys used to have back in the day. I mean, all y'all got money. Like, what's the most decadent thing that you ever ate, and were you actually impressed by it?
So when I was in San Jose, there was an unbelievable restaurant. It's called Alexander's. It was a steakhouse, and Joe Thornton rallied the boys. He's like, before playoffs, we're going to go. It's going to be a team meal. And as soon as you hear team meal, it means the team is paying for it, you know, and that's like nothing better than a free steak, right? So we end up going to Alexander's. You know, I think only like 15 to 18 guys showed up, but Joe Thornton ordered a $300 like New York strip or something. And, you know, once that first guy sets the tone of what kind of deal this is going to be, and then everyone, it was like, okay, the green light. So, you know, everyone's getting $300 steaks, and like that was the first time I ever had like a $300 steak. I think maybe that might be the only time I had a $300 steak, but everyone, it was just like an unbelievable meal. The steak was so good. Like, you know, sometimes when you get steak, you need to add like, you know, the mac and cheese or the potatoes. Like, you could have had that steak just plain, and it was unbelievably delicious. And then, so meal was unbelievable, dessert, everything. And then, you know, everyone's about to leave, and the check comes. And we're like, oh, perfect. You know, the Sharks are going to pick this up. Well, Jumbo, like, pipes up. He goes, all right, boys, everyone's credit card. I'm like, what? So we split the bill. The bill, I think it was like 15 guys. It was like something like $25,000. That's how much the steaks were. So each guy paid like $500, and I was like, boys, I could have honestly just ate at home and saved the $500. I love this. But, like, again, it's like whoever orders first at a team meal sets the tone, and Jumbo sets the tone like no one else. You know, but the craziest thing, it wasn't like an official team meal, so we had to split the bill. And, like, if you would have saw everyone's face when he goes, hey, everyone's credit card, it was like, oh my God, you know, and like, but that was like the best restaurant I've ever been to, like, for like high end, like, craziness. There's some other ones like in LA, New York, obviously. And like, you know, the one thing for a professional athlete is going out to those unbelievable dinners. Like, when you go to every city, like, the first you're like, all right, what do we want? We want steak. Okay, what's the best steak restaurant? What's got the highest reviews? You go to the, you know, the hotel and the concierge, and you're like, hey, like, and you're eating the best of the best food. That's like one thing. Like, after you leave, you're like, your standards of like a hotel room and a restaurant are so crazy that it's like, it's hard to come back down to earth and go to like a Marriott, because you're used to staying at the Four Seasons, the Ritz, all that stuff, you know. And I think that's why I gotta work so hard, because I got those high standards from playing. But you know, it's the team meals is what you miss the most for me as a former player.
TK, did you have any rookie hazing? Like, in the NFL, there was rookie hazing back in the day, and you bringing up that story with the $20,000 meal, like, that was our rookie hazing. It was like $30,000 between like us 7 draft picks we had to pay for it with our signing bonus money. But the guys, like the veterans, were buying the silverware. They were buying the glasses of like the wine that they were drinking out of. They were buying the towels, everything in the restaurant. Did you guys have that as well in the NHL?
Yeah, so, like, it all depends how much the veterans liked you. You know, like, so at the team meals, you know, every rookie had to stand up and kind of like chirp guys or make fun of guys or just talk, you know. And if you went after any of those veterans, you know, that bill just got shot up by like 30% because of, like, they're like, oh, you want to play like that? All right, give me 4 balls of Dom Perignon. I'll just have half a glass, and we'll just throw the rest away if you want to fool around like that, you know. But, you know, like, a lot of the hazing, especially at the start, was just making you feel comfortable. You know, like, you wanted the boys to Haze you to fit in. You know, like I don't know how many times Marc-Andre Fleury like literally screwed my shoes to the locker so I couldn't pull them off. Like all stuff like that, you know, like everything and like just like simple stuff. But the one thing that always saved me, and I always say this, is like, so this is when like Tanger was coming up and he didn't know much French, you know, and I would say something stupid. Like I think one time I said, well, they're like, what kind of game do you play? And I'm like, well, I'm kind of like a little bit of a speedster, you know, like kind of skating faster out there, kind of bang some bodies, score some goals, you know. The next day I come in and like everyone's calling me speedster. Oh, so you're a speedster in the NHL now, big dog. And I was like, guys, what are you talking about? And then someone's like, did you say you're like a speedster? And I was like, guys, like I'm just like whatever, you know. But then Tanger would say something stupider and he would get all the heat. Like Tanger saved me so much from all the heat because like the veteran defenseman, like, you know, Ryan Whitney, those guys, like Orpik was not part of this, but like the guys that knew Tanger was like that was going to be his core, you know, like he was going to be the defenseman where you can build an organization around on the back end, you know. So all those guys would be hard on Tanger, and it would give me a little bit of a breeze, you know. And like again, I would just wait for Tanger to say something like, "Oh, did you see that goal? Or did you see that spinorama?" And the veteran defenseman would be seeing red, and I would be laughing because I was like, "Oh, I could do anything now," you know. But like, it's all that stuff. Like it was so fun, you know, being part of it, you know. Like even I don't know if I told the story, but we were at Nakama downtown on Southside, and it was the end of the year party. I'm 20 years old. We just lost in the finals, and we're eating in Nakama before we go out. And Jordan Stahl, I was on the other side. Like when you go into Nakama, they have all like, you know, they cook in front of the hibachi. So there was like two over, and Stahl's he's like, hey, throw me an egg. Because, you know, he brings a cart with all the food. He goes, throw me an egg. And so I go to throw him the egg because obviously we've had a good time before. So I go to throw him an egg. He moves his hand. Don't I hit George Laraque square in the chest?
Oh, my God.
The worst guy. And all the boys were like seeing it. And I'm just like, sorry, George. That is honestly Jordan Stahl's fault, not Tyler Kennedy's fault. And George is like, you know, he's a guy, like a veteran guy that'll always get you back 4 times worse. So he stands up. I'm like, he might actually like kill me, you know. He grabs his cart. He comes behind me, and he crushed like, I would say 10 eggs on my back. I'm just sitting at the hibachi table. He dropped 10 eggs down my back. He just started like squishing them on my back. So there was like egg yolk, everything. So I had to throw all my shirt out. I had like a Nakama security shirt that I had to wear all night, you know, and like it just smelled like, you know, like just like uncooked eggs all night. But you know, just stuff like that, like you never forget, you know, and that's like what makes it so fun to be part of a team, and especially when it's like in the NHL.
TK, I wish we could have talked about the Penguins, but the texters are loving it. We're loving it. No one likes. We enjoy story time with TK. Awesome. We're gonna have to get you in here for longer at some point here soon, buddy. We appreciate the time.
Awesome, boys. Have a great day.
Thanks,
you
TK.
Too. He is.
That was fantastic.
He's best. Who
that
cares?
Was awesome.
Who cares? Oh, the Penguins keep winning. Yeah, they're not making the playoffs. Let's talk about George Laraque dumping 10 eggs.
Like what?
Probably went with a perfect dozen.
Oh, my goodness.
Texter, truly enjoying you guys even more lately. Congrats on however long you guys have been even together. Show is sounding better than ever. The planning and preparing and scheduling, you can hear it on the air. Yeah, that's you can hear Callis laughing. You know what we did there? It just said, I want to make sure I get this verbatim. It just said Tyler Kennedy's name on the sheet. That's all it said.
It probably didn't even say this. It probably just said TK.
TK. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And, of course, the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I got a Hazing story for you next. We'll get back into the quarterback talk because Doran has stumbled upon, just want to be clear there, texter, the topic of the day, which we'll react to more coming up next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 outs, bottom of the ninth. Dodgers up 4-1 on the Chicago Cubs in Tokyo, Japan. The first of 2 games that are going to be played in that set that the Dodgers and Cubs will be playing, and it does count toward their regular season record. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Quite a mess heading out of the South Hills. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. Multi-vehicle accident on Route 51 Sawmill Run Boulevard at the intersection with Nobles Lane and Whited Street, causing delays on the northbound side back before Greenlee Road in Brentwood. You do have some southbound delays as you approach the scene as well. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound delays from 79 past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. And the Parkway North stacking before Camp Horn Road down to Perrysville. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
You know what you want to say, bad dog. You chewed up my couch, now I gotta call the junk men to have them haul it out of here. Time to call the pros. 2 Men and a junktruck.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserve seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020, with Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Want to remind everybody that a week from today is our Feed the Need Radiothon with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. So that's March 25th. Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. You can text NEED, and we would challenge all of you to do this. Text NEED to 50155. Your donation will provide meals locally, brought to you by Aetna, Isley's, Beano's, and Greater Pittsburgh Auto Dealers. All the details, all of them, 937thefan.com. All right, so you have your hazing stories, and TK has his hazing stories, where you've got George LaRocque, one of the most badass dudes in the entire NHL, dumping a carton of eggs down his back, cracking them one by one, it sounds like, down his back. Now, I did not play professional sports. I don't know if that's a surprise to anybody who might be new to the show, Doran. Not a professional athlete over here. But I did do crew in high school. And, you know, I'm sure it was like this in your time. I don't know if you guys were doing this back in your day, Callis. Ball tapping.
Yes.
You familiar with that? So it would happen all the time. The older guys, the bigger, stronger guys who have been in the lifting programs and all that, they would just get the younger guys. Well, we would also have to disassemble portions of the boat like a couple times a month, and we had sockets and stuff. I wound up getting ball tapped by a socket by one of the older guys.
There was even hazing on crew.
That's right.
It was bad back in our day.
Yeah, now I mean it's cancelable stuff if you're hazing people.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
And I think it's like, if it's all in good fun, that's one thing. I mean, you can really run the risk of going down the bullying route. Like, I think if finances are involved for young players,
oh yeah,
like that's a big deal. Anything that causes bodily harm, that's a big deal. That kind of stuff doesn't fly anymore. Now it's like, oh, sing your college's fight song on top of the cafeteria tables. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Like the hazing that I got, like some of the stuff that they would do would be like, all right, like we're going to meet at the stadium to catch buses to catch a flight to go to our game or whatever. So you would get to the stadium, get your stuff, and then get on a bus or getting back in your car and then go to the airport. So I would get to the stadium, get my stuff out of my locker, and, you know, a wide receiver, you know, a veteran wide receiver would be like, hey, you need to go pick up like $500 worth of P.F. Chang's and then meet us at the airport. You better not miss the flight. Like, so like you would time it out where you don't think they get to pick up food and $500 worth of food, where it's like, all right, I'm going to stop at the stadium, go to the airport, get on the plane, and then we're good. So like you'd be rushing and I'd get there like 2 minutes before the flight would leave, stuff like that.
We're talking about your career there. You miss a flight, you're done.
Yep.
Unless you're LeGarrette Blount and Le'Veon Bell. Then you can get high on, where was that, McKnight Road?
Yes.
And miss the Eagles flight. And, well, things still work out for you.
Yep.
We're giving away Pirates tickets for the home opener against the New York Yankees next hour. And the texter thinks we've got everything figured out. We got to find a cute way to give those away. We'll figure that out at some point. But sometime during the 9 o'clock hour, 2 tickets to Bucco's Yankees. Cubs, by the way, about to fall to 0-1.
No, they lost.
They lost.
The Cubs are now 0-1.
Yes.
So the Pirates have a half-game lead on the Cubs. Insurmountable with 161 games to go. We'll give away Pirates tickets. We'll tell you how in a little bit. Coming up next, your calls at 412-928-9370. Do the Steelers really want Aaron Rodgers? Have the Steelers really wanted any of these quarterbacks? Doran says, yeah, but only at their price, which means you don't really want them. You don't need them. I say they want all these guys. They're just incompetent. Who do you agree with? What do you think? 412-928-9370. We would love to chat with you about this coming up next. It's also the subject of our Fan Morning Show Twitter poll, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah. Posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Cedar Brook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedar Brook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedar Brook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast break style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura, online at spitzeracura.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news and bad news. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. The good news, they cleared the earlier accident, reopening all lanes of Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard at the intersection with Whited Street and Nobles Lane. Bad news, you're still looking at leftover delays backing between Greenlee and Provost Roads all the way down past the scene of that earlier accident. Once you do get by it, though, you're pretty well steady to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. Parkway West, you remain jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Banksville Road, very heavy from Potomac Avenue down toward Crane. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays before the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the pickle today 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. You love looking at the clock, Doran, and you're like, oh, dang. It's after 9 o'clock. It's the last hour of the show. Things flying by. We're having a great time. Got a good Steelers quarterback topic, I promise, coming up in a moment here. Also going to be giving away Pirates tickets this hour to the home opener. Couple pairs of Pirates tickets to the home opener against the Yankees. But we were also talking about hazing, and there's so many of these that I can't read because people are telling on themselves and they're saying what high school they've gone to or maybe some of the stuff that's going on right now. But here's one that makes me laugh because I'm immature. He writes, in Brentwood High School, we would put 3 bananas in 3 toilets, act like there was, in one toilet, and blindfolded the freshmen and have them reach in and squish it. And it was never real poo. It was always a banana, but it was pretty funny.
That's a pretty good one.
One of these is not poo. Good luck to the 3 of you. Oh, man.
It's pretty good.
I would just quit, man.
Would you?
Yeah, I ain't reaching into a toilet.
You wouldn't quit. I mean, you might.
I'm soft, man. Like
You're not that passionate about crew. You'd quit. You wouldn't stick through it.
If they're making me stick my hand in a toilet, and I think that there's a chance I'm grabbing poo, then I'm out. Gotta stand on principle. Guys, it's not like I was going to go to college for crew. Like, I could still hang out with the guys. I just won't be sitting in the boat anymore. It's a big deal. What's funny about that?
I think that was kind of the point of hazing, was to get rid of people so that the
to
others
weed them
would
out.
have better chance of playing.
Survival of the fittest.
Right.
Yeah, Darwin. Things of that nature. You can join Pomp and Joe on Wednesday. That's tomorrow, March 19th. They're going to broadcast from Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry for the special Giant Eagle Feed the Need radio broadcast. You'll be able to call to bid on some special items with proceeds going to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. You also you can support now by texting NEED to 50155. That's NEED, N-E-E-D, to 50155. All the details at 937thefan.com. Doran, a lot of people weighing in on this Twitter poll here. Do the Steelers actually want Aaron Rodgers? And we got here in a meandering way today, as we so often do here on this radio show, Doran. But Jeremy Fowler of ESPN formerly covered the Steelers here. He said that the offer the Steelers made for Justin Fields was right on par with what the Jets had to offer, but Justin Fields didn't feel the love. That was his exact verbiage. Justin Fields didn't feel the love.
Mm-hmm.
I think they wanted him and just handled it poorly. And now that they didn't get him, I think they really want Aaron Rodgers and aren't able to either go the extra mile financially, because Dulac is now reporting that they've only offered a 1-year deal. I don't think they're executing their plan. I think their plan A was Fields. I think their plan B is Rodgers. And I think they're striking out in both, but you've got a different take on that.
Well, I mean, if they really wanted him, they did everything possible to get him. Like, I mean, they really wanted Broderick Jones. You know what they did? They traded up to get him. They really wanted Devin Bush. They traded up to get him. I mean,
DK Metcalf. They traded to get him, and they paid him. Like, if you really, really want something, you'll do whatever it takes to get them. Now, some circumstances may not allow you to execute that, but whenever you have somebody that can make a choice, you don't give them a choice to make. And they didn't give Justin Fields, I mean, they did give him a choice to make, and it was the other choice because they didn't show him that they really wanted him, and I do believe that they didn't really, at the end of the day. They weren't going to be heartbroken if they lost out on him.
They didn't really want him. They're like, yeah, we'll take you. but it's going to be under our terms. And you're the best of the crop of quarterbacks right now, but this crop isn't even that good. Like, we don't know what you can do. We saw 6 games of you. That doesn't tell me that you really want somebody. After the 6 games, we sat you down. Like, you don't really want them.
I think they wanted him and went about it in an awful way. Like, you got Art Rooney II coming out in the end-of-season press conference or press meeting or whatever, saying, oh, yeah, our priority would be to get one of those 2 guys signed. And I just think that they think they're the Star-Spangled Steelers, and everything they do is farting rainbows and dancing unicorns. And look at our logo. We're the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're going to take one of you guys because we know you both want to be here. And I think they terribly misunderstand where they are now in the football ecosystem. Like, if we believe Fowler's report, and I have no reason not to, Justin Fields said, I would rather go play for that dumpster fire of an organization than New York Jets over
because they wanted him.
Well, they showed him by paying it, but if the Steelers offered the same amount of money, then at least financially
But they probably told him. Aaron Glenn was probably like, we want you to be our starting quarterback.
And that's where I think they screwed it up, is they didn't think they had to, rub the guy's back and,
I think they just didn't because they just really didn't really truthfully deep down want him.
So where do you come down on this? 412-928-9370. I think they thought we'll offer the same amount of money and you're going to pick us because we're the damn Pittsburgh Steelers. And he's like, you benched my ass after 6 weeks when I was 4-2, and you said at the end of the season you want one of us. How can you feel loved? Like, there's no analogy here. Nope, got one. There's this girl. I don't want to use her name because I'll get blown up. But there's this girl back in 5th grade, Dorn. I thought I loved her, and I had a crush on her forever. And then this kid, I can use his name. He moved to Chicago. Jack Flores. He was cool. And she called me one night. My mom answers the phone. Oh, Adam, it's so-and-so. Got on the phone. She's like, Adam, I just want to let you know that I like you. And I'm over the moon. I was fat. It was the greatest day of my life up to that point. I was in 5th grade. She said, let's go to the swimming pool tomorrow. Wonderful. So we have this date. We're sort of treading water in the deep end of the Mount Lebanon swimming pool. When she tells me that she also has a crush on the other guy. She likes us both. Well, then you don't. And I think that's what Justin Fields was feeling.
Yeah.
He was treading water in the deep end of the Mount Lebanon pool. I peed in that pool, too.
Yep.
All the time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's freezing cold.
Yep.
Like, you can't show the love to Justin Fields if you're also saying, well, there's someone out there that we're holding up equal to you.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we're okay with either one of you guys. And now Russell Wilson, I think they burned the bridge there. I think they're screwing it up. But you think they're just naming their price on all these guys, and they're not going to be heartbroken if they don't get any of them.
Right, because it's not that good of a group.
No, it's definitely not a good group.
If there was somebody that was legit and like somebody that was like, okay, like that could be our starting quarterback, yeah, that they would probably move mountains, I think, to get him. DK Metcalf as an example. I think that they would if there was a quarterback there, but they're like, this group of quarterbacks, like, yeah, we'll take you, but like, we don't really want you.
You could also make the argument that they're getting a guy like DK Metcalf to try to get one of these quarterbacks to come in, make it a more attractive option.
I feel like they look at it like this. Like, we gave you Russell Wilson and Justin Fields an opportunity last year to show us and to make us fall in love with you, and we didn't. So, like, we gave you an opportunity to do that.
We speed dated you.
Yeah. You didn't do that. We like you, but we have a crush. We like other people, too.
We like Jack Flores.
Right.
That was crushing as a 5th grader to hear.
I'm sure.
You can't.
Was Jack Flores at the pool?
No, he didn't go to the pool. They probably went to the
there.
pool the next day.
Yeah, good thing he wasn't there.
No, he could probably swim laps around me. His feet could probably touch the bottom. You don't want that.
He was tall.
I mean, Doran, I was 5'1" up until senior year, and then I grew 8 inches.
5'1"?
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
It wasn't until I was a senior that I grew.
You're 5'1". You're trying to tell me you were 5'1" your senior year?
I was 5'1" going into the summer. Yeah. Yeah.
Man.
But at least I had long hair and acne.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that could really make up for me being a hobbit.
At least you had, man.
What did I have?
I don't know.
What did I have going for me? My athletic ability?
I couldn't say that you were smart. You couldn't even get it. You could only get into West Virginia too. Like
No. I got waitlisted at Ohio State.
Waitlisted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They were waiting for better people to accept.
It was really Jack Flores all over again, Doran.
It probably was Jack Flores. He was probably the one that they accepted.
Dude, I can just imagine the dean of admissions sitting there, and in the left hand we got Crowley resume, the other we got this Jack kid. Oh, well, Jack, model UN.
Jack is 6 foot. This guy's 5'1". There's a standard at the Ohio State University.
They take everybody out of state, too. Like, it's hard not to get in there out of state. Like, they don't want any of the Ohio kids going there anymore. Like, you get your tuition's a lot cheaper. At least it was back then. If you're out of state.
You're really dumping on yourself right now.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't get in. It was West Virginia. It was Cal, U. And it was.
Why did you say it like Cal, U?
Because they name it, isn't it Penn West or something now?
Well, I thought you were trying to allude to, like, you were going to get into Cal Berkeley.
Berkeley, yeah. Yeah, that's
Cal,
right.
U.
I did try to do that.
Who else? Wait. Who else?
And Indiana University of Pennsylvania.
And then you in Pitt, too, right?
I didn't apply to Pitt.
Hmm.
So the story goes.
They
denied me. This wonderful segment brought to you by Bet365. Are the Steelers screwing the pooch, or is this all part of the master plan? 412-928-9370. I mean, we talked about all the flaws that these quarterbacks have. I want to get into that a little bit more coming up next. We have Pirate tickets to give away at some point. That's right. We'll keep you guessing. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cubs lost to the Dodgers in the first game of the Major League Baseball season. These two games in this set will count toward their regular season records, but the Cubs now at the bottom of the NL Central because nobody else in the division has played yet. They got another game coming up tomorrow at 6:10. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now it is Dort.
Who's cutting down the nets this March? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. I'm still feeling a Duke Blue Devil national championship win, but I also like the Florida Gators to make it to the national championship to play against the Duke Blue Devils. Bet $20 on the team you think that wins it all, and if they do, you win a share of $2 million in bonus bets, plus receive $10 in bonus bets for every win your team has in the tournament. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. When J.J. Spawn's tee shot went splash on the 17th hole at the Players' Championship yesterday, the potential for drama at the 3-hole aggregate playoff sank as well. Rory McIlroy celebrated St. Paddy's Day with a $4.5 million first prize. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Squirrel Hill section of the city. Crews are checking reports of an accident down near Taylor Alderdice High School. This is on Shady Avenue between Forward Avenue and Nicholson Streets. Watch for delays there. Also on the Parkway West, you remain jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North just a little heavy at Bellevue. Westview outbound 28. You do have a lane restriction at the Chestnut Street off-ramp. It's backing traffic up onto the Veterans Bridge. And Route 51 northbound delays approaching Route 88 down to Nobles Lane. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hit us up on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can also text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Do the Steelers have a grand plan, or are they screwing this up completely? 412-928-9370. Most of the texters believe what you're putting out there, Doran. And I got to say, I hope that you got it right. Like, I hope it's, who cares if we get Rodgers? We'll make him an offer. If he comes in, he'll do it at our price, and we'll draft a quarterback next year. Same thing with Fields. Same thing with Russ, if it should come to that. And then the worst-case scenario for them is this year you start the season with Mason Rudolph. That actually would be a plan. Like, we're pretty much okay with anything at quarterback this year. Like, we'll try to win, but we're not going to break the bank for it. And then we'll turn it over to Mason Rudolph, and if it's okay, it's okay. It probably will be, and we'll win 9 or 8 games. 10 games.
I mean, what has any of those guys What did any of those guys do last year to say that you would be in love with them and want them?
Well, you told me you think Rodgers will be good.
I think he would be good, but if I'm the Steelers, like, I don't want Aaron Rodgers. He's just my only option.
Mm-hmm.
He's my only option at this point. Like, if I wanted him, then I would have talked to him before a week ago.
Right.
Like, I would have talked to him when I was talking to Fields.
Tampering. That never happens.
Always happens.
No quarterback has ever been tampered with.
But he was scheduled to be released regardless, so I don't know if you could really – I don't know how the rules really are. Obviously, you probably would get in trouble if you get found out, but
yeah,
I mean –
it just depends on how you do it.
Yeah.
You got to be quiet about it.
You could figure out a way to get to Rodgers.
Yeah, Lincoln Riley took Jordan Addison from Pitt, and he never even entered the portal.
Right.
But, there was no communication beforehand. Yeah, okay. Got some beachfront property in Nebraska to sell you. Like, you're right. There are always ways around it. I mean, Tom Brady was on a yacht.
Right.
With, who is it? The ownership group in Miami before he wound up with Tampa Bay. So that's illegal, but that kind of stuff happens all the time. I mean, if we want to poke holes in every single quarterback, we absolutely can.
Easily.
Mason Rudolph played 3 great games pretty much in his entire career.
Played bad last year.
9 touchdowns, 9 picks last season for the Titans. Now, you can always try to explain away any of these as well. Like, bad weapons with the Titans.
Right.
Like, you could do it that way. Like, they didn't have anybody good. But, yeah, there's flaws there. Aaron Rodgers, going to be 42 midway through the season, 2 years removed from an Achilles, and the statistics might not tell the full story, just like Russell Wilson a couple of years ago.
I mean, he got somebody fired. He got his offensive coordinator demoted, and he couldn't make it work with Garrett Wilson and Devontae Adams and Breece Hall. So,
other than that, though, a really good time he had in New Jersey. Man, that was a whole hell of a lot of hullabaloo.
A what? A what? Whole hell of a lot of hullabaloo.
It was a lot of hullabaloo for a guy. All they gave up, all they paid him, for him to play 4 snaps in year 1, go 5-12, and nuke the franchise in year 2. So there are the obvious issues with Rodgers. Russ went 0-5 down the stretch, 14 points a game. You don't really have to dig deep if you don't want to. And for purposes of this exercise, we're not going to do that. Sam Darnold, $33 million for a guy who in his 2 most important games of the season looked like the Sam Darnold that they signed, not the one that they were hoping to sign.
Yeah.
I mean, who else?
Justin Fields. I mean, were they handcuffing him the whole time? Did they have to, restrain and kind of coddle him through the first 6 games? If they had to do that, then it's like, do we really want this guy? Are we gonna do that next year? Are we gonna let him go? Do we trust to let him go? Like, did he grow in our eyes? Like, I mean, that's like, if you're asking those questions, then you don't really want and think that a guy can actually be your starting quarterback. And like, I want this guy. I'm willing to pay a lot of money for this guy to be our quarterback.
If that's the case, they're not going to draft one until next year either, because you can poke holes in all those guys too, like Jackson Dart. Hey, what's up with your quick rise, buddy? Like, we didn't see it before. Now everyone's seeing it. We just looked at a mock this morning, Doran, that had Jackson Dart going 3rd. But there are obvious drawbacks there. There are obvious reasons why he had not been looked at as a first-round quarterback until, a month ago? I mean, might even be a more condensed timetable.
Mm-hmm.
Might have been 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago.
That's why, I wouldn't reach on a Jackson Dart if there's so many evaluations that are different on him. Like, if there was a consensus, okay. But, that's why I wouldn't reach on a Jackson Dart, but I would take a Shedeur Sanders because there's a consensus that he is the second best quarterback.
Yeah.
Ever since January.
He was talked about all season long as one of the top 2 quarterbacks going.
All season long. And he's
when people are watching him.
Only falling because of the outside stuff. And if I feel like I can handle that, then I could accept taking him at 21.
I wouldn't take either of those guys. If I had to take one, I'd take Shedeur.
Yeah.
But you want to poke holes in him, too. I mean, he got sacked 8 million times. Right. And I think a lot of that obviously had to do with the offensive line being a dumpster fire, so much so that the year prior, after a loss, Dion just basically, he set them all on fire. He just ripped all of them.
I mean, you could poke holes in anybody. You could poke holes in Cam Ward, right? I mean, if you really wanted to, he transferred 2 times.
The thing about Cam Ward, dude, if I were the Titans, I think I would take Cam Ward. But turnovers, and how many times, man, did you watch a Miami game? And they're down 15, 20 points. And you're watching, you're going, this is the guy?
Mm-hmm.
And he's terrible. And then in the 4th quarter, oh, damn, that's the guy.
Right.
So can you become a consistent player? I don't know. Maybe. I'm sure the guy's going to work at it. Haven't heard any character concerns with any of these guys. Shador's a little cocky. They just need to go into the season with Mason Rudolph as quarterback number 1. He and all his flaws, but at $4 million, man, $4 million for a flaw? That's great. Like, I go to Tesaro's, great burger joint. And it's not super expensive, but you go there and, like, you're getting what you pay for. It's going to be delicious. If it's not, you're going to complain. And I've never had to do that. I want to be clear on that. I'm just picked a great burger joint. I go to Bubba's Burgers, and it's going to be a great burger. If it sucks, well, you're going to complain. You go to McDonald's, and, the pickles are mealy and chewy, and okay,
McDonald's.
You live with it. It's
Right.
McDonald's. Why has this become the analogy show today? Just hold on till next year. Come in with Mason. And the other added benefit of that, Doran, is right, wrong, whatever. I think there's this narrative out there that the Steelers are getting worked, that it's embarrassing for the Steelers. I heard Pony Mother took a bunch of calls yesterday. That was like the word of the day for callers. Like, we're embarrassed that the Steelers are holding out for this guy. Really, this guy? Okay. If none of them are good options, and we agree that they all have flaws, just go with Mason, and then you're no longer embarrassed anymore. Just move on. 412-928-9370. Neil Walker will be joining us in this time slot starting next week. Very excited about that. He'll be brought to us by Mike Camlin Hyundai, home of the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life. Can you change your own oil?
No.
Can you change your own tire?
No.
Can you change the windshield wiper on the back of your car?
No.
If that breaks?
No.
I could do that.
No. There's people that can do it for me. That would do it better than me having to figure it out. I could pay them $40.
It's not like $10 for the wiper.
For the wiper, but for the labor?
DIY. I don't know how to do it either.
I know.
Coming up next, we're giving away Pirates tickets. Get in line now. 412-928-9370. 2 pairs of Pirates tickets.
No.
It is, because we didn't give them away yesterday.
Oh. I thought you messed up because you said 2 pairs.
I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy.
You didn't tell me we were giving away yesterday's too.
The Departed. That's where that line's from. So we're giving away 2 pairs of Pirates tickets for the home opener against the Yankees. That's coming up next. We'll tell you how you can win, but you got to get online on hold first at 412-928-9370. Now it's time for a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play tonight at 7 o'clock against the New York Islanders. Penguins go into the game on a 4-game winning streak. Also, the Pirates have a game today at 1 o'clock against the Philadelphia Phillies in spring training. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Crowley here for Window Nation. Winters are long here in the area, and you think it's over, and then guess what? Yesterday happens, and you think it's over today, and tomorrow's going to be nice, but then it's going to be freezing at the end of the week. If you're tired of seeing and feeling that winter weather coming in past your old windows like I was, you need Window Nation. They're high-quality, energy-efficient windows. They'll get rid of those drafts. They'll keep your costly heat inside. They'll lower your monthly utility bills, and they'll keep your home comfortable year-round, and they're affordable, too. How affordable, you ask? I'll tell you. Right now, you get 2 windows free for every 2 you buy. Plus, with 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years, you could get new windows installed in 1 day and not pay anything until 2027. Imagine what you could do with all that extra money in your pocket. Plus, they're guaranteed for life. Hurry. Offer ends soon. Don't miss out on your chance to take advantage of the buy 2, get 2 free and pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your fast, free estimate right now, 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetMGM Network. March Madness is here, and it's all about who will be the next Cinderella story. High Point's offense this year has been on fire. The Panthers were top 20 in points per game in all of college hoops, and they were 11th in point differential. The Boilers could be in big trouble on Thursday. I like High Point to cover the 8.5-point spread against the Purdue Boilermakers. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Just in time for spring cleaning at Zero Res 3-room special starting at $109. So now is the perfect time to take advantage of this deal. 2 days only. Go to ZeroResPGH.com. ZeroResPGH.com now.
Discover unbeatable flavor at Get-Go. Every day is Fish Fry Day because the captain is back. Dive into wild-caught, beer-battered cod with melted cheese and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Or satisfy your hunger with a Captain Platter featuring wild-caught cod, crispy shrimp, and craveable hush puppies. Don't let these delicious options sail away. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Doran, I'm very excited about this baseball season for the Buccos. 9 days away. Opening day next Thursday. We know Paul Skeens is going to be on the bump. We also know that April 4th is the home opener. We tore it up at the home opener last year.
We sure did.
People were hanging out with us in center field. It was a blast. Buccos played the Orioles. Jared Jones was on the mound. And Callis just got absolutely tanked. Could barely stand at the bar. after the game.
That's not true.
All right, I might have stretched the details a little bit. We have a bunch of people on hold right now trying to win tickets to this year's home opener, April 4th, 412 at PNC Park. And here's how I want to do this. You guys tell me if this works. We know Skeens is starting opening day this year. Keller started opening day the last 2 years. If you can name who started opening day before that, you win a pair of tickets. If you can't, and Callis can, you win tickets. Callis says he's a baseball savant. He has been raked over the coals for his lack of knowledge in regards to the other sports. I think this is his wheelhouse. I think if our callers can't get it, I think Callis can help them out.
All right. I like it.
Shall we?
Yes.
Bob in Johnstown. Good morning, Bob.
I believe that was Mitch Keller as well.
No, so Keller started the last two. But who was the guy who started in 2022 against the St. Louis Cardinals?
Oh, crap.
Full disclosure, I would not have remembered this in a million years. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I remembered, because I absolutely did not.
Liriano?
No. Callis, do you know?
Was it Jose Quintana?
No.
Oh.
Sorry, Bob. Let's go to Michael in Ross Township, see if he knows the answer. Michael, do you know who it was?
I do not, unfortunately.
Want to take a stab at it?
Oh, man. I'm trying. That's what I'm sitting here thinking. I was wondering what it was going to be. Let's go Underwood.
No, thank you for the call. It's tough.
I have no idea.
I didn't either.
Is it a familiar name?
He was a Pirates opening day starter.
Yeah.
For added context, they lost 9-0. Jeez. Here were the starters. Perez at catcher, Tsutsugo at first, Park at second, Hayes at third, Newman at short, Ben Gamble in left, Brian Reynolds in center, Cole Tucker in right. I'm going to give Chris in Newcastle a shot. Who you got, Chris?
I've drawn a blank. Sorry.
Want to take a stab?
No clue. Sorry.
Thanks, Chris. I made it too hard.
So it's not a familiar name, though?
It's not.
Oh, man.
All right, I'm going to change the parameters on this.
Okay.
We want people to go. We want to hang out with people at opening day. If you can name any of the 3 opening day starters before Mitch Keller, so 2022, 2021, 2020, you can win the Pirate tickets for opening day. I'm rooting for all of you.
Yes.
Michael in Brighton Heights, can you name any of those 3 players?
I'm having a tough time too, boy. That lineup you just listed, they turned that around fast, didn't they?
I know they did. One of the pitchers they faced last year, and he pitched well against them, if I recall correctly.
Who that is.
How about Brian?
No.
The guy that they got from the Braves. No, not him.
Sorry, Michael.
Can I come back in?
Yes, you can. Oh, dang it.
Was Tyler Anderson one of them?
No.
Oh.
Oh, man.
This is tough.
Oh,
This
man.
is really tough.
All right. We'll give Ed one more shot here at this. Ed, you got a guess?
Dude, I got it. JT Brubaker.
Let's go!
Nice.
Ed in Blairsville saved the game.
Nice.
Opening day. I'll be there.
Yes, you will. We'll put you on hold, Ed. All right.
Who are the other? Wait.
Now we're going to give a chance with the 2021, 2020, 2019. You name one of those 3, you get Pirates tickets to opening day. Let's go to Reed in Katanning. What do you got, Reed?
Musgrove.
Let's go!
There we go. There we go. That was the guy you were talking about last year, right? Did they faced?
I was talking about Chad Kuhl, but
okay.
But good job there. Whew. I was sweating. It starts going through your head when you're on the tightrope of live radio. Okay, if this is too hard, do we punt it to tomorrow and just accrue tickets that we need to give away and just see how it goes? Or am I just benevolent and I start handing out tickets to random callers? So here's how it goes. We'll just go the last 10 years just for bleeps and gigs. Keller, JT Brubaker, Chad Cole, Joe Musgrove, Jamison Tyone, Ivan Nova, Garrett Cole, Liriano.
I was going to say Tyone.
He was the next. He was the next one.
That was my guess.
Yeah, Liriano, man, the last guy who started more than 2 consecutively. Go back to Oliver Perez. He did 2 in a row. Cordova in 98-99 did 2 in a row.
Francisco.
That's right. I tend to believe if he stays healthy, Skeens is going to do that. He'll go for as long as he's here. He'll be the opening day guy. Keller would have tied Liriano. I'll go back even further and see what we got there. I mean, geez, dude. Drebeck started 3 in a row. That makes sense.
When's the last time that they had a home opener be their opening day?
That's a good question.
2-3 years?
We got at. Oh, my God.
Yeah, what? Isn't that, yeah.
2016 the first time.
What?
What are we doing, Major League Baseball? Give us something. You don't want to go salary cap. You don't want to go salary floor. Can you give us a damn home opener to start the season? Although, counterpoint. Maybe a couple of weeks later, the weather's better.
That is true.
Sometimes. I mean, you just don't know.
Who do they play this year? I mean, in their opening day.
Opening day in Pittsburgh's the Yankees.
No.
Miami again. 2 consecutive years at opening in Miami.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
They got that.
Is that how they do it, though? Do they do it in, like, warm weather cities for opening day?
That would make a lot of sense.
I don't know. Do they?
I'm not. You think I'm looking it up over here?
I don't know. You're saying the one saying about the weather.
Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. As a kid, that off day after opening day always drove me nuts. Like, you get baseball back, and you're just in the mood, man. You're ready to rock. Like, you want to see Jack Wilson lay down a bunt. And then you get baseball, and it's like 4.5 hours back then. And then the next day, you got nothing.
Nothing.
You got nothing. It stinks. But you're in Miami. You got the dome. It's good. You're not going to get rained down. It's wonderful. All right, we'll give away more tickets tomorrow, and we'll figure out a nicer way maybe to do that. I'm going to complain about something coming up next. A lot of good sports on TV tonight, actually, which we'll get into. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cubs lost to the Dodgers in Japan today. That makes the Cubs 0-1 to start the season. Dodgers 1-0. That did count toward their regular season record. So the Cubs are in last place right now in the National League Central. All 4 other teams ahead with 0-0 records. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In the Squirrel Hill section of the city, crews clearing an earlier accident near Taylor Alderdice High School. This is on Shady Avenue between Forward Avenue and Nicholson Street, so watch for those delays. Parkway West, you're jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 is heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. Outbound, a lane restriction at the Chestnut Street off-ramp, backing traffic up onto the North Shore Expressway. You're jammed back to the Fort Duquesne Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you, you You looking at the dog is looking at you. You like top dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed, dog start barking. You say, I know it. It's top dog. Then you wake up, there's doctors all around. You telling them I'm calling top dog right now. He was just here, he seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is top dollar, you hear me? This is top dollar. Top dog law.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020, with Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
The Great Rewards Hunt is on, so join the adventure with DraftKings Casino. For fun seekers, follow the trail to huge jackpots, weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. But the excitement is only getting started because new players can get their losses back up to $1,000 in casino credits on their first day. Just sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And start playing to get up to $1,000 in casino credits back with a minimum $5 net loss. Only on the most rewarding place to play with promo code THEFAN. DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Loss back for 24 hours up to $1,000 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-1441. That's 800-838-1441. 800-838-1441.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Callis. Who won those tickets?
We had two winners.
Right.
Reed and Ed.
Congratulations to Reed and Ed. They're going to go watch the Pirates whoop up on that Yankee ass on April 4th, the home opener.
Yep.
We're going, right? We're doing our thing?
Oh, yeah. I think we have to every year.
Yeah. I think we need to Uber this time. I drove Callis last year, and parking situation was a total nightmare because we got there late because someone forgot their ID.
Yep.
No, we never went back to get my ID. You showed up late to the office. I was here at 1 o'clock. You came in at 1:30.
Guess there's two sides to every story.
We only found out at the bar that I didn't have my ID, you jackwagon.
Oh, I thought you had to go back and get it.
No.
I thought that's why that's what you told me, Crowley.
Which one of us is going to misremember, me or the guy who forgets everything?
No. Well, if I had to go back and get my ID.
I thought you guys parked, then you walked halfway to meet me, and then you had to walk all the way back to the casino to get his ID, then walk all the way back to meet me. Nope. That's what took you guys so long.
No, I never had my ID, so they had to persuade the bar to let me in because I was obviously over 21, but I never had my ID.
You know what we did the year prior is you and I rode the rickshaw. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
You're like, this is going to be a long walk because we got the horse-drawn carriage.
That's right.
People are screaming hail to Pitt at you.
Yep.
And they didn't know who I was.
Why'd you lie to Doran? That wasn't nice.
That's what happened!
We weren't late because I didn't have my ID.
I thought you had to go back to the car to get his wallet.
No. I just forgot my ID. I never had it with me. The entire day, just didn't have it.
Something happened.
I was here at 1 o'clock. He was here at 1:30. I was a half hour early.
Am I ever late? I'm never late. This guy's late every day. I rest my case.
I forgot where your car was in a parking lot.
Called 911, thought it was stolen. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Tonight, America's team is San Diego State, Doran. They're taking on the North Carolina Tar Heels. North Carolina, a 4.5-point favorite. I just want to get this out here, because here's the way this goes. If North Carolina wins, everyone's going to go, oh, they deserve to be in the tournament. If North Carolina loses, everyone's going to go, oh, see, they didn't belong in the tournament. What happens tonight's irrelevant. It's resume. You either deserve to be in or you didn't. Like, what you do in the tournament doesn't matter. It's what you did leading up to the tournament that's what gets you in. So I just want to make that clear. Now, tomorrow, if they lose, I'm going to say the opposite thing.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, tonight, everybody's eyes are on North Carolina.
Correct.
Everybody wants North Carolina to lose except for North Carolina supporters. Every single person in the country.
And if they do lose, people are going to go, oh, they didn't belong. And they didn't belong either way is what I'm saying. If they win, Pitt didn't make it last year. I think they could have gone to the Sweet 16. I think North Carolina, depending on the right matchups, can make a run. They got guys who can make shots. They're a great offensive ball club. They just didn't beat anybody all year. But I can't remember the last time I had this level of hate watch.
Yep.
I am here for the Schadenfreude. I need them to lose. It'll make me much happier if they do. I think they're going to win.
I can't believe I'm doing it on behalf of West Virginia.
It's the principle of the thing.
Yeah, but it has to do with mostly West Virginia. I can't believe I'm I have West Virginia's back right now. Who am I?
You know what, Doran? I think it's a you scratch my back, I scratch yours. There's a ton of people I think last year who were rooting for Virginia to lose on behalf of Pitt. People wanted Pitt in. Virginia wound up laying that George Laroque 12 eggs. They were terrible. And I think that a lot of folks didn't want to see Virginia win.
Not West Virginia people. There's definitely more.
They got screwed in different ways. There were a ton of bid stealers last year, which really did it for Pitt. But still, the Virginia thing never made sense. And this year, there were no bid stealers, but, quad one wins, all that crap, whatever. I'm not litigating it again. Yeah. But I'm excited to watch the games. I'm not going to let the screwed-up committee ruin what I think is the greatest event in sports. All gets going tonight. You think they win?
No. The pressure.
It's a quad 2 game. It is.
I think the pressure gets to
North Carolina?
Yeah.
Because all the eyeballs are on you anyway, but now you're right, there's an added pressure there. Absolutely there is. This is the best team they've played, not called Duke, in 2 months, too. So we'll see. Penguins tonight as well against the Islanders. Are they going to win their 5th in a row, man?
Yes.
They're at home.
Yep.
Jari's playing great. Some of the new additions I think have added spunk to the lineup. I'm going to get so mad.
They're going to win.
If they're going to win 5 in a row. I think so, too. All right, and here's how we've been ending the show every day. When we start tomorrow at 5:40 a.m., will the Steelers' quarterback situation be figured out?
Yes.
Callis?
No.
No. Papa Joe up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at GuardianProtection.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by Coit. Crews in the final stages of clearing that earlier accident in Squirrel Hill, tying up Shady Avenue between Forward Avenue and Nicholson Street. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays inbound past the 40th Street Bridge to the north side. Also that lane restriction on the outbound side of Chestnut Street. It is backing up traffic onto the North Shore Expressway. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Coit welcomes spring with huge home cleaning savings. Save 40% off all Coit cleaning services, carpets, area rugs, drapes, upholstery, and more. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT and schedule your home cleaning appointment and save 40% off all Coit services.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and Emily summed it up like so.
It's just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing,
I'm
Zach?
cursing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try finging it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for JD Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Paul Skeens with another successful start for the Pirates as he prepares for opening day in Miami for the Buccos, which he will start at the end of the month on the 27th. Skeens went 4 2/3 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 run, walked 3. He struck out 7. Tanner Rainey got the save for the Pirates in a 4-2 victory as Joey Bart hit his 3rd home run of the spring. Brian Reynolds his first. Key Brian Hayes his first as well to get the scoring started for the Pirates in the bottom half of the 2nd inning. A 2-run shot that also scored Bart. Buccos are next in action today at 1:05 against the Phillies with Thomas Harrington, one of the Pirates' top pitching prospects, on the mound. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I feel angry.
Why?
I don't know. I can't find any handy wipes out of this box. I don't want to talk into the mic that Crowley just talked into. He's accidentally given me all kinds of diseases via this mic before.
So you're calling Crowley disgusting?
No.
You're calling Crowley unclean?
No, just disease-ridden. And the other thing happening here, there's a bunch of things happening that make me angry. I stayed up to watch the Warriors last night, and the Nuggets played without Jokic and Murray, without them. And the Warriors lost. And because I stayed up late, that means I'm cranky. Somebody just handed me these. Oh, it was Andrew Lindbergh. What a wonderful man.
Incredible.
And they lose. How do you lose that game? They started 2 for 10 from the foul line. I'd like to know how many NBA teams this season and in NBA history. I would like to know in NBA history how many teams have started a game 2 for 10 from the foul line. Do you think there's been many limits?
Well, you know, when you underestimate your opponent because some of the best players are out, sometimes that happens and they get you.
Yeah, unfortunately, that never happens with the Warriors. When their best player sits, or best players at the same time, they lose by 80.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often. 2 for 10 and you're in the NBA? No, that's like a college team in a conference tournament or March Madness that gets really worried.
Yes.
Or Whippeal teams that go to the final and can't hit their free throws.
Yeah, do they go 2 for 10? I don't even think high school teams do that at the beginning of a game. And then there's the state of Pittsburgh sports. I want to come in and be happy. I want to talk about the Penguins being a playoff team. And I know they have this little winning streak, whatever. You know, they're not making the playoffs. I want to talk about the Pirates building around Skeens. And you heard the lineup that our friend, the Noah Constrictor, gave us yesterday. Well, what are we doing here? Well, Tommy Pham, he thinks is going to lead off the opener? He's 37. He hit .248 with 3 teams last year with no power. 106 strikeouts and less than 500 bats and a 305 on base percentage. That would have ranked 9th on the Pirates last year. 9th on base percentage. That below even Connor Joe, who I don't think reached first base after May.
Yes, 3 or 4 extra base hits, I think it was.
That's your leadoff hitter? And Kutch is going to be your cleanup hitter, according to the Noah Constrictor? DJ Stewart is your first baseman. He's 27 and he hit 177 for the Mets last year. Yes, I'm angry. Or maybe it's, anger often covers up feelings underneath limits. Sometimes we can be melancholy. Sometimes we can be resentful, whatever it might be, and it comes out as anger.
Melancholy, great word.
Wonderful word. I want to come on here and talk about big games and happy things. I want Pitt to be in the NCAA tournament. They're nowhere near it, and their coach keeps talking about NIL and money. Figure it out. Win with the guys you have in the ACC. Nobody else is paying for players either, except Louisville, maybe Duke.
And they just hired 2 new guys to the athletic department yesterday. Alan Green, with one, I know specifically,
I don't care.
At least in the press release, to get money. Find the money.
I don't care. I think O'Neal Cruz is still the best shortstop on this team.
Even though he's not playing shortstop anymore?
Yeah. I think Brian Reynolds is still the best left fielder on this team, even though he doesn't play left field. Kiner Falefa is probably the best all-around third baseman, even though he plays shortstop. This is a disaster. I mean, it really is. I want to be happy, believe it or not. It just struck me last night. When do we talk about, great stuff, fun stuff, big games anymore around here?
Happy things.
What do you want me to do? What do you out there want me to do? And plus, Pomp isn't here. That doesn't make me angry. It makes me sad.
I threw out some ideas to you this morning, and you said, they all suck.
Yeah, they all suck.
Yeah.
Your ideas, you did it in a hurry. I was desperate for ideas, and your best ideas were Steelers' defensive line and secondary, how to address it. I don't give a crap.
Thank you.
That's not really directed to
I know that.
what I mean. March Madness was your other idea. There's nobody in it except Robert Morris, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And, maybe we'll get Micah Ruzioni on. I have his phone number.
Ooh.
What if we had Micah Ruzioni give sort of what would he tell the Robert Morris basketball team in a speech? Maybe he could recreate the Herb Brooks speech, Oh Limitless, one day.
I would love to hear it.
And then your last item was Skeens pitched yesterday. Call me crazy, but I don't know that that's scintillating sports talk. Skeens pitched yesterday.
Well, I did not get a chance to further elaborate on my thoughts, but talking about Skeens, what I wanted to do is something that you brought up earlier, basically. Discuss how Skeens is so much of the backbone of this team and compare that to everything else that they have on the team now. And what does that project to be? If Paul Skeens does this, how many wins do they have? If Paul Skeens does this, how many games do they win? And so on and so forth. That was my idea.
It was a horrible idea. But it wasn't any worse than mine. Except then I started thinking, and then I started reading a little bit. And here's where I want to start today. Here's where I want to start. I don't even know if it's anger or simply I'm just baffled. I'm baffled by the continuous, I don't know if the right word is worship, but the delusion surrounding the Steelers nationally. In the form of, and sometimes it's just very benign things, like Ian Rappaport tweeting out that Juan Thornhill now gets a chance to join one of the NFL's best defenses in the Steelers. Did you see when I tweeted you that, Limits?
Oh, yeah.
Or texted you that? What's he looking at? NFL defenses are ranked on yards allowed, and the last I checked, the Steelers were 20th in yards allowed last season. Am I right about that, Limits?
Maybe he's going by how much they're paid as the highest paid defense in the
that's
land.
A very different story. They're below the Dolphins and Texans and Saints and Cowboys last year. It's not one of the NFL's best defenses. Scoring-wise, they were top 10 in points allowed. Let's see here. Scoring-wise, they were like 9th, I think. 8th. Okay, they were okay. They allowed 20 points a game. Then they got to a playoff game and got absolutely ransacked again. And some of the guys who have been on that defense for a long time were part of a defense that set an NFL record with most consecutive playoff games allowing 40 points. I think that was between 17 and 20 or something like that, maybe 21. And the last 2 times they've taken the field in a playoff game, they've gotten ransacked again to the point where Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson could have put up 80 if they wanted. Okay? So Ian Rappaport and everybody else, it's not one of the NFL's best defenses. It's just not. They pay them a lot of money and they underachieve. It's really time for somebody each day to address the latest person who is pushing a Steeler-related myth nationally. They're in it every year. Well, no, they're not really. I mean, they're in the playoff hunt, and they're usually, although not always, let's take this 8-year playoff winless drought where they haven't even been competitive in a single playoff game and going on a decade. And they've missed the playoffs 3 times in 8 years, which is almost 40% of the time. And then when they do get in, they scrape in, they're a double-digit underdog, and they're immediately dispatched without anybody ever having seriously considered them a Super Bowl contender. So they're not really a contender. They're not really in it. They're one of those teams that is on the edge, on the bubble, so to speak, every year. And then I guess good for them that they're one of the 44% of the teams, which is a lot, that does get in usually. And they barely get in, and they're summarily dispatched in embarrassing fashion. So please stop talking about the Steelers as a perennial contender. They're contending for nothing other than a fringe playoff spot and an immediate departure is what they contend for. That's it. And then the myth that's constantly pushed about how players are falling over themselves in the NFL to play for Mike Tomlin. Like, this is, the dream of all NFL players is to come to Pittsburgh and play for Tomlin. Well, why isn't Justin Fields here? Anybody? Okay, that's what I thought. Why isn't Justin Fields here? Kyle Juszczyk came from the Niners, fullback, which they could use since they pretend to be a running offense, and was reportedly offered more money here and went back there. Brandon Ayuk had every chance to come here and went back there. And then I just consider the recent and fairly long-term history of Tomlin. And, man, if this is a guy that people are dying to play for, a lot of his players sure do quit on him, don't they? Kenny Pickett begged out of town. Chuks Okorafor basically quit. Deontay Johnson quit. Martavis Bryant quit. Melvin Ingram literally quit and faked an injury to get out of town. Antonio Brown quit. Just didn't show up anymore. James Harrison, an iconic Steeler, quit on Tomlin in his last year here because he thought Tomlin lied to him. Am I missing it? Oh, yeah, LeGarrette Blount quit in the middle of a game. Am I missing anybody else? Anybody? Raise your hand out there. The last time I saw this many people quit limits, I was at an AA meeting. My God. For a guy that everybody wants to play for, how come so many people quit on him?
Man, it's a great question. And what's funny about...
And Aaron Rodgers, I'm sorry, should be dying to come here. Right? Him and Tomlin have a bromance out there. Tomlin wants him to come here. Where is he?
Funny's probably not the right word, but it's ironic. It's very ironic that that's the case, and yet there's just Darius Slay. I want to play for Mike Tomlin. I've really wanted to come play here my whole career.
It just took me 17 years, but here I am.
And I get $10 million to be able to do it. Maybe that was the ultimate selling card. Like, it seems like the dialect with Tomlin is just so different depending on whether it's players, media, everything, where it's hard to see the clear picture of the reality for some people of still what is going on here. I feel like a lot of people's eyes have opened up locally, but for some of this, like with the players and the great stuff that you mentioned on the players that have quit on them, but even the ones that want to come in, like, for me, it just kind of gets overwhelming.
I mean, Chukwuekorfor quit here. That's what Tomlin thought, if you remember the story as it went. And the rest of the list, and I'm probably forgetting some. Okay, so that's really not how the facts have played out here. That's really not the story that the entire NFL, Players Association is dying to come to Pittsburgh. I mean, I hate to say all this, but the Steelers just seem so steeped in delusion these days. They really do. And people just want to peddle these myths about them, left and right, locally and nationally. Probably less so these days, but it really is locally and nationally. What we have here, what we actually have here, is a team that's going on a decade without being competitive in a single playoff game. A team that no quarterback that we can see really wants to play for them outside of Mason Rudolph, who they rejected. That's the guy who's here. Well, him and Skylar Thompson, anyway. What happened with Justin Fields? What happened? Where is he? He was plan A, reportedly. And depending on what and who you believe, they screwed it up. If he was plan A, I'd hate to see how they treated plan B. Aditi Kinkabwala reported that the Steelers didn't offer any guaranteed money beyond year one to Fields. No guaranteed money beyond year one. Jeremy Fowler reported that the Steelers were very competitive with the Jets on their offer. They were, quote, all in. Well, which is true. If you're all in, you're offering guaranteed money beyond 1 year. You're probably also offering at least pole position going into camp, right? But as Fowler said, it seems like the Jets, showed a little more love to Fields, probably in a variety of ways than the Steelers did. So did they really want him or not? What do they want? Look at him, just floundering right now. And I guess that's sort of the moral of my story here is the Steelers in this state going into next season again are zero Super Bowl threat. They have it seems to me, a zero chance. Nobody takes them seriously. People probably have them 20 to 25 on power rankings and things like that. And I can see it all happening now. There was a website the other day, I forget which one it was, that had the Steelers 25th on their power rankings. So we'll probably go in to another season where the Steelers, their over-under might be lower next year. I can see a scenario where the over-under is 7.5 wins, and they rank about, an average of 23rd on everybody's power rankings. And then Mike Tomlin gets them to 9-8 and 16th in the league, and he gets Coach of the Year votes again. This guy got Coach of the Year votes this year from people. Go look at the voting. People like Michael Silver gave him a vote. Top 5. You got to be in the top 5 to get a vote. He got votes. You talk about a national delusion regarding the Steelers. These people out of their minds? Did they not know that their votes would be publicly revealed this year? And I think they were for the first time, if I'm not mistaken. And I think it's a function, partially at least, of the Steelers perennially barely overcoming low expectations. That's where we are. They barely exceed their chronically low, self-imposed, really, or self-created low expectations, and everybody lauds the head coach. My God, look at those Steelers. We thought they'd win 8. They won 10. They went 10-8. What a great job he did. Nobody ever asks, why are the expectations so low every year? Why do people now, 4 years, 5 years removed from Ben, still pick the Steelers to win 7.5 games over under? The question should be, what is wrong with the Steelers? Not, wow, every year Tomlin does this. Well, yeah, but it was Tomlin who missed on the quarterback, plural. It was Tomlin who missed on the coordinator, plural. It's Tomlin who has more power than maybe any NFL coach on the draft and personnel. Why are the expectations so low again next year? Why does the highest paid defense in the league, which is his defense, he's the de facto coordinator and the guy who created the defensive roster, why do they stink all the time in big games? Nobody ever asks that. It's just, oh man, the Steelers overcame their low expectations again. Wow, it's impressive. Think about the rationale and the mental gymnastics you'd have to go through based on last season to give Mike Tomlin one of your top 5 Coach of the Year votes, like Michael Silver did. You would have to say that this team that had an epic and historic collapse late in the year and blew the division and lost 4 in a row. I realize it's a regular season award, so you can't include the Ravens game in which Tomlin's defense quit on him. You can't include that one. But even so, you can include the last 4 games when the offense failed the top 17 points. They made it 5 in the playoffs, becoming the first Steelers team since 1969 when they were 1-13 to go 5 straight games without topping 17 points. You would have to say to yourself, the 10-7 Steelers and their head coach did a better job than the team that won the division, the Ravens, who came back and won it after a rough start. Did a better job than Andy Reid, who went 15-2. Did a better job than Jim Harbaugh, the other Harbaugh, who took a Chargers team that won, 5 games the year before, and they went 11-6. Did a better job than Sean Payton, who had a rookie quarterback and started 0-2 and finished the year 10-4 and rolled into the playoffs? Did a better job than McDermott at 13-4? Did a better job than Sirianni at 14-3? Did a better job than Dan Quinn at 12-5? Took a Commanders team with a rookie quarterback that stunk the previous year and had a really good season? Did a better job than Dan Campbell and Kevin O'Connell and Matt LaFleur, who went 11-6? Did a better job than Sean McVay? Like, what are we looking at? Why are we so spellbound nationally by what the Steelers do when they're really doing almost nothing? What is happening? I don't understand it. I really don't. Ian Rappaport, I'm trying to be him yesterday. Here I am at my computer. And I'll try to recreate his tweet and feel like what he felt like. Here we go. Juan Thornhill signs with one of the NFL's best defenses in the Steelers. What is this, John Facenda in the 1970s? It's not one of the NFL's best defenses. Did you watch the playoff game? When the Ravens ran for 300 yards? It's time to smash these delusions. It really is. And it begins in-house, probably. I don't think that's ever going to happen. The Steelers think they're doing okay. Art Rooney told Ashley Lyotis, hey, it's not like we haven't won some games around here. Art, it's been nearly a decade, and your team hasn't been competitive in a single playoff game. In nearly a decade. You're currently at the DMV waiting for a ticket from Aaron Rodgers. You're sitting around for days at a time, drinking vending machine coffee and stale donuts with the freaking New York Giants to your left and the Minnesota Vikings 2 rows ahead of you. They have the ticket ahead of you. Waiting to see if a 42-year-old quarterback who finished 30th in the NFL in completion percentage, even though he's now a dink and dunk guy, is going to pull your ticket. When does the pretending end with this team? I don't get it. Nationally, locally, and in-house, who's going to smash the delusion around here? 412-928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We have so many treats limits. I've lost track of them. Brooke Pryor's going to join us to talk Steelers at 12:30. Brian Bacco at noon. And Destiny's Child, who has an announcement to make at 11 o'clock. A rather sad one, I might add. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And then we see these various stories on what's happening inside that locker room with the Steelers. Marlon Humphrey, who knows people on this team, as you know, intimated that after the playoff game. I saw Willie Colon intimated that yesterday from things he was gathering, I think, when he visited the Super Bowl this year. It seems to be there are some issues in there. It seems, if you listen to Kirk Herbstreit or watch the playoff game, that the Steelers gave less than their best effort in that game. I don't think I'm crazy for saying that. It was obvious there were massive communication issues on what was largely a veteran defense. Like, what are we doing here? This is not a well-run operation. By any reasonable standard, it certainly wasn't this past season. The season crumbled right in front of our faces and became obvious by the end that the Steelers did well against crap competition, except for the Browns in Cleveland, when they had a frozen cadaver come off the bench to throw the biggest pass of the game when their starting quarterback was red hot that night. And then when they faced the good teams, got their asses kicked regularly, again and again and again and again. And if you see hope for next season that's going to change, I would love to know what you're thinking. They've made some cosmetic changes here and there. Best of luck to Juan Thornhill. Seemed like the people in Cleveland were happy that he's gone. They've downgraded at inside linebacker. They brought in a depth piece along the defensive line. Good that they signed DK Metcalf after Omar Khan wasted an entire season because nobody wanted to play for the Steelers when I thought they all wanted to play for Mike Tomlin. Weird. What else have they done? Well, nothing at quarterback, right? They brought back Mason Rudolph. That's the big move. 412-928-9370, our six-pack brought to you by Bet365.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins have announced that they're going to play 2 international games next season against the National Predators in Sweden. And the games will take place on November 14th and the 16th. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. For the first time ever, last year's NCAA Women's Championship game outdrew the men's final. The top seeds this time around are UCLA, defending champions South Carolina, Texas, and USC. Caitlin Clark unfortunately won't be there, but Juju Watkins is must-see or must-USC TV. Good luck, ladies. I'm Boomer Esiason.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
It's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-575-3047. That's 800-575-3047.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Great Rewards Hunt is on. So join the adventure with DraftKings Casino. For fun seekers, follow the trail to huge jackpots, weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. But the excitement is only getting started because new players can get their losses back up to $1,000 in casino credits on their first day. Just sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And start playing to get up to $1,000 in casino credits back with a minimum $5 net loss. Only on the most rewarding place to play with promo code THEFAN. on. DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Lost back for 24 hours up to $1,000 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. With less than a month left in the regular season, Denver is looking to put together a win streak to move their way up in the East. It won't be an easy task, however, as they travel to Houston in a tough matchup that should prepare them for the playoffs. With few games between them and few games left to be played, this game will have a huge impact by the end of the season. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Now's the best time to get that Hyundai car or SUV you've always wanted. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty and 3 years or 36,000 miles of limited complimentary maintenance. Don't think you can get away with all that? Think again. But don't wait. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. So visit your local Hyundai dealer today. It's a great day for a new Hyundai.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Talking about the delusion surrounding the Steelers these days from inside and out, as personified yesterday with an Ian Rappaport tweet. The Steelers are signing free agent safety Juan Thornhill to a one-year deal. Per me and Mike Garofalo, says Rappaport. That's good reporting there. An opportunity with one of the NFL's best defenses to show he's still a top safety. The former Browns standout lands in a division he knows well. What? First of all, it's not one of the NFL's best defenses. Again, they ranked something like 20th in overall defense last year, and we all saw the playoff game. Secondly, Juan Thornhill was, you want to go PFF, we can go there. He was the 71st ranked safety in the league, which would be wonderful in a 400-team league. I think there's only 32 limits the last time I checked. Is that
would be right?
Still the case? Standout? The Twitter comments underneath that are something to behold. Did you check out the subtweet? Somebody says he stood out with how bad he was in Cleveland. Top safety? Standout, says another guy. Stop it. I'd hardly call him a Brown standout, says another tweeter. Whenever he wasn't hurt, he gave no effort, jogged around and mailed it in for 2 years. Somebody else says.
Productive. You know, a common theme this year, Joe, especially that I picked up on last year that's becoming more and more prevalent, is that these insiders, regardless of who it'll be, will tweet out the deal was negotiated by, and then they'll say the agent. And I feel like the agents are trying to plug themselves in that, and also telling, like, Rappaport, Schefter, those guys, include, like, a good adjective or a good descriptive word about my client.
Well,
that could be thrown in there, like star or productive or standout.
How about standout? Yeah. And another person says, Juan Thornhill in 2 seasons with the Browns. $14 million, 0 interceptions, 4 passes defensed. Someone else says, former Browns standout, in quotes, is just not true. And neither is one of the NFL's best defenses. It's just that's the theme in which we find ourselves today, is these myths, old myths, maybe old truths that are no longer true about the Steelers. People just dying to play for Mike Tomlin. Really? Then where's Justin Fields? Let's go to the phone lines, Limits, please, as we stand here wondering what happened with Justin Fields as we sit here wondering what's going to happen with Aaron Rodgers. And I get the feeling this may go on for a while. I don't know why it would go on for a while. It seems like, okay, now the Vikings are involved. Can you work it out with the Vikings? If not, then what?
I saw a report that it could go as far as the week leading up to the draft.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, what are we doing here if that's the case? Like, I'm all for giving Rodgers some time to let him process and make a decision, but that's just astronomically way too much time to allow. Come on.
It can't be that complicated. Let's hit the lines.
Here is Seth in Long Island to start us off.
Hello, Seth.
Hey, good morning, Joel. Appreciate you guys taking my call. Love the show. Love all your salient points, every syllable and half syllable, man.
Thank you.
Long story short, you're just hitting the nail on the head. I think that the cracks in Tomlin's regime, right, because that's what it is at this point, are starting. They've been showing for a little bit. I think it's going to take a little bit more time to wash them out. But this season with Rudolph, I mean, if you go 5-12 or 6-11, you're going to wind up, getting a great draft pick, which I think would be the best thing that could ever happen to the Steelers. I have to tell you, Justin Fields, he saw the dysfunction over there, whether the Steelers' offer was competitive or not. This kid's had 2 quarterback coaches in Chicago, 2 OCs. They weren't going to guarantee him the pole position. So he said, you know what? I'm going to go with the known quantity, and I'm going to take care of myself. I just turned 26. And you know what? It's time for me
Wait, what's the known quantity with the Jets? To me, it makes it exponentially more embarrassing that he chose the Jets over the Steelers.
Well, again, I live in New York, Joe, right? So I agree with that 100%, right? But the reality is they guaranteed him a pole position, right? They're still going to draft somebody probably.
Yeah.
But at least they guaranteed him the opportunity for his career to potentially continue to be a starter, right? So at least he's got that shot. The Steelers wouldn't give it to him. He saw the lies that Tomlin perpetrated not only on him, but probably on other players.
I don't know that Tomlin perpetrated lies on Fields. I don't know that for a fact. There are certainly people who have come through here who felt like Tomlin was misleading to them. You can go back to LeGarrette Blount and Melvin Ingram. James Harrison, certainly at the end of his career, felt like they were misled. There's no doubt about that. But I don't know if that was the case so much with Fields as it was the Steelers simply never really committing to him in any kind of way where if you're Justin Fields, you could have possibly felt any comfort at all coming to camp that you would be the guy. Limits, you know how I don't like to get the Belfont snorkel. You know that, right?
Boy. You get it again?
Yeah. And this is a couple of men from Ole Miss, sadly.
Your Jackson Dart friends.
Yeah, well, they're no friends of mine, apparently.
Not now.
I sent an email to 2 PR people there, Brad and Tyler, from Ole Miss. This was on Friday morning. I said, Joe Starkey from The Fan, we've been doing a lot of Jackson Dart talk lately. Wondering if we could chat on the Pomp and Joe show. I wanted to get that Pomp in there in case he's known nationwide.
Big name, yes.
Yeah. On the Pomp and Joe show with either Coach Kiffin or Coach Weiss. Their offensive coordinator is the son of Charlie Weiss. Remember him, Limits?
I do.
Of course you do.
Yes.
I said later today, this was Friday, perhaps noon, 12:30, 1:30, and never heard back from them. Now, I grant that people could be on vacation, so I never feel like I'm getting the snorkel right away. But then I wake up Monday, and now it's Tuesday, the last I checked, and neither one of these gentlemen has gotten back to me, and I emailed both of them.
The only excuse that
there is no excuse, Limits.
The only thing I can think of is that they're preparing for spring ball in a couple of weeks.
They
and
never
just
got
taking
back
some time
to me.
Off.
They never got back to me.
They should have got back to you. Even if they would have said, hello, Mr. Starkey. We might have confused you with the old play-by-play announcer that announced some of the most famous calls in the history of college sports. But no, we would not like to.
Listen, if they got back and said, no, can't do it or whatever, I don't care, but just get back to me.
But we appreciate you asking.
This is Bob Pompiani we're talking about here. This is no small-time operation. And when Bob Pompiani wants something, you better darn well get back to him.
Crowley just sent me a text of a Cam Hayward quote about Aaron Rodgers.
I saw that too, where it was. Do you have it?
I do.
Well, why don't we play it there, Limits?
I would love to.
You could find it.
Yes, if you will
If I would indulge you?
No. All the indulging has been done from the Not Just Football podcast with Cam Hayward.
I want to play football. I'm tired of talking about the quarterback situation. I'd rather have it done. I don't know what ends up happening. I don't know, man. Like, this is... I'm ready to move on in the free agency. There's too much going on.
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days. He says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness and try to get this guy? We need you. You're our best recruiter. I'm about to get into Darius Slay, and it sounds like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. You know, Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Here's the thing. This feeds into our topic today. And I love Cam Hayward. He was unbelievable last year. He's been an incredible player and representative of the city. But that doesn't sell in and of itself anymore, Cam. People look at the Pittsburgh Steelers who are in the game like players, and they might say to themselves, man, that team, now that I look at it, they haven't come close to winning a playoff game in almost a whole decade. Their offense is archaic. Kirk Herbstreit said their defense quit in the middle of a playoff game. Other guys I know in the league, like Marlon Humphrey, say that there's issues there. Why would I want to go there? Just going to the Pittsburgh Steelers is not a selling point in the NFL. It's not. Again, they're sitting in a waiting room. Do you like the cappuccino in car dealerships limits, I might add?
No.
I always find it better than expected.
I actually don't drink coffee.
Usually when we're out at Studio B in Monroeville, Bowser Chevy, they have Pop-Tarts. I get the brown sugar and cinnamon, and then a nice cappuccino out of a machine.
Sounds scrumptious.
Generally speaking, when you're in these places like the DMV or some other horrible waiting room, it's not that pleasant. The Steelers have been reduced to sitting there, camping out there, the way we used to for tickets. You probably never had to do that, did
At the
you?
DMV? I was just there getting my license renewed.
No, I'm talking anywhere at this point.
I've had a horrible experience at Bridgeville at the DMV when I was trying to get my license. But I went to Washington to get my license renewed, and they said, you have to go get your picture at Bridgeville. And I was like, oh, no.
That's your Jimmy Neutron picture.
Oh, no. So I went to Bridgeville, got my picture, got my license renewed. The lady was so nice. I was like,
nice
oh,
people.
my gosh.
Yeah, very nice people.
Yeah, she was great. So my fears and all my bad memories were somewhat taken away.
I'm heartened by that.
Thank you.
Generally speaking, waiting rooms aren't the most pleasant places.
No, it was not pleasant for me years ago, I'll tell you that.
And the Steelers have been reduced to basically sleeping out in one while this narcissistic 42-year-old half-broken down quarterback decides if he's going to pull their ticket. This is really, historically, it's definitely, obviously, an incredibly prestigious franchise. One of the NFL's flagship franchises. But man, 8 years is a long time. To go 8 years and having all this crap happen with them and to not be competitive in a single playoff game, that's literally an NFL lifetime. There are many players in the Pro Football Hall of Fame who had a prime of way less than 8 years. I could start listing them: Gale Sayers, Terrell Davis, Tony Baselli, Patrick Willis. We could go on. There are legendary coaches whose careers lasted barely 8 years. For God's sakes, the Super Bowl trophy is the Lombardi Trophy. He coached 10 years in the NFL. John Madden, right around there. Jimmy Johnson, right around there. George Allen, right around there. Legends. In the same period of time, maybe just a little bit longer, in which the Steelers have never been competitive in a single playoff game. Yeah, you're sick of it. I'm going to keep saying it. till the delusion is smashed somehow, somewhere, maybe even in-house, where the best the owner can muster is, we've won a lot of games around here, you know. We have. We've outperformed the mean, you know. It's not the magical destination spot that people in-house think it is. You want to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers, or don't you? Well, no, not really, actually, unless I have to. Seems to be that's the way a lot of people feel. 412-928-9370. Let's take a couple more calls here before we get to Destiny's Child.
All right, here is Greg in the car. Wants to talk about the quarterback situation.
Hey, Greg, what's up?
Good morning. Good to talk with you. I think, I don't enjoy saying it, but I think it may be time for Coach Tomlin to be replaced. When he was hired, he inherited a very good, strong team. And he had a good quarterback in Ben who turned into a great quarterback. And after a few years, it was like Tomlin was the coach and Ben was the boss. And then at the last 3 or 4 seasons, when Ben started to age and injuries, what have you, they drafted Mason, and I think that Ben felt threatened by Mason, and Mason didn't have a lot of playing.
I mean, he was threatened by the idea of picking Mason. Yes, I think once he saw Mason at camp and saw him play, he certainly wasn't threatened. But, yeah, we know the history here, but he's not going anywhere. So what's the ultimate point here for you?
Well, like you discussed, like Fields had a good start, and he benched him for Russell Wilson. And then now they're talking about signing Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. What's your point, sir, in the end?
Well, sorry, I don't know his first name, but that McCord, that quarterback from Syracuse, looked pretty good. And maybe draft him.
Well, maybe draft anybody. And I just got a very interesting text, I might add, Limits.
I was at the game when Kyle McCord threw 5 interceptions against Pitt, and I think it was, 3 pick sixes? After Pony called him the best pocket passer in the country.
Oh, my God.
I'm not. And again, Pony,
no.
Here comes Pony. He's going to come in here. You're taking a shot at me. You're taking a shot at me.
I'm not going to stoke it. I've been accused of stoking it when you take low-key shots at people. Whether it's, who was it, the Paddy Wagon, Pat Bostic, or now Pony again.
They basically made a whole show. They made a whole week of making fun of me for Zeitgeist, calling it the Zygest. So if Pony can't just
Reader's
take that.
Digest.
Yeah, Reader's Digest.
Yeah, Kyle McCord.
Yeah.
I forgot about that game. Did he set a record for most pick sixes in the shortest amount of time in the history of organized football?
It's very possible that he did, yeah.
That was like end stage Jake Delhomme there. That was incredible.
2 in the first 5 minutes of the game, I think.
He had 3 on the day, did he not?
Yeah, he did. 5 total.
I mean, forget about him, and let's talk about Jackson Dart, my favorite topic. And yes, I just got another interesting text from one Jack Ham. You like that, Limits?
I love Jack. Hello, Jack, if you're out there listening.
Hello, Jack, if you're out there listening. Should I tease to that text? Well, we have Destiny's Child. What if I read that text at 11:30?
I think that would be great.
I think that would be wonderful. And I think that last man seemed very nice, but he seemed to want to recap the entire history of Tomlin's tenure. What do you have?
Pony has reached out.
Oh, boy. What happened?
Pony said, I'm fair game on McCord. Rip me to shreds. How about that?
Until he gets in here. He's going to come back and pay you a visit. And then you could be in... Who's that, Limits?
Who?
Someone just went raging outside the window.
Is
Ron back in town?
Can't see. Maybe. Seems like the hallway looks pretty peaceful now.
Should I visit Ron when I'm in Florida?
Yes. Yes, you should.
Does Ron know that we rip him from time to time?
He claims that he does not listen to the show, so unless the fine people at Domenico's are telling him, then I don't think so.
The last thing I need to do on vacation is be confronted and have an unpleasant visit with Ron.
Ron invited you down there. And he's not going to invite you if he just wants to rip you, I don't think.
I don't know about that.
Nah, I'm pretty confident in that. I think Ron is maybe not entirely a changed man since he's gone to Florida, but I think he's definitely lightened up. If he's texting me and wishing me and my family well and
That's a good
wanting
point.
to know about different things going on with me, after I didn't think he knew my name for half the time that I worked here with you guys, then yeah, I think that Ron's in a really good place.
So is Juan Thornhill on a 1-year deal, according to Rappaport. An opportunity with one of the NFL's best defenses to show he's still a top safety. The former Browns standout lands in a division he knows well. How many errors can one man make in a single tweet? Limits. Again, this guy was rated the 71st best safety last year. 71st.
My favorite errors in tweets are on spelling mistakes. Like, remember when John Heyman tweeted that Aaron Judge was going to the Giants, but instead called him Arson Judge? And it was a huge deal, and then he ended up going back to the Yankees anyway?
No, but I'm going back to the subtweets on this thing. Stand out with 8 question marks after it avoided. Someone else said, this dude better not touch the field. Someone else says, that's weird. He dated me in high school. A woman named Laura checks in there. Do you believe that, Limits? Or is that maybe a
stretch?
Imposter?
Yeah.
Juan is a good guy and can hold his own, but stand out? Land of the washed defensive backs. They call Pittsburgh. Best defense. I thought you said he signed in Pittsburgh, says Ryan G.
I wonder what was said when Devin Bush re-signed.
But that was the whole point of this hour. The reflexive reflections, I'll call them, on the Steelers nationally. The myths that still stand out that people just can't help themselves. They can't help themselves. Everybody wants to play for Tomlin. I guess until they quit or never come here in the first place, right?
Yeah, it's called Garrett Blunt or...
We went over the whole list.
Yeah, we did. I don't want to recap the list again because I still get shade when we talk about a list. I still get shades of the running back list with Najee Harris, with Tim Worley and Pollard, and with Garrett Blunt on that list.
Yeah,
Fu.
Oh, that list. Yeah. Eagle Eye says still a top safety. I won't spoil the suspense for you Steelers fans. Signed a Browns fan. It's a minor move, I think, but it's also emblematic of exactly what we've been talking about here for the entire hour. And now it's time to move on.
Is he more of a standout than DeMonte Casey?
I hope so.
Keanu Neal?
Minka?
Where's the bar here?
This guy makes Minka look like Ronnie Lott at the moment with turnovers. I think does he have one interception in his whole career, Thornhill? Can you look that up, Limits? I think he has one interception in his entire career.
Entire career, just one?
Yes.
He has 8.
No, somebody said 1.
In 87 games, he has 8.
When was his last one? How many years ago?
2022, he had 3 with Kansas City. He had 0 interceptions in 22 games in his career with Cleveland.
0 for 22.
And the standout also missed 6 games over the last 2 seasons.
That sounds like how DJ Stewart's about to start the season. I'm in a horrible mood today. And I told you at the beginning of the show it's because of the state of Pittsburgh sports. You know what we should be talking about today?
Paul Skeens, the Pirates, excitement for opening day, or Pitt basketball in the NCAA tournament.
Well, that's still, the Skeens thing might still be a legit topic. We should be talking about the Penguins making a playoff drive here. We should be talking about the Pirates gearing up with a better lineup for Paul Skeens. We should be talking about the Steelers' new quarterback, except they don't really have one. We should be talking about, yes, Pitt basketball, and the end, at least one of those things, one of them. Instead, this is in 15 years, this is the low point. What are we doing here, Limits? And I don't know how to be positive and happy. I don't anymore. I've lost that ability.
You've lost all your joy in life?
Actually, there's one man who can lift my mood, I'll say. And that's Destiny's Child. Andrew
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting a date out there.
But even him, there's some depressing news from Destiny's Child. We'll ask him about this next. I don't know how long he's going to be here. No, he's not dying or anything, but I don't know how long he's going to be in Pittsburgh. This is very sad. We just got to know Destiny's Child, didn't we?
We did. I don't want to spoil any news for the child.
Me neither. I think he's in Florida right now, so I'll ask him about. He's not.
He's back in Pittsburgh now.
You could have just let me go with that to the end of the segment limits.
Yeah, I could have, but Noah Hiles told me that yesterday. So
is the Noah Constrictor still there?
He is, yes. He was wearing that great St. Patrick's Day outfit yesterday.
How about Mackey? I think it was in his Mackey planner to be there for the whole month, was it not?
But I know he was there for a week.
Listen to Pomp and Joe every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle. And Cranberry contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Our six-pack was brought to you by Bet365 and the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township. Let's compare the lineup Destiny's Child gives us next to the one that the Noah Constrictor gave yesterday. I don't know that we'll be any more pumped for day one, but we'll hear what he has to say next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Kansas City has officially announced that they are bringing back wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster, and the Vikings and cornerback Jeff Okudah have reached an agreement on a one-year contract. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Wrestling attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed. Dog start barking. You say, I knew it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up. There's doctors all around. You telling them I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here. He seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar. You hear me? This is Top Dollar. Top Dog Law.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Wait. Skechers put the S in comfort?
Yes, comfort you have to feel to believe. Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Let me try. Okay, I'm just stepping in and... Oh, wow. Skechers put the S in comfort.
Duh. We told you.
Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land.
Start your day right with Get Go Cafe and Market, where value meets flavor. Wake up, double up on Get Go breakfast sandwiches and save. Enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Customize your order with eggs, meat, cheese, and more, all served on buttery croissants. It's easy to have a great morning with this delicious deal. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, McCall, a platinum preferred roofing contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorento. These offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring is here. Let Two Men in a Junk Truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
Attention parents, get your kids in the game with Pittsburgh NFL League, the #1 flag football league in Western PA. Fast-paced, non-contact football for boys and girls 4 to 17. Get NFL-style jerseys and top-notch coaching. Register now at PittsburghNFLLeague.com. Season starts in April.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payment starting at $229 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation.
Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Paul Skeens started yesterday for the Buccos and a productive outing for the Pirates as Skeens will start opening day for the Pirates. It was announced Over the weekend, split squad day yesterday for the Pirates, winning against the Twins, losing against the Tigers. Skeens went 4 2/3 innings against Minnesota. 5 hits allowed, just 1 run, walked 3, and struck out 7. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line on which you can communicate with City Limits, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's go out to the hotline where we find Andrew Destin, Destiny's Child of the Post-Gazette.
You know, Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Destiny's Child, it's wonderful to have you on the air again, but I'm starting to wonder if our time is nearing an end. Apparently you're leaving the Post-Gazette. Is that the case?
Yeah, it's well, first, always a pleasure talking with you, Joe, especially because we probably only got a few of these left while I'm in Pittsburgh. I'm in Pittsburgh now, back from Bradenton, but yeah, you know, last couple of weeks for me at the Post-Gazette, it's been such a great run. I can't believe that it's coming to an end after close to 4 years, from the time I was an intern to covering Penn State football to the Penguins and the Pirates to now. So it's bittersweet, don't get me wrong, but excited about what's to come and eventually be able to discuss that once I'm able to. But excited about the future and grateful for the past.
Yeah, man, it's been a pleasure having you on the show. It's been great, actually. It's been a lot of fun. I think I met you in person once right next to the Willie Stargell statue when I was there with Ron Cook that morning. And I conducted a song where the fans sang to you, right?
Oh, yeah. That was a glorious moment. My folks, I know they're listening right now. They still talk about that, how wild that was of an afternoon.
What were we singing?
Friends from Penn. Oh, man, I can even tell you for the life of me off the top of my head. It was something. It was like you inserted my name into some sort of song lyric because, of course, you did. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was great.
And your friends from Penn State were listening as well?
Oh, yeah. I was getting people texting me, folks from the North Hills, you know, who lived out there, went to school, and they're like, what is this? You're on the Fan? We didn't know you go on the Fan. This is great. And it was just it was a whole experience, and, you know, that was a fun meeting, Joe.
Well, we aims to please. In your time at the Post-Gazette, you have covered, as you just mentioned, various sports. What's the most memorable event you covered in your time in Pittsburgh so far?
Yeah, for me, it's a tough battle because there's two. And I know my folks will laugh at this one when I bring it up, but the 2023 Rose Bowl was up there for me, mostly because I had gotten a 24-hour flu. So for me, the Rose Bowl was one of my favorite games to go to as a kid, and I got to cover it for Penn State against Utah. And so my parents drove down. I'm in LA. This is great. I'm covering a game back in my home state, and I get absolutely bedridden sick. And the morning of the game, I'm just
who played again?
I can't keep anything. What's that?
Who played in that game again?
It was Penn State against Utah. So I was covering Penn State. It was my last game I was going to cover on the beat, and I was excited to fully move out to Pittsburgh for the Post-Gazette. And I couldn't keep anything down, and I had, you know, Mom giving me the Advil, taking care of me. I'm sitting in their car basically till an hour before kickoff, and I'm like, well, I should probably get myself to the press box now. And I finally do, and get myself to the press box. All the other reporters are like, oh, we thought you weren't going to make it. And I get in there, cover the game, and that was the last Penn State football game I covered. That, and then, of course, Paul Skeens' MLB debut. I mean, that's a hard one to forget, to pass up. That was just such a special one.
Yes.
There's other ones that are small runners-up, like Andrew McCutchen making his return to Pittsburgh. You know, the final game of the season back in the 22-23 Penguins season lives in infamy for me because, you know, the Penguins losing to the Blackhawks at home.
Yes,
you know,
I remember that.
Yeah, that was a rough one. That was a solemn locker room afterwards, but there's been so much cool stuff I've been fortunate enough to cover and great events that, you know, I'll never forget them, that's for sure.
Yeah, it sounded like at that Rose Bowl you were having Mulsey-like problems. He's missed a lot of shifts in the last couple months because he's having more blowouts than the 07 Patriots, right, Limits?
That Rose Bowl was awesome. Oh, my gosh.
You were there, too? I forgot.
Oh, yeah, I was there. That was probably my favorite sporting event that I've ever gone to. It was perfect. It really was. And a lot of sporting events are not like that.
Well, it was perfect aside from the weather and from me and the trash cans. But besides that, it was a good one.
So if I come out, if you go back out west, which, it sounds like you might, if I go out there, can I stay with you and your family and you guys take me to Lake Tahoe?
Now that we can arrange, Joe. I know, I don't want to put up the guest bedroom for sale or nothing, but I'm sure we can accommodate that. We'd love to have you. Tahoe's only a 3-4 hour drive. We'd love to have you out there. I'm sure we can arrange that rental property again. There'd be plenty of space. I'm sure we could make it work.
All right, consider that done. And to Destiny's Child's parents listening on the phone, I'm a very easy guest. I'll just sleep I'll sleep anywhere. But I've always wanted to see Lake Tahoe. Haven't you, Limits?
I would love to go with you if Andrew would allow.
Do you remember Destiny's Child telling us the story of how him and his dad went hiking in Lake Tahoe and came upon this amazing lake?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Great views.
Tell us that story again. Tell us, was this one that you went to regularly or you just happened upon?
No, we just happened upon it. Me and my dad, we have a lot of things that are shared bonds over the years, whether that's sports, whether that's, going to the beach, spending time outdoors. But hiking has always been something that we used to make time for is when I was a little kid and then throughout high school. I ended up actually becoming a hiking leader for a couple of years or a summer when I was at Penn State leading kids on outdoor expeditions. So I love the outdoors. And yeah, so we've done a lot of hikes over the years, various national parks, and we did that one in Lake Tahoe. We basically just woke up on my birthday morning, drove across to the other side of the lake, and found a hike that he had kind of scouted out. He's the king of using things like All Trails, if you're familiar with that app, and all these sorts of things where you can find various hikes that, hey, I want to go this distance, this difficulty, this kind of endpoint. And we get to the end of it, and you've got these alpine lakes that are completely secluded. There's not a soul in sight.
Oh, wow.
You jump in, they're in the, low to mid 60s, fresh water, clear as can be, sunny, spectacular 75-degree day. It was like, yeah, I'm in paradise right now. Doesn't get much better than this. The phone connection wasn't working, so I had no connection. You couldn't even ask me to write a pirate's notebook if you tried. It was great. It was that was a fun birthday last year. I won't forget that one.
Does your dad play golf?
He does, yeah. Golf and tennis. He's still keeping at it.
All right, then we'll play golf. We'll play golf when I go out there too. I can't wait for
you
my.
You might be better than my pops. You're definitely better than me, that's for sure, Joe.
Well, we'll go to Lake Tahoe. Plus, we'll play golf. Limits. This sounds like an incredible adventure, doesn't it?
I would love to be a part of it, if so, and if not, I wish you well on your adventure.
I think Pebble Beach should be the spot where we hit. Lake Tahoe, a little Pebble Beach here, a little In-N-Out burger there, perhaps a little Laguna Beach here. Let's make this a real vacation.
I better start saving my money now if that's the case.
I'll treat you, Limits. Don't worry.
I'll make sure you order right at In-N-Out, too. There's only one way to do an In-N-Out order correctly, and I got to make sure I scold my friends when they do it wrong.
All right. I look forward to that. In the meantime, honestly, you'll probably join us one more time before you leave, I would hope. At least one more time. If we don't, we can say our goodbyes in a moment here. But you were just in Bradenton. And I'm curious because I've been to Bradenton a couple different times. And both times I caught the old Bradenton flu, which is I start thinking that the team is better than it is. And then when I get home, I sober up real fast. So now that you've been home, and you can look back upon your time at spring training, what do you honestly think of this ball club? Are they going to be a playoff team, Andrew?
I don't think so, Joe. I think that they'll be competitive. I think it might be a season that in a lot of ways mirrors last year's, especially because the starting pitching, if it stays healthy, which, no guarantee, it can get you there, right? I think the deal is just you look around the rest of the division, and I know we've talked about this before in this show, but I adamantly believe it that, from what we've seen from the Cubs early on in this Tokyo series, from what the Reds did over the offseason and the guys they have coming back, the Brewers are always the Brewers. The Cardinals, they didn't really add this offseason, but last year they were still a 500 team. It's a really competitive, mediocre to average division. So that's to say, hey, the Pirates, sure, they could win it all, but I just don't know that they're really better on paper than any of these teams. Without question. I think you can make an argument to me that the Pirates could finish in first. You can make an argument to me that they could finish in fifth. I think this division is wide open. Because of that, because of the parity, it's a lot for me to believe that they can be the playoff team. I think that, sure, they're going to be competitive. They'll get to the trade deadline and they'll be in the mix. But when it comes to the second half, do guys like Mitch Keller be able to keep it all together in the second half? Can Jared Jones stay healthy for a full season? How does Paul Skeens look across a full season? He hasn't done that yet. What is up with the closer spot? Is this David Bednar's job? Is it not even going to be his when the season starts? The bullpen still could be pretty shaky. The defense should be better, but how much better offensively? I don't know. I look at it as they're going to be close to 500. Are they going to be over it? I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure they're a playoff team.
Do we bring our own lunch when we go hiking in Lake Tahoe?
You have to. How else would you do when it's a 12-mile hike?
Yeah, I don't know if there was a little restaurant on the way up or what's happening there, Limit. So we have to bring trail mix and perhaps some sandwiches, yes?
I'll bring the pretzels. Those are my favorite travel snack. And crackers.
I can't wait. I'm telling you right now, this is going to happen, Andrew. It's going to be a little weird because, like I said, we've only met once, but I think it'll be a hell of a vacation.
That's okay. We're friendly enough people. We'll get along all right.
Yeah, you're a very friendly man. All right, getting back to the Pirates. David Bednar has become newsworthy. We had Noah Hiles on yesterday saying that Shelty, when asked by Hiles whether Bednar was the closer, basically said, we don't have a closer right now. How do you think that sits with Bednar, and how do you think they solved that issue? Like game one in Miami, Paul Skeens goes out and gives them 8 shutout innings, and they're winning 1-0. Who comes out, in your opinion, who comes out to pitch the 9th?
I still think it'll be David Bednar right now, but I think what Derek Shelton is alluding to, and kudos to Noah for asking the question, is that what has David Bednar done this spring to indicate that he deserves to have the closer job, right? And that's no disrespect to David Bednar. I think that, his resume speaks for itself. He's a 2-time All-Star. Let's be honest, though. Closers have shelf lives. And what's happening with David Bednar might be a matter of, hey, this guy's shelf life, he's not the bona fide guy anymore. The command of the curveball isn't quite there anymore. The fastball velocity, he can get it up there, but when he gets it up there, it comes at the expense of his ability to locate it. Bednar still can be an effective reliever for the Pirates. I just don't know if that's necessarily as a closer, and that's why, frankly, I have no problem with what Derek Shelton is saying, and, kind of to the point that you articulate there about a scenario of Skeens going 8 innings and who do you go in the 9th. It's that you got to do matchups. You got to do what's best in the scenario, and if Dennis Santana has had a tremendous spring, you got to reward the guy and give him some save opportunities. If that means somebody like a Tim Meza closes it out because it's 3 straight lefties in the 9th inning, maybe that makes sense. Maybe it's Kyle Nicholas every now and then. Maybe it's, you have so many other options, and I'm not saying any of these guys are Mariano Rivera, but David Bednar sure hasn't been. He has not had a great spring. He did not have a great 2024. As much as you would like to say, hey, the hometown kid, the resume, it all speaks for itself, let him take over the role again. That's a big gamble, and especially at the beginning of the season when you're trying to build momentum, keep the team competitive, and keep the fan base engaged. You want to show that you're serious, and having David Bednar be the unquestioned closer as he continues to struggle in spring training might not necessarily be the best look.
And Colin Holderman really struggled at points last year too, Andrew. Where is he in his progression this year, and could he be someone that takes that role?
He looks really good. I personally think that Colin Holderman is best suited as an 8th inning guy. I think that's what he's really good at, is being able to cover in an inning and a third, that kind of middle of the game. That's not to say that he couldn't be a closer, but there's some concerns right there, right? Like he's got the chronic right wrist issues. That's kind of bugged him for a while. Is that going to be something that he can stay healthy with over a full 162-game season? He hasn't proven that with the Pirates, so giving him the closer role de facto off the top of the gun, not only would that send a bad message to Bednar, it's also where you're putting all of your eggs in a basket that isn't necessarily the most reliable of baskets. So I look at Holderman as he's looked really good this spring. The velocity's there. The slider looks good, or the sweeper looks good. Sure, Colin Holderman is going to get leverage spots. Would I necessarily make him the closer? I don't know about that. I might be putting Dennis Santana as the closer over Colin Holderman right now just because of how good Santana was as a Pirate last year and how good he's looked this spring.
Lastly, Destiny's Child, tell us in your observations one guy who's off the radar that nobody thinks about too much, might not know a lot about at any position, that jumped off the page to you, that really caught your eye while you were in Bradenton, and that you think could make a difference for them.
That's a tough one because I think there's two guys I go to on the defensive side. And one I will start with who's maybe, we've talked about him a little bit, but Billy Cook. I think he's a name that's worth bringing up just because he looks like he might be the best defensive outfielder on the team. Like, that guy can fly in the outfield. He can play a mean center field. He's young. He's outgoing. He's exciting. He's a kid that you root for just because he's got that great demeanor. I think Billy Cook could be an excellent fourth or fifth outfielder for the Pirates. He just might not make this opening day roster by virtue of, options, 40-man spots, things of that nature. He could be a guy who starts the year in AAA, but don't be surprised if Billy Cook gets up to Pittsburgh this summer and makes some outstanding catches and throws in the outfield. Another name to me, which I'm probably a little bit biased because I've been a fan of his for a while here, is Sung-Chae Chang, the shortstop prospect who finished last year in AAA Indianapolis. He might only be about 5'7", 5'8", the Taiwanese product, but he is the best defensive shortstop in the franchise right now. He looks fantastic at shortstop. He would be better. No disrespect to Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. He would be a better shortstop than him right now. He looks better than Leo Verpagero. He would do better there than Nick Gonzalez. Sung-Chae Chang looked outstanding at shortstop this spring. The only reason he, ended up not being in contention for the job right now, or, to make the team outright, still very much a prospect, still relatively young, I believe at 23 or 24 years old. They want him to get more reps in AAA. But this is a guy who I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the year he could be a reserve shortstop for this team, or maybe even start getting starting time by 2026. Now, the bat needs to play. He struggled a lot hitting-wise in the first half last year in Altoona, but I'm really high on Chang. He is for lack of better phrasing, he is a defensive whiz at shortstop. I think he looked fantastic at the position this spring.
Andrew, we appreciate the time, man, and let's talk at least once more before you leave the Post-Gazette here. It's actually very sad. You do a hell of a job, and it's been really fun having you on the air.
The pleasure has been all mine, Joe. We will definitely do this again next week, and don't be a stranger. I was going to say, when I'm moved on out of here around these parts, I'm more than happy to hop on the show moving forward. So, it's been a pleasure, and
that would be great.
Do it again soon.
All right, man, and I'm supposed to take out Donnie and Limits for a steak dinner soon. Perhaps you could join us.
That'd be great.
Is he
Look
gone?
at that. I would finally meet City Limits in person.
I think
we
we're going to do
big night. Have you met Donnie Football?
I have not in person, no.
There you go. Could be one of the greatest nights of your life. Thank you, Destiny's Child.
Pleasure's all mine. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
There he goes. Yeah, that stinks. You meet somebody who's a good guy, becomes a friend, sort of. I only met him once. Plus, he's good on the air. And then they leave. Perhaps it's an old wound being reopened. Limits. My best friend, Tom Cusimano, moved to Pittsburgh when I was in 6th grade, maybe 7th grade. I'll never forget it. We spent every day together playing wiffle ball, football, basketball, street hockey, going to each other's houses. He delivered the Buffalo News, which was an afternoon paper. Back then, oh, limitless wonder, we didn't have the internet.
Wow.
So I wouldn't know if the Pirates won the night before on the West Coast until I ran to the bundle of newspapers. They delivered them to this apartment where we would both go get them. We'd grab the sports page right away and look up the box scores. That was Tom Cusimano. And then suddenly, without warning, his family moved to Syracuse. We had a little cut through in my backyard. Our house was sort of surrounded by trees. It was very secluded in a way.
You didn't have a lot of sunlight that came into your house because there was no electricity back then.
Thank you, Limits. Yes, that's true. Exactly.
Yes.
So on our way to the outhouse, no. But there was a cut through the trees that he would come through every day. He would come to the house, leave the house. And I'll never forget crowding around the window with my mom, I think my sister Sheila, and there went Tom Cusimano for the last time. I hate when stuff like that happens. You know that?
I had a neighbor that did the same thing, and he left. He moved. I think it was his mom that moved. And the people in the neighborhood that you grow up with, that you see, a couple of times a week in the summer. You think of just random stuff to do on like a Wednesday night, walking around, going to the park and shooting basketball and stuff like that. I had a couple of friends like that.
Yeah.
Did you rekindle that relationship with Tom when you moved to Pittsburgh?
No.
Why?
Why would I have done that?
Because he was your childhood friend.
He was in Syracuse.
I thought you said that he moved to Pittsburgh.
Did I?
Yes.
He moved to Syracuse. I'm sorry.
That changes
I thought
the story.
I mentioned that. No. Not that I had any sort of, connection that deep with Destiny's Child, but perhaps it opens that old wound, doesn't it?
We do have another connection, though, in California. Somebody that I met last year at a game that has been pleading with me to get us to go golf with them in California and go see SoCal.
Oh,
this is a good guy. I've talked to him a lot.
Maybe June we can plan that, Limits. How's that? Or September, even better.
Yes. I want to go out and see him.
September, before the backyard brawl and before the Steelers start, like the first week of September. How's that?
I want to go see a Pirates-Dodgers game here, too.
I wouldn't mind that either. Dodger Stadium's on my bucket list, but more on my bucket list is Pebble Beach and Lake Tahoe with the Child family.
I think that's in May, though.
Yeah.
When the Pirates play
Well, you're not
going
to be able to do that. Are you? You going to try?
Possibly. Who knows?
All right. Coming up next, Jack Ham with another Jackson Dart-related tweet for me. Which other team did Mason Rudolph have a plan to talk to, or at least they planned to talk to him before he came here? Why didn't he listen to them? Why didn't he at least consider this team? It seems odd. I'll tell you who that team was. I'll tell you what Ham's tweet said, or text said. Coming up next, it's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. On March 25th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for neighbors in need. Text NEED now, if you can, to 50155, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you by Aetna, Isley's, Beano's, and Greater Pittsburgh Auto Dealers. All the details at 937thefan.com. Let's talk about Gina. Yes, Gina Giampietro is the topic at hand. Justin tried to sell his home in Wexford several years ago with a different real estate agent, but he didn't get any results. So when it was time to try and sell again, he was a little skeptical about hiring an agent based on his experience. But after doing some online research, he found Gina and all of her 5-star reviews, and that's when he gave Gina a call. What a great move by Justin. He said Gina is straightforward, prompt, diligent in answering any questions. And above all, she knew how to market his home. She was able to sell Justin's home, and he said the entire process was very smooth. He highly recommends Gina to anyone thinking about buying or selling. Here's the thing. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes, home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in Pittsburgh and you're ready to sell or buy, call my friend Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty. Gina Giampietro, 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins and Islanders tonight. The Islanders just a little bit ahead of the Penguins in the Metropolitan Division standings. Penguins still 7th place. Tristan Jarry will start for the Penguins tonight at 7 PPG Paints Arena. And it'll look at the Metropolitan Division standings. Well, the Penguins are 6 points back of the Rangers for 4th place in the Metro, and also the final wild card spot in the East. Penguins have played 69 games. Rangers have played 68, but the Islanders have only played 66 with 2 additional points than the Penguins. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shattapet Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If you're looking for a fun player to watch in the NCAA tournament, how about Wofford big man Kyler Filowich? How are you going to spot him? He's the 6'9", 250-pound big man from Winnipeg, donning a headband that barely covers a receding hairline. The Southeast Conference Player of the Year also changed up his free throw shooting style this season, opting to shoot underhand, even though he's still only hitting at a 30% clip. I'm Maggie Gray.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from Burger King, Buffalo Wild Wings, KFC, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a burger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 67.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
That's the power of Bowser.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains, and delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I promise treats, and treats I shall deliver. The 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Brian Batko joining me at noon. We're going to go over some mock drafts and some Steelers stuff, and then Brooke Pryor, who's been reporting on this quarterback derby, so to speak, joins me at 12:30. She's from ESPN, as you know. First, Pat Leonard from the New York Daily News talking about the Giants, who are keeping company with the Steelers these days. Both of them desperate for a quarterback. I love the Dulac piece, or was it a tweet, that said the Steelers aren't panicking over their quarterback situation. I don't care what the Steelers are doing. They've become desperate over their quarterback situation. And internally, if they're not panicking over having not found any sort of reasonable replacement for Ben 4 years later and having whiffed on 5 opportunities so far, to the point where they're bringing back one of the guys they already whiffed on, if they're not panicking, they should be. So that really means nothing to me, whether the Steelers are telling people whether they're panicking or not. Their actions say otherwise. They're desperate. And so are the Giants. And Pat Leonard had a nice lead to his story. The Giants' quarterback search is starting to look like the menu at a rundown diner. 10 pages long with one special and nothing else that's good. The team reportedly was going to hold a remote Zoom call with career backup Mason Rudolph last week. But Rudolph decided to re-sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers instead. That is quite an update, Leonard writes, to a desperate free agent search that has already included a failed attempt to trade for Matthew Stafford, an ongoing pursuit of Aaron Rodgers, and in-person meetings with Joe Flacco, Russell Wilson, and Jameis Winston. Make no mistake, the Steelers are in that boat. It's them and the Giants paddling around as the waves grow larger and the storm clouds set in. The funniest thing about all this to me is it seemed like a lot of people took the Rudolph signing as a sign of like stability, or like, okay, now we're okay. See, the Steelers went out and they got a guy that we can count on. This is a good thing. No, they're flailing away in desperation. And you could say that the Giants either are better off without Rudolph or maybe look slightly worse with the Steelers for not only not getting him, but the fact that he blew them off. Limits, if you're Rudolph, why didn't you at least listen to the Giants? I think their situation's preferable to the Steelers. You get an offensive mind there. In New York, you have a great receiver who so far has not shown any issues whatsoever. And you have a lot of talent on defense, younger talent than the Steelers. I think I would have been inclined to. Why wouldn't you at least take their call? Did Rudolph jump on the Steelers' offer and blow off the Giants because he thinks he's going to be the starter here? Maybe he did.
I personally believe that,
and maybe he's right.
You should hear what other people, if they have interest in you, have to say. Not just to learn about their situation, but maybe try to learn something about yourself, and that could partly be for leverage. The reasoning why I would think that he was just so gung-ho on the Steelers was, look, I'm familiar with the organization. Maybe he wanted to come back last year, but wanted to chase an opportunity with Tennessee, and when it didn't work out, he realized maybe the grass isn't always greener on the other side.
Yeah.
I question if he didn't want to go to the Giants, possibly because,
because they're the Giants?
They're the Giants. I don't like their offensive line. And if Daboll's 3-8 in the middle of the season, they're getting fired. And Joe Shine, their general manager, easy for me to think of, is likely going to get fired, especially off of Saquon Barkley going to Philadelphia and winning a championship.
It's a wonderful point, Limits.
That's a lame duck organization right now.
You might be right about that. So Rudolph saw 2 years of security with the Steelers at what, $8 million, I think?
Yeah, total.
And probably a shot to start. Given the current situation here, it's amazing to me, as our friend Benzie from the Trib wrote this morning, that those 3 games, those last 3 regular season games 2 years ago, changed the entire narrative for a lot of people regarding Mason Rudolph. Those 3 games against a horrible Bengals defense, a bad Seattle defense, and the Ravens JV team. And don't get me wrong, he played really well. He played better than Pickett. He did. But I think people who take those 3 games and extrapolate them to the point of, man, Mason Rudolph could come back here and save the Steelers might be going a little far here. As Pat Leonard wrote, he's a career backup. And that's what he is a pretty good backup quarterback in the league. And maybe he can beat enough bad to mediocre teams to get the Steelers to 9-8 if he's their starter again. Maybe he can. But I'm surely not counting on him for anything more than that. Are you?
Not at all. I have always been not the biggest Mason Rudolph backer or believer from the start. My opinion on him shifted a little bit based on those 3 games. But I think back to the way that it went when Ben was hurt and he got benched for Duck Hodges. And I think of when he came in that spot start for Ben during the COVID year against the Lions, and they tied an awful Lions team at home. Yes, there were turnovers in that game. But Mason, quarterbacks are supposed to overcome a lot to be able to push you over the top. And Mason was never able to do that for me at any point. Even though I was encouraged by the way that he closed out the season in those final 3 games and played okay in Buffalo, nothing ever stood out to me as, yes, franchise guy or even starting guy for a 17-game season.
You and pretty much nobody else, at least until those 3 games. And then I think some minds started to change. But then the Steelers had no interest.
Well, I don't know about that. I think there are a lot of people in the city that believe that Mason Rudolph did not get a fair shake around here and did not get a fair opportunity. There are a lot of people that believe that. Yeah, which I still don't understand.
All right. On to the next thing, which is Jack Ham's latest tweet to me. You ready for this, Limits? I see you're on the edge of your seat. From out of nowhere, the great Jack Ham, Mel Kiper now has Dart going 9 to New Orleans. Ham texts me. You're the reason for this, meteoric rise up the draft board. Be careful. With this kind of power comes great responsibility. So he's sort of busting my chops and maybe complimenting me.
Yeah.
Underhandedly in the same text. How about that?
That's awesome. And he's just reaching out to you. What a great relationship that you and Jack Ham have right now.
Yeah, it's flourishing right now. I'll say that.
That is awesome.
Mel Kiper now has Dart going to 9 to New Orleans. I saw where Steve Palazzolo in his mock draft has Jackson Dart going 24 to the Giants. He's got the corner from Michigan, I believe, going to the Steelers. So we've reached the point where it's hard to find a mock draft, at least it was in the last 5 minutes, that doesn't have Jackson Dart going in the first round. What do you make of this? And what do you make of Jack Ham giving me credit for all this?
I'm very glad that Jack pointed that out to you. And as we know, Jack is a very credible man and a great broadcaster in and of itself with the Penn State Football Radio Network, and has watched Jackson Dart play in person, as I have as well.
Yeah.
What I think of it is also that there were 6 quarterbacks taken in last year's draft. The most important position in all of sports, not just football, is quarterback. And teams are going to get desperate to find one any way possible. So the way that I kind of look at it is Sanders and Ward did not participate in the combine. It opened the door a little bit more for Jackson Dart to be able to thrive, flourish, and people go, whoa, who's this guy? Jumping off the table and moving up draft boards. That's something that kind of concerns me. Like, once the actual football is done, and it's more so football in shorts or just workouts and interviews, you can move up a little bit. But Jackson Dart's gone from like a 3rd-round pick when we were still playing the games to a 1st-round pick. That's a little bit of a stretch for me. And I think it's just because teams get quarterback desperate.
Yeah, I'm looking at Palazzolo's entire mock draft. He has Ward and Shedeur Sanders going second. Do you think Sanders is going to drop in this draft?
I do a little bit. I don't think he'll fall out of the top 15, maybe top 10. He's not going to reach the Steelers at 21.
Pomp and Joe join them this Wednesday tomorrow at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry for our special Giant Eagle Feed the Need broadcast. You'll be able to call to bid on special items with proceeds going to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Okay. You can also support now by texting NEED, N-E-E-D, to 50155. All the details at 937thefan.com. So yesterday at 12:41 p.m., Steve Palazzolo of PFF said this in a tweet: Jackson Dart, discuss. 157,000 people looked at this thing. He compares him to Mac Jones. Ugh. I don't like that at all. Another guy says going to be the 2nd best quarterback out of this draft. Probably the most overthought QB prospect in a long time. Some team down the board is going to get lucky. Somebody else says he plays the opposite style to his body type. I don't even know what that means. I want the Steelers to take him. I've said it many times, and it sounds like Jack Ham does too. I'm on Team Ham here, Limits. And you can join us at any point. There's plenty of room on the bandwagon.
I'm on Team Ham every single day, but the Jackson Dart team, I am not on.
All right. Coming up, Brian Batko. Let's do a little draft stuff with the Batconian Mongoose. And also let's talk about the quarterback situation and when we might finally have resolution. Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette up next. Meantime, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is turning up the excitement even higher for college basketball. Through the first 2 rounds of the tournament, bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you will not be upset about. We got a couple local teams, one semi-local in St. Francis, and some big point spreads they're facing. Will they cover? Limit says yes for Robert Morris. I'm not so sure at 22.5 last I saw. But I do know this, FanDuel's the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines and team totals, plus so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day, because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required, winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable, expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins announced that they will play the Nashville Predators in Sweden for 2 regular season games next season. In the NHL Global Series, it'll be on November 14th and the 16th. And Pirates top prospect Bubba Chandler earned MLB Pipeline All-Spring Breakout First Team honors. He threw 2 perfect innings in the game against the Philadelphia Phillies. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Low highs hit the mid-60s today with sunny skies and persistent southerly wind of about 10 miles an hour. Pittsburgh's high hitting 66 degrees today. Overnight, temperatures won't dip very much with lows in the mid to upper 50s. Wednesday highs will be near 80 degrees. This round of warm air comes to an end on Thursday as a cold front brings morning rain and cooler temps. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KTO Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tony and Muller think they know football until they talk to a Didi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see a Didi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. A Didi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarburg Golf Course, and Hampton Beer Outlet. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant Daniel was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet Mike's.
Let the madness begin. Stop into Southeast Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Ram, 1,500 tradesmen. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Golf doesn't stop when the temperatures drop. At Shooters Golf, it's always tee time. Our heated, climate-controlled bays and cutting-edge top tracer technology let you play 18 holes year-round, rain or snow. I know, I play Pebble Beach over there all the time. Whether you're perfecting your swing or playing a full round with friends, you'll stay comfortable while enjoying the game you love. Plus, fuel up with a beer and a bite from our full-service bar and kitchen. Book your bay today at shootersgolf.com and keep the game going no matter the season.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com.
Ready to shoot your shot? Log into BetMGM and make your picks in their March Matchups 250K Pick'em for your chance to win a share of bonus bets. It's free to play and easy to get started. Just log into your BetMGM account and predict what will happen at different points throughout the college basketball tournament. You'll earn points with every correct answer, which gives you a shot to win a share of bonus bets. That's right. Just pick what will happen throughout March Matchups. And if you make enough correct picks, you'll win a share of $250K in bonus bets. Think you know college basketball? Log into BetMGM and make your picks to win a share of $250,000 in bonus bets. It's free to play. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with the foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. All tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aaron Rodgers' watch continues. We continue to wait. There is no answer. Mason Rudolph is back on a 2-year, $8 million deal. Other than that, Aaron Rodgers keeps us in the darkness. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Brian Bacco of the Post-Gazette joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line, fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's go to the hotline, where we find the Post-Gazette's Brian Batko. I'm looking at a mailbag that Brian just constructed here, responding to really people from around the world. I see, Brian. A lot of people checking in on your mailbag. Brian's on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. A man named Jack says, why can't Mason be the starter? He's very underrated. Brian, you said he can be, in my opinion, kind of the perfect swing guy who can take on that role because he's done it, or settle into backup territory because he's done it. What do you think is the ceiling for Mason, and how do you think this quarterback derby plays out here?
I think the ceiling for Mason, Joe, is not all that dissimilar to ceilings for many Steelers teams of the post-Ben era and even the later years of the Ben era. 10-7, maybe 11-6 if they get a couple breaks, and probably lose to one of the teams that are firmly above them in the AFC North pecking order. So, yeah, I mean, kind of like I told that chatter, I think the Rudolph signing makes a ton of sense because, I mean, let's face it, he didn't have a lot of great options after a rough season with the Titans. And for the Steelers, well, I hate to say it, but they've jerked him around for a while, and they kind of know that he'll be a team player about all that. And this is still very uncertain here as we go into week 2 of free agency.
I disagree. They've jerked who around? Mason?
Yeah.
In what way? I disagree with that. I think they've been very, very good to Mason over the years.
Well, that's what the money's for. I never really felt bad for Mason when people say, oh, he didn't get a chance. I mean, the way it works is the team drafts you where they want to. They pay you what they're obligated to, and then you are at the liberty of them to decide where you should be on the depth chart. But I think, until that late season run 2 years ago, replacing Kenny Pickett, where Mike Tomlin rode the hot hand. To his credit, there might have been a locker room mutiny had he not and gone back to Pickett. I think you could argue that Rudolph didn't get the fairest of shakes here. His 2019 season getting benched for Duck Hodges was not a bullet point he'll want high on his resume, but I think a lot of people thought they would.
But when you think about it,
thought they would run it, give him a chance again after that 2023 stretch run. And instead they threw out both he and Kenny Pickett essentially when they went to Russell Wilson.
Yeah, it makes you wonder why if he feels the way you feel, why he's back here. That's my question. I'm not even sure he feels.
Well, like I said, you only have so many good options at this point after what did he go? 1-4 starting games for the Titans. And
yeah,
the statistics were horrendous. And I'll say this much, sort of to the Steelers' defense or credit. I mean, remember when we were talking around this time a year ago how robust the market might be for Rudolph, the way he finished the season? That did not materialize. So I don't blame them for not giving him too much to return. And, he found a 1-year deal in Tennessee for pretty modest change.
Yeah, and when you look back on his benching for Duck, I mean, I could never blame them for that. He fell apart the night he got attacked by Myles Garrett. He had 1 touchdown and 4 picks, and then the next week against Cincinnati was a total disaster in the first half. And he got benched, and the other guy came in and won them a big game, and the other guy beat Cleveland the next week in another big game. And yet they still went back to Mason for the season finale after Duck started to go south a little bit. I can't blame the Steelers or Tomlin really ever for anything they've done to Mason Rudolph. I know Jerry Dulac.
What about, Joe, relitigating the 2022 offseason and using the 20th overall pick on Kenny Pickett instead of maybe just saying, all right, Mitch Trubisky and Mason Rudolph is our quarterback competition. we will put off this QB predicament another year and see what our former third-round pick, first-round grade guy has in him.
Well, the Steelers thought they were getting a franchise quarterback in Kenny Pickett. And I know people say, well, Mason didn't really get a chance that year. But when you have a first-rounder and a free agent that you put decent money into, I mean, if you're Mason or his agent and you actually thought you were going to get a chance when that became the case, I think you're crazy if you're Mason Rudolph.
I'm saying even before that, they could have signed him. They could have signed him in free agency earlier and just not drafted a quarterback, or certainly not drafted one in the first round of that class, which I think there should be a 30 for 30 on that 2022 quarterback class, Joe, and it would only be 5 minutes long.
Right.
Just tell us, do a slide of Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell, Malik Willis, and Matt Corral. Where did they all end up, and why did it go so wrong?
Right. Kind of a reverse 30-30. Like that would be great on what happened to these people. This quarterback class, people have their own questions about. I love Jackson Dart, as you know, and now I see.
I know you do.
Jack Ham just texted me and said Mel Kiper has Dart going number 9 to New Orleans. Everybody has him in the first round suddenly, Brian. Did you get to see him a lot? What do you think of Jackson Dart? Limits hates him.
That's a strong word.
I don't hate him. I'm somewhere. Limits just loves playing the clip of him getting picked off.
I
right?
know. That's his favorite.
His favorite. It's a good way to needle you, and I think that's healthy for your relationship, seeing each other 5 days a week. So
you're right.
He's going to take a shot towards the end zone. No one there but Gators, and it's a pick.
Only Gators. Only Gators on ESPN there for Jackson Dart throwing a pick in the end zone.
All right, Brian.
Those timeouts didn't matter. They still lost.
Let me have it on Dart.
I'm not as high on him as Joe. I'm not as anti-Dart as City Limits, but one quarterback analyst who I always put a lot of stock into the opinion is Chris Sims from NBC, and he just came out with his quarterback rankings. He has Dart third behind, of course, Cam Ward and Shadur Sanders. Nothing ground shaking there, but he kind of settled on he's good but not great. He's not a first-round prospect, but maybe in the high second round it would make sense for a team to take him and just trust that he's got a pretty high floor, not necessarily the highest ceiling. Sims is pretty down on his deep throwing and deep ball ability, and I know other talent evaluators are too. And if I'm the Steelers, first of all, I'm leery of taking a quarterback in the first round to begin with, and if I do, it better not be a guy who I have questions about airing it out to DK Metcalf for the next 4 or 5 years. So I am not on the Dart first round train.
Yeah,
but I can see why people like him. I just don't. I'm not in that camp.
Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette. You can read the mailbag in question at postgazette.com. Let's talk a little bit about other guys or other areas the Steelers could attack in the draft. Where do you think they're going? Who are some names that come to mind for you, Brian?
I think all arrows are pointing to replenishing the depth and the youth on that defensive line. And I've been meaning to look this up one of these days when I've got really nothing to do, but it feels like most years by mid-March, you can kind of peg what the Steelers are going to do in the draft based on the roster moves that they've made or not made and the holes that exist on the depth chart. I mean, go back to 21. I think everybody knew they were taking a running back. It was just a matter of Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, or I think Javonte Williams was kind of the dark horse there. Even that 2022 draft, I don't know that everybody was convinced they were going quarterback, but the amount that they were scouting the quarterbacks sure was a green flag. So, the fact that they didn't go out and make a big move for any free agents, no offense to Daniel Ikuale, former Patriot, but, they need somebody else up there, especially with cutting Larry Ogunjobi. Part of me thought, okay, they really love Larry O. For some reasons unbeknownst to us. Maybe they will just give him his last season on his deal. Good thing they didn't, considering he got suspended for banned substances. But, they need a potential Cam Hayward replacement, or at the very least a Bash brother to play with Keanu Benton in the future.
Limits, do you have you're raising your hand back there, like Arnold Horshack from the old show Welcome Back, Cotter. Do you remember that show, Brian?
No, but I know the song. It's a good song.
Yeah, it was the first place where John Travolta made a mark
in America pop culture.
I would like to ask the teacher for permission to ask a question.
Please.
Will Cordero Patterson be brought in cold to make the 4th-round draft pick in Green Bay for the Steelers, or maybe at a remote location like the Steelers draft party if he is still on the team this upcoming draft?
Even better, they should bring in the frozen cadavers of Cordero Patterson and Justin Fields to make the Steelers' first pick, just like they did in the real games, Brian. Great question from Limits.
Cordero should be in Green Bay shoveling snow at the end of April like he was doing the day after the playoff loss and when he complained on Instagram about not getting enough touches. That was still one of the richest subplots of this offseason. I'll say this much, though, about the running back group, fellas, and this dovetails with Joe's last question, too. But, I mean, could you talk yourself into a first-round running back? I probably wouldn't.
Yes.
I would have some serious scarring from the Najee Harris year, but I look at the moves the Steelers are making offensively, investing in the O-line, getting DK Metcalf, who's kind of an A.J. Brown facsimile here, and what else would you need to be Eagles-ish in what you do? Well, you would need a game changer like a Saquon Barkley. Now, who in the draft is that other than Ashton Genty? Maybe Omarion Hampton from UNC. I think maybe the 2 Ohio State guys. After that, I think you just get some sort of run-of-the-mill short yardage bruisers who can help you, but aren't really going to elevate you the way that you thought Najee was and the way that Saquon clearly did for the Eagles.
I'll tell you what else you would get, a running quarterback, and they just had one. Now, I'm not a big believer in
no argument from me there.
In Justin Fields as a franchise quarterback, but given their circumstances, I would have doubled down on him. I would have exceeded the Jets' offer and promised him the job and promised him that he would have set a record for quarterback carries in a season, which is, I think, 176 by Lamar in 2019. Drafted a running back and just got a backup quarterback who's like Fields, like a Mariota type, who's just a runner, and just tripled down on this idea of, all right, this is what we have. We're going to run it like we're a college team and mix in, some play action, some shots down the field the way Tannehill used to do when he had Derrick Henry. And no surprise that he hasn't been very good when he doesn't have Derrick Henry. But if the game becomes easier when you have a great running back and you're a running quarterback too, like if you have a great running game and you're committed to it, then suddenly the pass game opens up. I would have kept Fields and drafted a running back, Brian.
Oh, I think they're going to draft a running back regardless, but I agree with pretty much every 8th and 16th syllable you just uttered there, Joe. I think Fields, here's another thing about it with me to Fields, and I get that he's got a lot of people who are down on him and give people crap for thinking he could ever put it together and become a franchise guy, which, I mean, I can still squint and see it. He was the 11th overall pick and was really good at Ohio State, but here's the other aspect of it to me. For a franchise that tries to buck against this perception that they're just treading water and spinning their wheels and content to go 9-8 or 10-7 every season, well, kicking the can away from the curb on Fields, now 2024 really was a waste. I mean, what was the point? To see if Russell Wilson could cook like old days again and get you there? I guess you could argue that, but if you go back and you match the Jets offer and maybe do a little bit more to woo Fields, well, hey, now you can talk yourself into, okay, we're building on what he did with Arthur Smith. He's going to have the same head coach and play caller for the second year in a row after getting away from the Bears dumpster fire. And clearly, our play caller loves the guy. It's not hard to really deduce that when you listen to Arthur Smith last year on Fields. So that all just made a lot of sense to me, and I'm still kind of surprised it didn't go that way.
Yeah, nothing makes sense now. I mean, we always
now
hear...
we're on the conveyor belt of random quarterbacks again. Woohoo!
Exactly. And the one they have and the one they're waiting on, neither one's a runner. Nothing makes sense. Just nothing. Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome. Bye, guys.
See you, buddy.
Bye, Brian.
A nice man he is. Sun Limits. Is he saying bye to you right now? Seems like the kind of guy who would come back for some chit-chat on the way out, right?
He did.
Guess what we have? Pizza. Andrew,
I could smell it literally from inside the studio.
Our friend Andrew Lindbergh. Are you treating me today, or am I treating you again?
I can treat you.
No, I
with
want to
my
treat you.
$100 that I have from the water cooler.
You should treat me with that $100 that I gave you for simply pouring a glass of warm water.
What if I've already spent it?
That would be problematic.
Yeah, I haven't, though.
Brooke Pryor up next from ESPN. Let's dive into maybe a little bit of the rest of the AFC North and what's happening in what has been a very sort of eventful offseason, certainly with the two teams in Ohio and the one here. Let's talk about all things NFL with ESPN's Brooke Pryor. Coming up next, the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our Youth Baseball Softball Showcase presented by Sheets. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And the Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates in split squad action yesterday beat the Twins 4-2 as Paul Skeens pitched. And Skeens, in his longest start of the year, 4 2/3 innings, gave up 1 run, 7 strikeouts. He did walk 3 and give up 5 hits. Also, the other side of the split squad team lost 9-6 against the Detroit Tigers. Justin Lawrence, who's contending for a bullpen spot in an inning, gave up 2 runs. He's now 0-2 with the Pirates this year, but Andy Rodriguez drove in a run in the first inning on an RBI triple. Nick Gonzalez had his 4th double of the season that scored 2 runs, including Rodriguez, and Rodriguez reaching on an error also drove in a run in the top half of the 5th inning. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
Beyond Lincoln, join the family. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Every college basketball fan in the country should be pulling for Montana guard Money Williams. In September 2023, Williams' father passed away while the sophomore guard was playing a game against Nevada. In October 2024, his mother passed as well, leaving Money and his sister Monet to care for their 3 younger siblings. A GoFundMe has raised over $145,000 for the Williams family. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from McDonald's, Popeyes, Pizza Hut, Wendy's, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a hamburger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-575-3047. That's 800-575-3047.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserve seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Ready to shoot your shot? Log into BetMGM and make your picks in their March Matchups 250K Pick'em for your chance to win a share of bonus bets. It's free to play and easy to get started. Just log into your BetMGM account and predict what will happen at different points throughout the college basketball tournament. You'll earn points with every correct answer, which gives you a shot to win a share of bonus bets. That's right. Just pick what will happen throughout March Matchups. And if you make enough correct picks, you'll win a share of $250K in bonus bets. Think you know college basketball? Log into BetMGM and make your picks to win a share of $250,000 in bonus bets. It's free to play. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser
Bowser.
Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft 3.0 is out. Oh, Limitless Wonder.
Yeah, I saw it.
And guess who he has going to the Steelers at 21?
Who he has going to the Steelers at 21.
The dart thrower.
Uh-huh.
I love it.
I'm going to make a mock draft. I'm going to make a mock draft every single day.
Somebody texted in and had maybe some reasons why they think I'm cranky today. Can you read that text? Something to do with the pizza for Jose on Friday when that happened?
I have a sneaky suspicion that either Joe didn't get to golf yesterday or something went awry in his game, and that is truly why he is so angry today. Perhaps he continues harboring resentment against the unnamed pizza place for Friday, too.
That goes down in history. That and you playing in a rock box. In fact, I want to ask Brooke Pryor about that. Let's bring on Brooke Pryor from ESPN, which is where you know her from. Brooke, thank you for joining us today. My friend Austin, City Limits we call him, a couple of weeks ago revealed that instead of a sandbox when he was a child, he played in a rock box, which we all thought was rather odd and perhaps dangerous. Your thoughts?
Now, some context to that, Brooke. It's not like these were like large, huge boulders that you'd find in like a mountain range.
They were rocks nonetheless, Brooke. He was in a rock box.
Yeah, like pea gravel, they call it.
Oh, okay. So it was a gravel box, not a rock box. Because like a gravel box is fine. That's like a fun texture, and that feels like less cleanup than a sandbox. But like anything bigger than like some little pea-sized gravel, and that feels kind of dangerous. It feels like your parents are asking for you to start throwing rocks at windows and shattering things. Like they need a better insurance policy with a place like that.
So it was gravel we're talking?
Yeah, it was pea gravel, but we called it the rock box. Because it wasn't sand, it was just some rocks.
Well, thank you for helping to clarify that, Brooke. Also, are you bonding with City Limits over your North Carolina fandom? And would you agree that they shouldn't be in the NCAA tournament?
I mean, look, sure, maybe they shouldn't be in, but, you know, to all the haters, I say cry more. I don't often get to be a villain, but I'm embracing this. My husband says that this is the start of my villain arc of just embracing UNC getting in while West Virginia's on the outside, the governor's calling for an investigation into the NCAA, all those good things. Like, you know what? I'm having fun with it. I'm actually headed to Dayton in a little bit this afternoon. So you can go ahead and circle the Tar Heels to lose because I don't remember the last time I've seen them have a win in person. But, you know, there's always a first time. There's always a next time. Maybe my fortunes and theirs will change.
I like the heel turn. I think this is going to be good. In the meantime, what about this quarterback situation with the Steelers? How does this wind up, and when do we have a resolution? How long is Aaron Rodgers going to drag this out?
I mean, talk about a villain arc. I think that waiting this out is contributing to mine. I mean, it feels like, everybody is on Aaron Rodgers' time, and he doesn't really have a firm deadline or timeline. It seems, I mean, I would think everyone wants a resolution sooner rather than later, and certainly before the draft, because it could drastically alter what the Giants do, what the Steelers do. I don't know how much it affects the Vikings' plans, because I think that they are more likely to get another veteran quarterback than draft another quarterback. But, I mean, he is very much the main character right now, and everyone is waiting on him. But the Steelers got some kind of insurance policy in bringing Mason Rudolph back, as Cam Hayward said today on his podcast. Like, they're comfortable going into the season with him. He does have starting experience, but I don't think that that's the plan A or B or really even C that they saw unfolding when they started free agency.
Is Joe Flacco going to wind up here? Is that where we're headed?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I think that it's an option the way that everything is an option right now until they get another one or two quarterbacks on the roster. I think that that's something that they look into. But, I mean, at this point, there are, I believe, 6 free agent quarterbacks available that played at least 25% of offensive snaps last year. Joe Flacco is one of them. Aaron Rodgers is one of them. Russell Wilson is one of them. The other options, I believe, are Drew Lock and Tyler Huntley.
Oh, my
God.
God.
I can't, the other one is escaping me at the moment. But, yeah, what I'm saying is it's slim pickings out there.
I wasn't even thinking of those two names. Now I'm mortified beyond where I was before. But let me get to this in the meantime. We have Brooke Pryor from ESPN. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We're coming in on the 50-minute mark pretty soon here, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. As you adroitly pointed out, I wasn't even thinking of this when the Cam Hayward stuff came out today, where he's not exactly campaigning for Aaron Rodgers here. And as you said, Brooke, on social media, this time last year, he absolutely was campaigning pretty hard for Russell Wilson. So Hayward, do we have that clip that we can play for everybody here? Hayward came out and just said basically he doesn't need any of this crap as far as waiting around and if Rodgers wants to go on a darkness retreat or any of this. He just wants this thing to get done one way or another. And now I'm starting to wonder, when the leader of the team that is after you is this lukewarm to cold on you coming here, man, I wonder what you're thinking if you're Aaron Rodgers. Let's take a listen to Cam Hayward.
I want to play football. I'm tired of talking about the quarterback situation. I'd rather have it done. I don't know what ends up happening. I don't know, man. Like, this is I'm ready to move on in the free agency. There's too much going on.
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days. He says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness and try to get this guy? We need you. You're our best recruiter. I'm about to get to Darius Slay, and it sounds like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that or darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Call me crazy, Brooke, but if I'm Aaron Rodgers and that's the best pitch that I get from the leader of the team that's interested in me, I don't really feel like I'm wanted there. Am I nuts for that?
I don't think you are. I mean, maybe this is the Steelers are now deciding to play hard to get and do some reverse psychology here, but I don't think that's the case. I'm just trying to think of any possible explanation other than Cam Hayward is just really tired of the end of his career being defined by this question mark at quarterback. I mean, I know this is a team that is so tired of talking about the quarterback they were last year and the year before that and the year before that. To me, this is just signals how exhausted Cam Hayward is of this storyline. And the whole team is, which, I mean, this to me is a reflection of the angst in the locker room toward the organization and toward the decision makers for how this quarterback situation has played out, that they're this far into it. They don't have an answer. They're not able to bring back Justin Fields. Plan B isn't going maybe like they planned on the timeline that they planned. And this is, to me, just a culmination of all of that. But it speaks volumes that the guy that was on FaceTime with Russell Wilson for an hour last year is like, I'm not doing that again. I'm not. You either come or you don't come. It's no skin off my back. We'll figure it out. We've got Mason Rudolph, and that's all we need. That, to me, is, maybe that lights a fire under Rodgers to say, oh, yeah, like, let me show you why you should have recruited me harder, that kind of thing. But I am nowhere near the inside of Aaron Rodgers' mind, nor do I really want to be.
Talk about living in the darkness. My God. Answer me this, Brooke. Art Rooney, after the season, essentially said that one of his in-house guys is his priority and that they wanted to get that done, that it was either going to be Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. They were going to talk to both. That was the priority. That is what he expected to happen. Well, Russell Wilson's available. He's out there. And in my mind, if the Steelers, all they would have to do is say, Russ, come on back, and he would have been back 3 weeks ago. What's that all about? Where is he? Why isn't he here?
Well, he's not in the darkness. Based on his Instagram story, it looks like he's out training in San Diego, and he is taking free agent visits to other teams. And I think that in this process, the Steelers have kind of telegraphed where they stand on Russell Wilson, because you're right, he is out there and he is available, but their preference was clearly Justin Fields, but not so much so that they were willing to get in a bidding war over him, knowing that Aaron Rodgers was out there and that was an option. It kind of seems like at this point that Russell Wilson is either plan D, E, or F, or not on their radar. It seems like they are very reluctant to go that route, knowing that they could have Aaron Rodgers. To me, it says that while Art Rooney said his preference was one of those two guys, the real preference was Justin Fields, and to get that done sooner rather than later. And all of the other options were far below that, and Russell Wilson being among them. So to me, it kind of signals that they were not satisfied with Russell Wilson and that they are desperately trying to find any other option before considering going back to him.
What did you make, moving around the division a little bit, of the Bengals bringing back both receivers at a huge cost, and now people are saying they may also be able to bring back Trey Hendrickson? What do you make of the Bengals right now?
I would love to know how they have figured out their budget, because I could use some of those tips in figuring out mine. But it seems to go against the way that the Bengals have typically done business, where they don't guarantee second-year money. They typically don't do these big contracts, things like that. And the fact that they're able to do two and are still working on Trey Hendrickson tells me that they've kind of accepted, like, hey, if we want to be able to compete and keep our team together, keep our franchise quarterback happy, we're going to have to change the way that we do some things. And it shows a willingness to be flexible that I think a team like the Steelers has not so far. I'm interested to see how that plays out, because as we know right now, they have really loaded up on offense and have committed a ton of money to the offense. So they're going to have to get in shootouts every game. I don't know that that's necessarily the best allocation of their resources, but that conversation changes if they're able to figure out a way to bring in Trey Hendrickson. And I think that that's something that other teams in the league that have not been willing to spend big should look at and realize, like, this is the arms race that is the NFL right now. You have to be willing to spend money and spend cash over cap to bring in talented guys and make your team better.
All right, let's move to the Browns. They brought in Kenny Pickett. Do you think he's going to be their starter, or does this clearly signal that they're going to take a quarterback in the draft?
I think it signals that they are going to keep adding to the room, whether that's a free agent quarterback like Russell Wilson, who did take a visit there, or they draft someone. I think that this just gives them more flexibility to explore those options. I think that in adding Kenny, they don't have to take a quarterback in the first round. They can wait, see if somebody falls to them, look at the free agent market. To me, it just kind of expands their options.
What did you think of the DK Metcalf signing?
I thought it was really good. I think that is a un-Steelers-like move to leverage that many draft picks and then also sign him to a big deal. That's a sign to me that maybe this organization is moving in the right direction in terms of spending and giving up assets to bring in difference-making players. But the comparison I keep going back to is it's like buying a Christmas present and realizing Christmas morning you forgot the batteries. I mean, congrats, you've got this awesome weapon in DK Metcalf, but you don't necessarily know who's throwing him the football, and now you're kind of scrambling and checking the remotes and seeing if there's any other batteries that you can pull out and plug in for a little bit until you can figure out a long-term plan.
I'll leave you with this one, Brooke. It seems, Marlon Humphrey after the season alluded to issues in the locker room. I saw where Willie Colon, former Steeler, yesterday alluded to the same. Are there issues in that room? You mentioned earlier that you don't think maybe some of these players have confidence in the plan at quarterback and things like that. Is there some disillusion in that room, either with the coaching or with the management of this team? Did you get that sense during the season with the players?
I think that there was some to an extent. I think that guys, to me, the best example or the most concrete evidence of some frustration is looking at the NFLPA report cards where ownership grades improved, but not by a wide margin. Mike Tomlin still has a great grade, but players expressed that they didn't necessarily always feel like he was willing to listen to what they were saying and incorporate that feedback into coming up with a plan. And they didn't necessarily feel like Art Rooney was willing to commit the resources to improve the facilities or better the team. Those, to me, are the most concrete examples we have that while the Steelers players, I think, have some level of trust in the organization, there is more angst maybe than we would have seen in previous years, and that's also a product of the lack of postseason success and the 5-game losing streak to end the season. I mean, it's hard to feel anything other than just angsty and uncomfortable at this point, and a little disappointed, I think, and let down if you're a player and you see how that season ended. And, making a big move like getting DK Metcalf, like signing Darius Slay, those are good things and good moves in the right direction, but it doesn't necessarily completely turn around the organization's fortunes. And so I can understand their discomfort at this point.
Brooke, I appreciate you taking the time today. Good luck to the Tar Heels and have a good trip to Dayton. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
That's Brooke Pryor. Read her stuff at ESPN.com. And, man, she turned the Cam Hayward comments in a direction that I think is fair and has me thinking limits, and that is, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I agree with Cam here in a way, and that is, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, and I know this guy's the leader of that team, and he appears to be saying, you know what, either come here or don't. Whereas last year he was FaceTiming Russell Wilson to make the case for him. It's a big difference. Would you feel like you were wanted here? Maybe Cam Hayward is doing all of us a favor by, in so many words, telling Aaron Rodgers maybe he's not that welcome here, or at least saying to him, you know what, it's not like we're all sitting around waiting for you. Either sign or don't.
Yeah, or maybe that it's one-sided in a way where it might be Tomlin, it might be Omar Khan, but will the players fully embrace him, especially when it's your biggest leader, your Walter Payton Man of the Year, basically taking a huge stance against Aaron Rodgers. Like, he could have went neutral on it, and just kind of like shoved it aside and acted like it was not even asked and just moved past it. But
I don't know. Do you think he's taking a huge stance against it, or just being neutral to the point of you can't help, like I said, like, just sign or not? We're not waiting here for you. What did Cam say? It's no skin off my back, something like that,
right.
Whatever he does?
I took it as he would probably rather prefer Rodgers not here, but he's not going to completely throw a fight about it if he is.
Do they still want Russell Wilson as badly as they did last year?
I don't think at all nearly as close to how they did last year. Last year, they were completely going to bat for him. We heard TJ, Minka, Cam were all talking to him.
I wonder about that. I wonder if Cam would still go to bat for him, and I wonder if they wonder why he's not here.
Doesn't seem like anybody's going to bat for him. I mean, DK Metcalf didn't even say anything at his press conference like, yeah, maybe I'll get a chance to play with Russ.
That's another one. Is the whole theme of this show early on was these myths that surround the Steelers and how people just casually drop them left and right, like Ian Rappaport saying, what's the guy's name that they got? Juan Thornhill. Yeah, Juan Thornhill, that he gets a chance to join one of the NFL's best defenses. Really? And how Mike Tomlin's regarded as a guy that everybody wants to play for. And then we brought up all the people who have quit on Tomlin, and then the obvious Justin Fields thing. Like, okay, then where's he?
I'm nodding my head like a bobblehead.
Where's plan A? And then I see DK Metcalf said something to the effect of, the Steelers' sell job is that they're the Steelers. They did the selling job on me long before I ever got here. And, if you want to join us and win some games, please do. If not, good luck on the other side, he said.
You know what that sounds like? The Dallas Cowboys. And the dysfunction that's been there.
Yeah, the delusional Cowboys.
Yes,
yeah,
the delusional Cowboys, where DeMarcus Lawrence just took a 3-year deal in Seattle, and he ended up getting into a Twitter feud with Micah Parsons where he was talking about how we didn't win enough in Dallas. I want a chance to win, and Micah Parsons took a lot of offense to that. And he basically said, maybe if you weren't doing your podcast or doing media stuff as much and were out there on the field getting better, we would have won more games. And that became a huge battle on Twitter.
Yeah, Hayward went back into his FaceTime with Wilson and said, I told him from last year, I told him Pittsburgh isn't the place for glitz or glamour. It's not L.A., it's not Atlanta. This is a place where gladiators come, and we're going to compete every day. He was receptive to that. He wanted to compete. I believe Cam is that kind of gladiator, but I don't believe that the Steelers really, really enact that sort of myth surrounding them anymore. I'll say it for the 8 trillionth time. They haven't been competitive in a playoff game in nearly a decade. And then Metcalf, where's his quote here? Oh, this is a historic organization, Metcalf said. That's true. They've done the recruiting before I ever got here, so whoever wants to come here and try to win as many games as we can, they can join us. But if not, good luck on the other side. Somebody should tell DK that the other side is winning. The other side's winning. And if he needs proof, I can read him the playoff scores. We could go over the last 8 years. And 8 years is longer than DK Metcalf has even been around. It's longer than the average career in the NFL. It's a long time. And what you're saying just simply doesn't hold water anymore. The big, bad Steelers, good luck on the other side. You want to come here, be a gladiator, win some big games. No, it doesn't work that way. In the last 8 years, the Steelers had one outlier good season of 12-4 where they got destroyed in a playoff game. Other than that, including playoffs, it's been 9-6-1, 8-8, 9-8-1, 9-8, 10-8, and 10-8. Do people realize that or not? They've missed the playoffs 3 times in those 8 years, which is just about 40% of the time. And then they've been decimated in each one of those wild card games, at home by the Browns, on the road to the Chiefs, on the road to the Bills, and on the road you saw this year to the Ravens. All of them a different degree of total embarrassment. And the last time they won a playoff game, I'm sorry, the last time they were competitive in a playoff game was the 2016 NFL season. Limits, tell me how old somebody is who was born in 2016. Let's say December of 2016. How old are they?
How old they are right now?
Yeah.
About 8, about to turn 9.
Yeah.
Right in that range, 9 years old.
And tell me again when your first memory was as a small little city limits, maybe a miniature limits.
Oh, boy, small little city limits.
Maybe
probably,
5?
Yeah, about that. Sports memory or just general memory?
General memory of being alive and being a person.
About 5 or 6, yeah.
Okay, let's go with 6. So you go, someone who's turning 9 plus 6 would be 15, which would be 9th grade. So you have people that are 3 years away from college. You literally have people 3 years away from college who have no conscious memory of the Pittsburgh Steelers being competitive in a playoff game. And yet we perpetuate the myth of, hey, you want to go join somebody else? Go ahead. Good luck with that. We're the Steelers. we're the Gladiators. Everybody wants to come here. We're a historic franchise, a great franchise. There's a mythology about us. There's a magic to play in here. TJ Watt's never won a playoff game. His team has never been competitive in a playoff game. Through no fault of his own, mind you. And TJ Watt is a Gladiator. He's an all-time great player. But the overall point there would be, as great as TJ Watt is, man, what else must have been going on in Pittsburgh all these years? People should be thinking. To the point where TJ blanking Watt has never been part of a team that's been competitive in a playoff game? What? He's 31 years old. What else must be going on in Pittsburgh? But they don't ask that question. They perpetuate the myths. That's what they do. 412-928-9370. Join Pomp and Joe on Wednesday, March 19th as they broadcast, that's tomorrow, by the way, from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry for our special Giant Eagle Feed the Need broadcast. You'll be able to call to bid on special items and proceeds going to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Also support now by texting NEED, N-E-E-D, to 50155. All details at 937thefan.com. I want to get your thoughts on what Cam Hayward said. Like, what do you make of this, that last year at this time, him and Watt and Minka were publicly campaigning around this time for Russell Wilson? Like, going on the campaign trail to elect Russ as the Steelers' next quarterback. This year, it's Aaron Rodgers, and I don't give a crap about that darkness stuff. You want to be a Steeler? Sign up. If not, forget it. No skin off my back. That's essentially what Cam just said. Wow. Like, what a difference. And what are you thinking if you're Rodgers? Now, I happen to think, again, that Cam is doing everybody a favor here if he's turning Rodgers off to the Steelers, because I don't want Rodgers here. I don't think he helps, other than maybe to give you a better draft pick the next year, and there might be something to be said for that. But what are you thinking? If you're Rodgers, especially if you gain knowledge of what went down last year. Like, wait, these are the same guys that were on Facebook with Russ, begging him to come here? And he's saying, I really don't give a crap whether you come here or not. Whatever. Whatever, guy. Do whatever you want. You want to be a Steeler? Great. If not, great. That's essentially what Cam said. What a difference in 1 year. The leader of the team, 412-928-9370, 928-9370. And the other thing I want to explore further, Tim Benz wrote about this today, I thought it was very good, was how the perception of Mason Rudolph changed so dramatically based on those 3 games at the end of the regular season 2 years ago. And I get the feeling, sort of anecdotally, that people are comfortable with Mason Rudolph, and I think that's crazy. I do. I think he's a good backup quarterback. Low-end starter, good backup. Could go 8-9 or 9-8, but you have zero hope of winning a championship with him. None whatsoever. And there's also a chance it could implode, which, again, maybe in the end, that might be the best thing for the Steelers. But I don't really get the thank God that Mason's here. All could be well take. I don't get that. 928-9370. We'll talk about all that. Plus, Limits and I are taking a little field trip into the mailbag. Are you excited about that, Limits?
I am very excited. Let's dive in.
Yes, we will.
Into the deep end, off the diving board, into the mailbag.
The Brackenridge mailman, for example, asks, why not just fulfill the prophecy and trade a late-round pick for Malik Willis? There's somebody in this building who brought that up to me last week. We'll talk about that. That's sort of a sample of what kind of questions I got. A lot of quarterback questions. But I also got this. Who wins a postseason game first? Penn, Steelers, Pirates, Pitt football, or Pitt basketball? And also where I rank Jack Sawinski among all-time Pirates outfielders. This one came out of nowhere, huh? We'll talk about all of that next with you. 412-928-9370. It's Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Paul Skeens started for the Buccos like he will start on opening day for the Pirates. Started yesterday as the Pirates were winners against the Minnesota Twins 4-2. And Skeens went 4 2/3 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 run, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. As the Pirates will turn their attention to spring training action against Philadelphia. 1:05 today, Thomas Harrington will start. And the Penguins are at home. Pens with 66 points in 69 games this season. That's currently 6 points back at the final wild card spot in the Eastern Conference. Penguins and Islanders, 7 o'clock, PPG Paints Arena, Tristan Jarry in net. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Thank you, Limits, for your unyielding kindness. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is turning the excitement up even higher for college basketball. Through the first 2 rounds, bet on the lowest winning seed of the day. You'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. St. Francis, Robert Morris could be that underdog you're looking for. I got a bad feeling Robert Morris isn't going to cover. I hope I'm wrong. Limits thinks they will. Now, that's an upset you wouldn't be upset about. FanDuel is the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines and team totals, plus so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day, because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable. Expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with a State Farm personal price plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia.
Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive or the all-new 2025 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Meet Justin Wright, savvy spender. He always spends his money just right. Justin saves on gas and fills his tank far from freeway prices. He skips the overpriced coffee shops and makes it at home. He even writes his own name wrong for that authentic barista cafe feeling. And Justin backs into every spot like a getaway driver. Because time is money. And he chooses Now by Xfinity. Dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV he loves. All with no annual contracts, no credit checks, no hidden fees, and no surprises. Get Now internet starting at $30 a month, all in with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Go to Xfinity.com/now to learn more. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary. Pricing subject to change.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. At Giant Eagle, we combine exceptional customer service and quality foods, all at great value to make the most of your shopping trip. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Let the madness begin. Stop into Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport, payment starting at $249 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nick Castellanos hits a solo home run for Philadelphia as the Phillies jump out to a 1-0 lead against Thomas Harrington and the Pirates. Harrington, one of the top right-handed pitching prospects in the Pirates organization. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. It's Pop and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
What a study in contrasts, isn't it? Last year, Cam Hayward, the leader of the Steelers, was leading the charge for Russell Wilson. TJ Watt, Minka, they were all out there lobbying for this guy. Facebook calls, everything else, FaceTime calls, I'm sorry. Maybe they used Antonio Brown's old FaceTime from the locker room in Kansas City. I don't know. But this year, well, let's take a listen before we launch into this hour. Limits. Let's hear Cam Hayward on this podcast talking about whether or not Aaron Rodgers is worth lobbying for or what he makes of this Aaron Rodgers situation. It's not exactly, man, we're out there trying to get this guy. We want to be around someone who's done it, who's won it. Let's bring in Aaron Rodgers the same way we wanted Russell Wilson last year. This doesn't quite sound like that.
I want to play football. I'm tired of talking about the quarterback situation. I'd rather have it done. I don't know what ends up happening. I don't know, man. Like, this is, I'm ready to move on in the free agency. There's too much going on.
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days, if he says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness, and try to get this guy? We need you. You're our best recruiter. I'm about to get into Darius Slay, and it sounds like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. You know, Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
So if you're Aaron Rodgers on the other end of that, are you thinking, man, it sounds like they really want me there? That's the leader of the team talking. They love me. I don't think so, Limits. I don't think that's the case. And it also seems curious as more and more information comes out about Justin Fields. What happened here? Aditi Kinkhabwala reporting that the Steelers weren't willing to offer any guaranteed money beyond year one. And Jeremy Fowler reporting that the Steelers were all in on Justin and made a very competitive offer. So which is it? Those two things don't match. Whatever the case, Fowler saying, obviously, in the end, he felt more love from the Jets. I don't think that Fields is a franchise guy I'd want to move forward with, but in the Steelers' dire circumstances, the ones they've created for themselves by whiffing on quarterbacks left and right, and this not being a year where it seems like the free agent market anyway was rife with, obvious answers, I think he might have been their best option. What happened? as we began the show, what happened to wanting to play for Mike Tomlin? He chose the Jets. It's not like he went off to play for Sean McVay or went off to play for, I don't know, the Eagles or the Chiefs. If they needed a starter. He went to the Jets. The Steelers are sitting in a waiting room with the Giants. The Jets and the Giants. And you just heard basically the captain of the entire team saying he couldn't care less if Aaron Rodgers stays or goes, comes or leaves. Who cares? That's basically what he said. I wonder if that means they do want Russell back. I wonder if they're ticked that Justin Fields isn't here. Brooke Pryor seemed to intimate that there's people in that locker room wondering, what are we doing at the most important position? What have we done? Now, for people on defense, they certainly could have helped these years in these playoff games instead of getting absolutely ransacked every time they show up for a playoff game. But also, if they're thinking, my God, what have we done to the quarterback position? We have no chance. And I know at the end, Cam said, at the end of that clip there, he was asked about Mason and said, yeah, there's guys here who vibe with Mason. They know they can't win with Mason. Everybody in the league knows that. You go into a season with Mason Rudolph, you have no chance to win a Super Bowl. None. Those guys know. They know when they have a chance and when they don't, although maybe they are somewhat delusional. But they know they have none with Mason. No chance. Zero chance to win a Super Bowl. 412-928-9370, fan Twitter. And Rodgers, too, by the way. They know they have no chance with him either. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's hit the lines limits, shall we?
All right, let's start with Anthony in Oakland.
Hey, Anthony, what's up?
Joe, hey, what the captain has done is what the organization should have done, which was say, the heck with this nonsense.
Very well
and
said.
Moved on a long time ago.
Yes. I wish I had thought of that line. Very well said.
And Fields, look, from the reports I'm hearing, is the big recruiter for the Jets was his ex-Ohio State teammate, the wide receiver, Garrett Wilson.
Yeah.
That was, if it came down to the Steelers and the Jets, they were close on money. His buddy, he outright said he wanted to go play with his ex-partner. So that's okay. I understand that. But I differ with you on Mason Rudolph, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh Steelers are going to have the third or maybe the fourth best quarterback in the division, no matter who they have gotten, to be quite honest. I mean, they're almost down there in Clevelandville now. But from the last time we saw Mason Rudolph and the last time I saw this team have any enthusiasm was those 3 games at the end of the year and even into the playoff game, where we saw a George Pickens block, catch slants, do whatever he needed to do because Tomlin took the shackles off.
Yeah.
He had no other choice. So the point of all of this is, what's Tomlin going to do with the quarterback? Will you allow the quarterback, no matter whom they are, to be a quarterback, or are you just going to allow them to be robotic and do what comes from the sideline, which is a recipe for another disastrous season?
Right. But let's not forget also that season that those 3 games came against a really bad Bengals defense, a really bad or mediocre Seattle defense, and the Ravens JV team. And then the Steelers offense was kind of exposed then in the playoffs in Buffalo. I agree Rudolph saved that season, and I give him credit for that. Do you consider him something other than a low-end starter or high-end backup?
But remember, prior to those last 3 games, they lost to 2 teams who had won only 2 games for the season,
yeah.
The Cardinals and the Patriots, and a horrible Indianapolis team.
Yeah.
So I don't care how they got to the – what did we see last year? after going off 10-3. They went on a fantastic voyage of despair. I don't want to see that again.
Me neither. Although I will point out that Colts team had a better record than the Steelers after they beat them. They were 8-6, but it wasn't a very good team. I don't know, man. You have more faith than me in Mason Rudolph. I can say that much. Next. At least as far as being like elevating. Do you think Mason Rudolph will outperform Russell Wilson and Fields from last year?
In win 10 games?
No, just, well, whatever, but his performance. Do you think he's going to play better than they did?
No.
Neither
I don't.
Neither do I.
Here's
Next.
Mike in Fort Wayne.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Mike.
I think the irony of all of this is that when you really think about it, Aaron Rodgers is kind of giving the Steelers a dose of their own medicine with how they've handled the quarterbacks the last few years. I mean, when you look at like Justin Fields, for instance, hey, Justin, we really like you, but we want to look at some other options first and just dangle him along. So then you come to Aaron Rodgers. Hey, Steelers, I really like you, but I'm kind of looking at some of these options. It's kind of poetic justice.
You're right about that. And you're the third person now who's made a really good point about Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers and, mixed in with the Cam Hayward comments on Rodgers. And that was Brooke Pryor saying, hey, compare this to how Hayward and the other guys were courting Wilson last year. Then it was Anthony in Oakland. What did he say that was poignant? Yes or no? Let's have your answer. I love that, and then I love the point that this man just made, that this is poetic justice. After dangling along others, they now are being dangled along. It is very poetic, Limits. Who's next?
Well, let's go to Matt in Lancaster.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, Joe. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
Nothing, man. So just want to make a couple quick points, and I had something at the very end here about what we should do for the LeBron-style special for Aaron Rodgers to decide his team. So just, like what everyone's saying, I agree with totally. Mason's going to take us nowhere. We are directionless at quarterback with everybody thinking every quarterback should take the Mike Tomlin discount. Why? He doesn't know what he's doing. His offensive savants, Matt Canada, Artie Smith, they wanted to burn the boats last year, but they forgot the lighter fluid. It just goes on and on and on. And we're sitting here waiting and waiting and waiting. Tomlin the quarterbacks are interchangeable. With him, everybody wants to play for him. Like you said, we should have about 9 of them on the roster already playing for the veteran minimum or just playing for free just to line up to get a shot to throw the ball. All we have is funhouse mirrors that we look at and, oh, this looks really good. Another potential 12-13 win season, but it's Emperor's clothes, with the Steelers organization. And just here's my idea for this Netflix special. We get Dayball, Coach T, Kevin O'Connell, dip Rodgers down into a cave with Steelers, Vikings, Giants gear, wait for him to emerge, Punxsutawney Phil style. Or they'd send the bucket down and nobody comes up and he's off into retirement.
Sort of like sending out smoke signals for the Pope. Limits, that they'll send off some kind of signal that Rodgers is in or out. It's reached tragicomic proportions at this point, in a sporting sense at least.
Like, I was okay being patient with Aaron Rodgers, but even seeing reports that it might be until the draft, I am getting annoyed. And I've been the most patient person probably with Aaron Rodgers on
I'm
this
still
thing.
trying to get over the fact that you weren't on the Sam Darnold bandwagon from the start. You love this guy, and then you abandoned him.
I did not abandon him. I feel like I feel like they wouldn't allow him to do what he's good at here.
He stinks.
The coaching, I feel like Arthur Smith would not be able, and maybe it's a Mike Tomlin thing, with the overarching level of
You
power.
soured on Sam Darnold because of his last 2 games.
You completely misunderstood everything that I represented with Sam Darnold.
If you think that nobody can thrive here, then you shouldn't choose any quarterback at all.
I feel like Aaron Rodgers could because I feel like he's such a huge, powerful voice in the room where he'll be able to sway some others, and he's not going to be dictated by Mike Tomlin. He's not going to come here if he's going to be dictated by Mike Tomlin.
Russell Wilson and Ben Roethlisberger were constrained at the line of scrimmage by Mike Tomlin. You think that Aaron Rodgers won't be?
We've had this conversation.
Yes,
and yes, I do, and I feel like it was a lot different because Rodgers right now is a better player than Ben was in his last year, and I love Ben.
I completely disagree with that. Completely disagree.
So you're saying that Rodgers last year was worse than Ben's final year?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I love Ben, but I do not agree with you on that.
Fan hotline, I don't feel like doing a statistical deep dive. It's 125 right now. Now's the time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. But you know what? I will do a statistical deep dive. Aaron Rodgers, first of all, was 5-12 last year with an offense that he personally built. That would be number one.
Yeah, horrible franchise and organization that's been in hell since 1970. But
well, he was the one who was supposed to lift them out of it, I thought.
Brett Favre couldn't lift them out of it either, and then went to Minnesota and went to an NFC Championship
He got carte blanche to do whatever he wanted. He brought in his own coordinator. He fired the head coach. He brought in his receivers. He ran his own offense, and you saw what it amounted to. Ben in his last year was 9-7. He had a higher completion percentage than that guy. Rodgers had more touchdown passes. What else here? What about yards per attempt? About the same. They're very similar limits in that they both don't want to get hit. And so they get rid of the ball very, very quickly. You know what I mean?
Right. And I mean, that's obviously a huge part of it, considering they're not as mobile as they used to be.
It's actually a very similar story between the two.
Yes.
Anywho, and it's not a good one in their
No, it's not.
Which is why Ben didn't play again. And now Rodgers wants to at age 42. It's ridiculous.
Oh, Rodgers in his final year. No, this is not. Is this the final? Yes, more passing yards than Ben, better yards per attempt, more passing touchdowns, better rating. The rushing yards were also better, but I mean, you're splitting hairs at that point. And the completion percentage was basically off by 1.5.
So less than, right?
So Rodgers' numbers are actually better than Ben in his final year.
Rodgers' numbers are deceiving because
they're deceiving. But I thought we were doing this statistical analysis of the breakdown of it.
We are. That's it then? You're stuck on Rodgers' total touchdowns, ignoring the fact that most of them came against Miami twice, the Patriots twice, Jacksonville, and Indy.
Well, we'd have to go back and do a breakdown of every single game that Ben played during that final year then.
Yes,
determine
we
where his
certainly
touchdowns were from.
We certainly would. Wouldn't we?
He only had 22 that final year. Oh, man. That was a struggle at times during that final season.
But his team still won.
Right.
Right? And he won games late. He won 3 of their final 4 and brought them to the verge of the playoffs.
That Cleveland game was awesome.
He brought them into the playoffs. Isn't that a little bit of a difference?
Yeah.
Limits?
Yeah, I mean, that should be factored in.
Yes, it should. I don't care. My God, look at some of the yards per attempt for Ben. For both these guys, really.
Yeah.
At the ends of their careers.
Kind of sad.
It's very sad. All right. Let's get to more calls to finish out the show and then to the mailbag as well. I really did want to get to that question about Justin Fields. 50-minute mark on the Fan coming up here, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Join us for Dine and Donate Week, supporting the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Visit the following local restaurants with a portion of the food sales going to our Feed the Need Radiothon on March 25th. March 18th, Bubba's Gourmet Burgers, 3 locations. March 19th, Albero Verde in Green Tree, wonderful place. I got to get back to the owner of that joint on playing golf, which I apologize for. March 20th, Pittsburghers in Bethel Park. All the details at 937thefan.com.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bottom half of the second inning in spring training action as Philadelphia leads the Pirates 1-0. Andrew McCutchen just popped out. There's 1 on and 1 out in the second inning of plays. Just about a week and a half away from opening day. Pirates and Marlins will play on Thursday the 27th in a game you can hear right here on The Fan. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Paul Skeens, just 9 days Until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Bengals receiver Jamar Chase just became the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. But with the salary cap going up and up, that won't last long. Chase is the third guy this offseason to become the highest paid non-QB. He could soon get passed by again. Micah Parsons in Dallas, TJ Watt in Pittsburgh. The money is flowing in the NFL. Hopefully Jamar Chase is celebrating his record contract, because the record part might not last long. I'm Andrew Perloff.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample Rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
It's Power Torque Tools DIY Days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
That's the power of Bowser.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Join Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan at Tom's Watch Bar for the ultimate hockey watch party. Sunday, March 23rd from 6 to 8 p.m. as Pittsburgh takes on the reigning champs from Florida. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, and great eats.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed. Dog start barking. You say, I knew it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up. There's doctors all around. You telling them I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here. He seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar. You hear me? This is Top Dollar. Top Dog Law.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Social media's biggest loser, Mulsey, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Why don't we take another call or two as we talk about the state of the Steelers? On ESPN.com, their top story among the ones, you know, they list the stories under top headlines on the right side. Steelers Hayward fed up waiting on Rodgers. That's where we are here. A year after the campaign for Russell Wilson, the Hayward, Watt, Minka-led campaign to go out and get Russell Wilson, this is what we have for Aaron Rodgers. Either join us or don't. No skin off my back. That's basically Hayward's take. And as Anthony from Oakland said, you know, he sounded more like the Steelers should sound with this guy, or should have. What are we going to do, sit around and wait until the draft? That's what people are talking about now, that this thing could go on for weeks. What are we doing here? For this guy? Somebody else suggested, with your two receivers right now, just live with Pickens, see what happens. It'll never be boring. And bring in Jameis Winston and just, fire missiles down the field all the time and have those guys jump up and get it. You know what I mean? Guys for either team I'm talking about, of course. But it'll never be boring. I'm not so sure that's a worse idea than Aaron Rodgers, or not a worse idea than Aaron Rodgers. All right, Limits, let's go to the phones. Let's take a couple more.
All right, here is Bob. He is in Braddock.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Bob. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm just exhausted hearing about the quarterback drama. Like Cam Hayward, let's move on. Let's run with Rudy, see what happens. And I think we should take the money that we would invest in Rodgers and sign a defensive tackle. He's out there. I know he's out there. He's relentless. He'll fight you. He'll bite you. His name is Top Dog Law.
Was that Bob Smizek?
No.
This guy is unbelievable.
How about that?
Top Dog Law.
He's pulling Top Dog out there.
Hey, Bob.
Do you have Bob saying,
Hey, Bob.
No.
That.
No. You can't do that.
But
Hey,
also,
Bob.
what was his one legendary response to me? What was it? It wasn't, no, you can't do that. It was something even better than that.
Yes. I know exactly what you're referencing, but now it's not popping up.
Yeah, that would have been good timing. Let's go to the next call.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to it. Here is Brett in the South Side.
Oh, he said, you dog you.
That's correct.
That's the one we need. Hey, Brett.
Really like listening to your show. Appreciate what you do, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, opinion first. I don't want to get in the weeds with it, but I think Ben was much better in his last year. I think Rodgers only won the Super Bowl because, largely in part, Mendenhall's fumble. My opinion as a Steeler fan, I lived with a lot of hard years. Aaron Rodgers is not us. I don't even care if we win the Super Bowl with him. There would be an asterisk beside it for me. That's just my opinion. The story, I used to run the mowing crew down in the Southside facility. This is when Coach Tomlin was a rookie coach. And Mr. Rooney pulled in an old car one day because I'm down there. Everybody's got fancy vehicles, and I see this old car pull in. I'm walking through the parking lot with a weed eater. Out steps Mr. Rooney. God rest his soul. So I went over to him. I thanked him for the opportunity. He said, what a good job you guys are doing. What a gracious guy he was. And I said, look, I was raised in Ohio, and I had to put up with all those years of Stout, Malone, Tom Zach. I said, so I'm really glad it was hard back then, because it was everybody, they had the Cozarts and this and that. And then I'm just talking, and I'm hearing myself out loud. I'm like, man, that is a really dumb thing to say to Mr. Rooney. But he actually looked up and chuckled, And after that, I think he probably thought, yeah, but I'm the guy that was paying him. So, but to go beyond that, with Mason Rudolph, it's not that I don't think that we're going to win the Super Bowl with him. I looked at the totality. If he came into the league as a number one draft, or as a, not a number one, but as a draft choice to replace Ben, saw what he was doing at Oklahoma State with the passing, bringing his receiver. Everything's looking great. Maybe Ben didn't take him under his wing as much as possible. I'm a huge Ben supporter, though, so I'm not going to fault him for that. But then we see him get knocked out by the Ravens, looked like he was dead on the field. Saw what happened with Myles Garrett. He fought the guy. He came back through all that, kept his nose clean, kept his mouth shut, was a consummate blue-collar, hard-working professional like most of us here in Pittsburgh are. Got his chance, and he shined in those 3 games. And, yes, it was under subpar competition in some ways. But in my opinion, why we're happy, at least my side of the fence, is not because we think we're going to win the Super Bowl or because we think he's going to be a great quarterback necessarily, but at least it'll give us something to watch. A guy that's in the foxhole, a guy that you can go through the alley with, a guy that's going to get knocked down and get back up.
See, I think Wilson and Fields were that too. Russell Wilson is tough as hell. So is Fields.
Well, I didn't say no, I wasn't comparing toughness, but what I could live without is all the que sera, everything is beautiful and peachy disconnect that Russell Wilson had. And Fields, I just think he in my opinion, I was never a quarterback. I think he had a problem reading progressions, and that probably had something to do with the offensive line being very leaky.
Yeah.
So he made his choice.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's Mason's strength, honestly, either. And I'm positive it wasn't Kenny Pickett's strength. I think a lot of quarterbacks, but you're right. And I appreciate the call. A lot of quarterbacks who come into the league, that's kind of the name of the game. And the separator is, can you actually play the position from a reading the defense part of it, from a making adjustments at the line part of it? That's huge. We've seen so many guys, and that's the part that you can't measure really in college. You don't know if they can do that when the athletes are this size and speed, when they're being harassed to the level that they are by those kinds of athletes, when those kinds of athletes are covering their receivers, and when these kinds of coaches are scheming against them. There's no measurement for that in college, which is why you get wildly talented guys, and we could start naming them up and down. Pickett's a talented kid. Justin Fields is talented. Guys who were regarded as being even more talented than them have come into the league. Ryan Leaf, guys like that. Johnny Football, Tim Tebow, Josh Rosen. Obviously, right? I could go up and down here. And the problem becomes, how do you adjust on the fly? Can you read an NFL defense? Can you go through your progressions? And guys like Fields and Pickett, and I would say Rudolph, ran into lots of trouble with that and proved themselves not to be franchise quarterbacks, largely because of that part of the game. As for the rest of it, I don't even remember now. Limits. I want to go practice my golf game, and I have a stretched nerve in my right elbow. How are you doing?
Other than being emotionally damaged, I'm great.
From working with me?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to, or was it something else?
No, I was just making a joke.
No, I think you are.
Yeah.
Man, this Cam Hayward story is taking off in a big way. Post-Gazette, Cam Hayward, quote, tired of talking about Steelers QB limbo, Aaron Rodgers decision. That's pretty good. Limits, I told you in my mailbag, there was a very nice man who registered a question. Who wins a postseason game next? Penn, Steelers, Pirates, Pitt football, or Pitt basketball? My opinion was that Pitt football wins the Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl next season. What's your opinion?
I have never heard of that.
It's a real thing.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I'm conflicted on the Pirates this year. I don't think they're. Are we when we say playoff
they're not
game,
winning a postseason game this year? Limits?
No, they're probably not. When we say Pirates playoff game, are we saying one game in like a wild card series?
I don't
or are we talking
know,
about
Limits.
an actual series?
I'm just reading the guy's question.
I don't know. I'm asking a question. I don't know how he interpreted the question.
How do you interpret it? Who's the next team to win a playoff game?
It's not the Penguins. And, probably Pitt football in a bowl game. Yeah, that might be the best way to put it.
Thank you, Limits. When does the play-in game start? Is that tonight?
That's tonight. North Carolina plays tonight at 9.
Against who?
San Diego State.
I'm rooting for San Diego State.
Are you?
Yes.
Why?
Because you and Brooke Pryor are rooting for North Carolina.
So you just want to pick the opposite side as us?
Yes. Is she going to Dayton for the game tonight?
She is.
Why aren't you?
You ever been to that venue?
No.
Awesome.
Why aren't you going?
Awesome venue. Because I have to come back and do the show tomorrow.
You could go there in 3.5 hours and be home in time for the show easily, even if you left at 6 in the morning.
Maybe I don't have another $300 lying around to travel.
I'll lend you the money.
Then I'll go.
All right.
All right. Anybody else that can go with me, or am I going to go by myself?
I don't know yet.
That's the thing. You'd have to get somebody else to go with you.
I'll go.
My buddy.
You know what I want to go to is the Duquesne women's game in their tournament on Thursday night, I believe they play at home.
Yes, 6 o'clock.
I'd like to go to that game. Do you want to go?
I would love to go, but I'm not able to go.
Call in sick.
I will be hosting.
Call in sick.
Tell Craig.
Have Donnie do that.
All right, tell Craig then, and I'll go with
Sean,
you.
Don't call me Seth Meyers. Do that.
Sean is
have
being
Craig
called off for other things.
Show.
Have Craig host.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to hear that show.
You know,
That'd
he got his start with obituaries in Indiana over the radio.
He did tell me about that, yes. That and Pirates pre and post.
Yeah. And he was good at that, too, as I recall. All right, Limits. What do we have tomorrow? Jay Caulfield?
Yes, we have Jay Caulfield. We have Kabali. And we have the General. You guys will be
Oh, my
at
God.
the
We're going to be at the Baseball Card Castle tomorrow.
Yes, you will be at the Card Castle
I can't wait
tomorrow.
to show Bob around. We're going to see the general. We're going to help feed the need.
Yes.
And hopefully I'm going to walk out of there with a couple cards and maybe a new framed photo for my man cave.
Yes.
Maybe a Buffalo Braves framed photo of Bob McAdoo or Randy Smith or Ernie DiGregorio or Garfield Hurd or Jim McMillan or John Shoemate or Moses Malone or Nate Archibald.
Look and see what Steeler jerseys that the general has signed. I would like to get one. Maybe I can make a trip up. If it's not going to be tomorrow, another time I can go up. See what's scouted out for me.
Good night, Lemons.
Good night.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Top of the fourth, Thomas Harrington remains in there for the Pirates. Today's starting pitcher, one of their top prospects, with Philadelphia leading 1-0, and Nick Castellanos solo home run, the only scoring so far in the game from Bradenton. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Network play of the day is taking Duke at -140 to win the East region. Picking a favorite may seem boring, but the trends support it. At least one number one seed has won the region in 11 of the last 12 tournaments. Only 3 times in the modern era has the final weekend not included any top seed. Bet smarter and beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from McDonald's, Popeyes, Pizza Hut, Wendy's, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a hamburger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
We want to see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Every bottle has a story, but these bottles at Fine Wine and Good Spirits, they have herstory. Like Woodbridge by Robert Mondavi Chardonnay, crafted by a world-class female winemaker who helped shape Napa's legacy, now $2 off. Or McBride Sisters Black Girl Magic Red Blend, created by 2 sisters raised oceans apart who reunited to change the wine industry. Now that's herstory. Shop more women-made wines for Women's History Month, in-store or at fwgs.com. Offer ends March 30th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/deal and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Count your lucky straws. The Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available at GetGo for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. So drink up before your luck runs out.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. choicecabinet.com.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at SpitzerAcura.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NCAA tournament starts tonight. The first game, Little St. Francis, PA, taking on Alabama State at 6:40. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I want to play football. I'm tired of talking about the quarterback situation. I'd rather have it done. I don't know what ends up happening. I don't know, man. Like, this is... I'm ready to move on in the free agency. There's too much going on.
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days. He says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness, and try to get this guy? We need you. You're our best recruiter. I'm about to get into Darius Slay, and it sounds like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. You know, Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Shots fired. Let's go around the room. What do you think? Is that Cam Hayward throwing shade at Aaron Rodgers? Donnie, I'll start with you.
I think so. He also talked down on the darkness retreat. He said, I don't want any of that crap.
Shots fired?
No.
No?
No.
You don't think so?
I think he respects the player, is making a fairly obvious joke or just goofing on the darkness retreat because it is a weird thing, I think, among most people that he does that stuff. But I do think Cam speaks for the people when he says,
a man of the people.
Just give me an answer. Let's get to the season here. Give me an answer. God, I got to read another thing today. Somebody reported. I don't even know who actually reported it because it gets aggregated out.
MLB scoops.
Aaron Rodgers might wait until the draft, just like he did in 2023. Cool, man. Go somewhere else. I don't give a rat's ass. Okay, but I got it from like Inside Steelers Breakdownblogger.com. Whatever.
Don, you subscribe to that one?
Yeah, I was talking to their people last night.
You gonna have Inside Steelers Breakdown Blogger Scoops.com hour tonight on the show, or you're not doing an Ernie Banks?
Is that the one Alex Kozora writes for? I like him.
No, he's Steelers Depot. And then it's not under the Saunders umbrella, I don't think. The ever-growing Saunders umbrella.
How about John Carney?
No, he's with Kozora.
Okay. I like him, too.
That's why you call him John when his name is Josh Carney. He's a Syracuse grad school guy.
Don't have a name that's so close to the Chargers kicker from the early 90s.
You could call him Carney Lansford.
I'd rather have it done. I'm ready to move on. Too much going on. Either you want to be a Steeler or you don't want to be a Steeler. If Hayward liked Aaron Rodgers and wanted Aaron Rodgers, we all know that he would not actually go and do those things, like do a darkness retreat with him. But he would have said on his podcast, whatever it takes. If I got to go down there and therapeutically vomit, if I got to drink ayahuasca and talk to my dead relatives for 2 days, ayahuasca.
Thank you.
If I've got to do all that, I'll do it. And we obviously know it's tongue-in-cheek, but he's saying it in a playful manner because he is yearning for and craving some Aaron Rodgers. He's not. I don't know if he ever was. I have not seen anything on social media from him or his podcast, even when this thing was getting off the ground, that suggested or showed that he wanted Aaron Rodgers. In fact, he was the guy that said, give me Justin Fields or give me Russell Wilson. And I think the Russell Wilson thing was just playing nice. I think the Justin Fields thing is absolutely a potential issue here. Like, Cam is going to go with at the end of the day, he's going to go with the company line. And if they bring in Aaron Rodgers, he'll pretend or act like he never said any of these things, and he'll get fully behind it. But I think he's letting his true colors peek through here. And I think two things have happened. I think he is, as a proud Steeler, as a guy that's played more games defensively in a Steelers uniform than Joe Green, Jack Ham, Jack Lambert, any defensive player ever. I think he feels slighted, feels jilted that Aaron Rodgers is fooling around and playing with the Steelers' emotions like he is. And then I think as an Ohio State guy, and as a guy that was a teammate with Justin Fields, I don't think he's thrilled with the way that got handled, to be honest with you. I think he was in the Justin Fields camp, Chris. I really do.
Which was odd because he was in the recruiting Russell Wilson camp to begin with, we heard. He was one of the voices with T.J. Watt clamoring for Russ because Russ had been there and done that.
And then he got a taste of Russ, and the meme where the girl doesn't like the taste, likes it, and then doesn't like it at the end. You know the one I'm talking about? She samples a soft drink.
Is it where it's like a blonde woman and she's like...
And then she likes it again, and then she ultimately doesn't like it.
Or maybe it would be the guy holding his girlfriend's hand, but he's staring back at another woman walking away, even though I think it's like.
Or what did Alonzo Mourning do on the bench? Did he not like it and then liked it, or did he like it and then not like it?
His would be nodding, but then shaking his head here.
Yeah.
As there are already people gathered outside the studio thinking about this. Pony, I want to say a couple things about Cam. He's such an elder statesman. He's so respected by his teammates, I think, and the coaching staff. I had this thought. I tried to think like Pony on this one, and I thought to myself, is he, through himself, on behalf of people who don't want to put their names on this, speaking the opinions of other teammates or maybe personnel people in the front office into the open, saying, we're sick of this, like, we don't really want this guy? Probably wouldn't be speaking Tomlin's opinion there, but is he using his very robust platform to opine on behalf of others, if he agrees with it? Or is he somebody who is actually parroting, like, maybe the team's feelings have changed, or the team wants him to get this out there because they want to sit, they don't want to sit and wait around for Rodgers. Maybe Tomlin says, hey, I want this guy, but could you, like, put a little pressure on and say, let's hurry it up here? I don't want to be sitting waiting around for weeks here looking like an idiot. I think they could use him to send a message.
I know, but I think in those situations, they'd leak it to an insider and have the insider tweet out like the Steelers are putting a deadline on it or starting to apply pressure. I don't think they'd want to use Hayward that way because then what if they do end up ultimately getting Aaron Rodgers?
And then it's awkward.
Yeah.
But aren't things awkward with Aaron Rodgers anyway, no matter who says what?
Well, Brandon Eccles said things were weird at first, and then Aaron Rodgers and him had such a fun conversation where he used to talk about his hair and how his hair dictated his mood and all of those things. I don't know. I mean, look, I'm up for any. I mean, Rodgers is the same way. He's up for any conspiracy theory. So if Rodgers is going to play that game, we can too. I mean, that's his nature. He's a born skeptic and a born cynic, and I think it's fine for people that have been in one place and done it one way, like Cam, for more than a decade and a half, to think to themselves, I do not want I don't want to have to answer questions about Aaron Rodgers every day all of next year. I don't want to be his teammate. I don't want to have to deal with the rigmarole that comes with having Aaron Rodgers by my side.
Oh,
and if I thought he was better,
there is rigmarole, my friend.
And if I thought he was better, and I thought that I could, like, that would be the trade-off to winning big, well then fine. I also think, man, in football years, he's ancient. No offense, but in football years, he's an old man. And I think when you're an old man, I think you lose your filter. I think the censor, like the just always saying the cliche and the politically correct thing, it's easier to do that when you're 25 years old and you know you have to. When you're 36, 37, it's like, I compare it to Ben Roethlisberger. What are they going to do? Cut me? I say, if Cam Hayward says this, what's going to happen? Mike Tomlin's going to call up Cam and tell him to not do his podcast anymore? No.
Cam could rightly at that point tell him to pipe down and say it wasn't my fault this team didn't get where we needed to go last year.
In this instance,
first team All-Pro at 35 years old.
At this instance, I take him at face value. I think this is the leader of the team, the spiritual leader of the Steelers, saying that he does not want to be teammates with Aaron Rodgers. Now, your theory is maybe he's speaking for more people. That's possible, too. But I think even if he's not, the fact that probably, sorry, TJ Watt, the most revered or respected Steeler right now is pretty much saying, I don't want Aaron Rodgers here. That carries a ton
I have another conspiracy theory.
Tons of weight.
Oh, gross tonnage. I have another theory. He already knows that Rodgers isn't coming here. He's gotten it. He's talked to people. I mean, Cam is connected.
He's reading tea leaves.
Well, he's also starting his own kind of media brand. He's going to be one of the next Kelsey brothers situations where I think Cam's going to start out and do his thing, and probably when he retires, do a great job with it and make a lot of money doing it because he's a candid, interesting, smart guy who talks to a lot of people. I think you could easily say something like this, and you just brought up, oh, well, it ruffle feathers if Rodgers actually comes here. Safest way to do it is if you already know he's not coming here. Like, you've got it on what you would consider good authority. Now, I know Rodgers keeps these things tighter than state secrets. Like, we know less about what Aaron Rodgers is going to do than we know about the Kennedy assassination.
Mm-hmm.
But not out of the realm of possibility that Cam's got moles who might actually have been able to crack that little inner circle and that he already has a pretty good feeling that Rodgers is ending up elsewhere.
Or, like you said, he's a smart guy. He's been around the business of football for more than a decade and a half. And his educated inference is, much like people have now said retrospectively about Ayuk, that he's just using the Steelers.
There's enough smoke around that for me to believe that. I mean, I don't even know if he has to perceive it, Pony. It seems like now the general consensus, maybe you're getting this differently from people you talk to, but if you just read what's actually out there, I think the popular consensus is Aaron Rodgers wants to play for the Vikings, and it's not a close second between the Steelers and the Giants.
How about, tell me if we take calls on this, and we will, at 412-928-9370, if you think this will be a common point that gets made several times. Tweet from a guy named Derek, and then other figures and stuff and last name, but I'm not going to give the guy's full name here.
Derek, name and numbers?
Derek on Twitter saying, Cam Hayward should shut up. Try making a play in a playoff game before you give your opinion on what Aaron Rodgers should do with his life.
I got to find this. I can't. I need to find this guy.
Donnie, thoughts?
Tell Cam Hayward to shut up.
Yes.
Is what he said?
Yes.
Does it appear that this guy is a Steeler fan?
Yeah, I mean, he's just someone who's following the show. He's verified, Chris. You're probably not going to be able to find him because he's going to block you. Or you're
no, Chris blocked him.
I stopped doing that auto blocker thing. It was blocking people who I actually wanted to follow, and then discovered that they probably
Donnie, your thoughts on that. Like, Hayward should know his place and know better than to chime in on things like this. He's not.
Hayward is the only guy on this current team that actually has some taste of playoff success. It's not a ton, but there is actually a taste for him. He's the only one that I think can take this stance and kind of voice how he feels openly without hearing it from people.
We got one person, Bergie, tweeting in, Pony, taking umbrage with you saying that Cam is the spiritual leader of the Steelers. How did he do that? By sending a gaudy picture of Steelers Pope. Don't know how I feel about that one. I think you made a good point very early in this discussion. Cam is at the age in football years where he just doesn't give a rat's ass. He's going to say what he thinks. And I think more than anything, this is probably a guy who who does just want to go play football, who is sick of all the BS here.
Now it's not a fan or a talk show host or a media personality or a former player saying it. It's the Steelers captain, Cam Hayward, basically sounding fed up and frustrated by what Aaron Rodgers is doing, saying you either want to be a Steeler or you don't, and unwilling to even joke around about doing things to help Aaron Rodgers get here. Asked to recruit Aaron Rodgers, said no thank you. Your thoughts at 412-928-9370. Is that how you feel as a Steelers fan? 412-928-9370. Did Cam Hayward basically just say how you've been feeling about this situation? Tweet in of a guy ripping Cam for putting his 2 cents in. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bottom of the 5th inning, Pirates trail the Phillies 1-0. Buccos and Rays get at it tomorrow, 1 p.m. first pitch. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. What a man. Wow. There it goes. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh. Smash is yours.
From spring training and beyond, our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. No pressure, North Carolina, but you better play well tonight. The committee's decision to put UNC in is one of the most controversial decisions they've had in years. They struggled against good teams, but funny things happen in March. The Tar Heels got late in a furious comeback against Duke in the ACC tourney. They lost that game, but it might have given them some confidence. No one seems to be happy North Carolina is here. The best way to silence the critics is win a game or two. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-1441. That's 800-838-1441.
800-838-1441.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. FanDuel is turning up the excitement even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you will not be upset about, and we got one right here in Pittsburgh with Robert Morris. They are a huge underdog against Alabama. They're going to be a 20.5, maybe even bigger than that underdog by the time that game tips off. And the good thing going for them, we've seen big upsets last year. Oakland from the same conference beat Kentucky right here in Pittsburgh. Princeton as a 15 seed. Oral Roberts as a 15 seed. St. Peter's as a 15 seed went all the way to the round of 8. So it can happen. And maybe this year Robert Morris will wear the glass slipper. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day, because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are now withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Attention parents, get your kids in the game with Pittsburgh NFL League, the #1 flag football league in Western PA. Fast-paced, non-contact football for boys and girls 4 to 17. Get NFL-style jerseys and top-notch coaching. Register now at PittsburghNFLLeague.com. Season starts in April.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
And Mike's is the place to watch tournament games this week, Thursday and Friday. His fan beer of the month is Hey Honey from Two Phrase Brewing, benefiting Young Adult Survivors United. You go there tonight, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. You ask for the fan beer of the month. It's a good beer. It's a great beer, as a matter of fact. And a portion of that money goes to a very good cause. All right, we're talking about what Ken Hayward had to say about the Aaron Rodgers situation. The headline on ESPN.com says, Steelers Hayward fed up waiting on Aaron Rodgers. Anybody have a problem with that? 412-928-9370. Is that how you feel? 412-928-9370. The Giants' best insider, he writes for ESPN. He's going to join us in about 15 minutes. Because I want to see if New York is basically out of this. I want to see if it's a 2-horse race between the Steelers and Vikings. 412-928-9370 is the telephone number. Here's Holly in Bridgeville. Hello, Holly.
Hello.
Hi there.
How are you guys doing?
Hey, man. We're good.
Hey, I wanted to bring up an interesting thought. Let Aaron Rodgers go to Minnesota. Do awful and have the fans cheer for J.J. McCarthy to come in. I wonder how Aaron's ego would handle that.
It wouldn't. He'd come up with some flimsy excuse as to why he played like that, or he'd pass the buck and blame other people and throw him under the bus would be my guess.
Absolutely.
So you want no part of him, Holly. You agree with Hayward.
I totally agree with Cam.
Thank you. Let's see if Jim in Oakland, where he comes down on things. Hello, Jim.
Hi, Andrew. Hey, listen, yes, I'm totally in agreement with Cam, but more importantly, I'm going to dovetail off of that. I happened to catch what you said last night on Pompiani's, and he asked you a question, and you said, I don't understand why, I'm paraphrasing, why a franchise like this would allow themselves to get this position. And as I thought over that, I thought to myself, you know what? You have Art Rooney telling everyone that this is a storied franchise, and it's based on tradition. But you know what? He's obviously showing that he is not in control of his bus. This is strictly a Tomlin bus. Tomlin, his whole thing is to be around big-time pro football players. Does he think maybe he's in love with Aaron Rodgers? I have no idea. But for ownership of this franchise, which I still have such great admiration to allow themselves to be put in this position by this kind of a weird human being, it basically is, in totality, when you look at all his actions other than throwing the ball. He is a weird human being, and to allow that to happen, it's really sad. It really is.
Thank you, Jim. Not really sure why you still have so much admiration for this current owner. It was his dad and his grandfather who did the winning, and not him.
What has Art Rooney done to better this franchise since he took over principally? Like, what is Art Rooney's stamp on this franchise in a positive way? Getting the draft?
Getting a game in Ireland?
I'm serious about
that.
Getting
new naming rights on the stadium?
I don't mean to be glib here.
I like when you're glib. I think you're good at glib.
I wonder when Glib Hour will be on
I'm
Donnie's
serious.
next show. I just, seriously, what's the guy done? Isn't Thomas Tull more responsible for new naming rights than anybody?
He's definitely had a relationship with them. You're right. Maybe he gets credit for pulling Tull into the ownership group. I don't really know about that. You ask a fair question. I mean, what did he do? I guess he put his foot down on the Ben Roethlisberger, Bruce Arians love fest and brought Todd Haley in, but
which he got pilloried for, even though Haley did put up good numbers with Ben.
That blew up because Ben didn't want to go for it, and they forced Arians out, and he ended up being Coach of the Year twice and a Super Bowl winning head coach once. So that really didn't work either.
Art also didn't have the gumption to tell Ben it was time after 2020.
Good point. I think that what the caller's also alluding to, what Jim in Oakland also was saying, is that if Art Rooney wanted to put a stop to this, he could. And he's choosing not to right now, which is odd to me.
He's handing it off. He's letting Mike Tomlin run things as he sees fit.
But I agree with you. I think your overall sentiment on the auspices under which Kenny Pickett was drafted and the owner not wanting lightning to strike twice because of Dan Marino, I do think there's something to that. I think he was an absolute willing participant, if not somewhat of a driving force behind that pick. We know that his dad was behind the Roethlisberger pick. We know that obviously Russell Wilson's business relationships with the Steelers contributed to him coming here. So the owner has gotten involved on some of these weighty quarterback decisions before. And why right now he's choosing to basically let Aaron Rodgers run roughshod over his team and his family name makes little sense to me.
He's abdicating any sense of responsibility here. He could be somebody who could tell privately, and it would stir things publicly. He could go to Mike and say, I am setting an internal firm deadline, and then we're done.
Yep.
And if we have to proceed forward with Mason Rudolph as our guy, so be it. And he has shown no inkling of wanting to do that.
David is next. Hello, David.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, listen, I'm in total agreement with Cam on this, but here's a twist. I think that if we get Rodgers, that will determine on whether or not we keep Pickens. If we get Rodgers, we keep Pickens for that 1 year. If we don't get Rodgers, I think Pickens is going to be used as trade bait in this upcoming draft to get back into that number 2 spot. Your thoughts?
Here's the thing, though. Rodgers still has a very good arm, but if you wanted to keep Pickens, who's basically a guy who likes to run 9 routes, so is DK Metcalf, just go balls. Wouldn't you rather have either, I hate saying this out loud, Russ, who loves to do that, or a guy like Flacco, who just wants to stand back there and heave it when he has a chance?
Rodgers loves throwing the slant, and Pickens scored a touchdown against Cincinnati on a slant play. I guess you could fashion an argument that's around that, and Rodgers' resume being something.
Isn't a lot of Rodgers stuff though based on timing, man?
Yeah.
Pickens,
I don't think George Pickens is that kind of wide receiver. I'm sorry.
Pickens is decent to very good when he's focused on the back shoulder stuff, but I don't think of him and think, oh yeah, that's the kind of player Rodgers would feast with.
Let me address that head on though. I do think there's a better chance George Pickens is on the team if Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback, because I think George Pickens talks himself into Aaron Rodgers is going to get me the ball, even though obviously things went south with Wilson. But the reason why I think he would talk himself into it, or his agent would, is because Aaron Rodgers wants to throw the ball a lot. And if Aaron Rodgers isn't here, then not only are you down to Mason Rudolph, and I know they had the good stretch together, but it stands to reason that the offense reverts back to being a very run-first and predominant run offense. And I don't think a guy in his contract year wants to be the second receiver in a predominant run offense.
Pickens had 109 targets last year. If it were a guy other than Aaron Rodgers and it were a run-heavy offense, I think it stands to reason he'd get even less.
And he missed games last year, too. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township, southhillskia.net. So far, people loudly declaring that they agree with what Cam Hayward said. Do the Giants have a better chance of signing Aaron Rodgers than the Steelers? We'll talk to an expert about that next. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The first four begins tonight in Dayton, Ohio. St. Francis of PA against Alabama State starts it off at 6:40. North Carolina and San Diego State at 9:10. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Ready to shoot your shot? Log into BetMGM and make your picks in their March Matchups $250K Pick'em for your chance to win a share of bonus bets. It's free to play and easy to get started. Just log into your BetMGM account and predict what will happen at different points throughout the college basketball tournament. You'll earn points with every correct answer, which gives you a shot to win a share of bonus bets. That's right. Just pick what will happen throughout March Matchups. And if you make enough correct picks, you'll win a share of $250K in bonus bets. Think you know college basketball? Log into BetMGM and make your picks to win a share of $250,000 in bonus bets. It's free to play. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
When you hear an ad for an injury attorney on the radio, as you know, there's plenty of those, it's not often that you hear the same voice on the radio that you will on the phone with you directly handling your injury case every step of the way. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. With the injury firm at LGKG, you get the named partner, the big cats, Larry Kelly or Joe George.
We've always built this practice on service. We like talking to our clients. I think it's important if someone takes the time to call me, they get a chance to talk to me. Or if they want to call Larry, they get a chance to talk to Larry or one of our other associates.
Larry, it's rare that the same group will take things from the onboarding phone call all the way to the final resolution, whether it's the settlement or it's trial.
That's continuity. At LGKG, we're a small firm that handles cases on an individual basis each and every time.
What a concept that is. That's service. That's the Western PA way, where you don't get lost in the fold or you become just another number. That's a huge home field advantage, and that's LGKG. Accidents, MedMal, workers' comp, history, trust, service, and results. LGKG.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Just in time for spring cleaning, it's Zero Res 3-room special starting at $109. So now is the perfect time to take advantage of this deal. 2 days only. Go to ZeroResPGH.com. ZeroResPGH.com now.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy icy late drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 no, wait, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So if you want to save money, check Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Cam Hayward sick and tired of all this Aaron Rodgers crap. Yep.
Hullabaloo.
Get back to your calls on that at 412-928-9370. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right. It seems like Aaron Rodgers is just begging the Vikings to make him an offer, that that's really where he wants to go. I would say it's been widely reported that the Giants have offered more than the Steelers. So what's going on there? Jordan Renan from ESPN, Giants Insider, basically the Brooke Pryor of the Giants, joins us right now to talk about this. Jordan, I think at one point you, like many, said, hey, this is going to happen or we're going to get a decision, and then we didn't get a decision. So what do you think the holdup is right now?
Yeah, see, I had somebody tell me the quarterback market was going to start to move. So I just assumed that meant Aaron Rodgers was part of that. But apparently, guys started to visit. Marcus Mariota signed, Mac Jones signed, all these other things happened. But Aaron Rodgers, he's his own special, special segment of the quarterback market. So that's why we're sitting there and everyone else is moving. And Aaron Rodgers has just decided, okay, you know what? I'm going to do this at my own pace. And whenever it works for me. So I think that's why we sit here as we do right now. And the Giants are, waiting just like the Steelers with an offer on the table and saying, all right, I guess you come back to us when you're ready.
Jordan, when you talk to people who are on the inside, maybe who are making or adjacent to people making personnel decisions, do they seem to feel like Rodgers is still the caliber of player that it's worth waiting on for this long?
I think the situation is this. It's not Aaron Rodgers is this great player at this point. I think we all realize, heck, you're in the New York market, you realize what he is at this point of his career. He's clearly not the MVP guy, from several years ago. He's 41. He'll be 42 before the season is over. But the way I believe the Giants feel is that this is the best available option for them right now to win games in 2025. And the Giants have a special, situation set up. And the way it's set up is that the coach and general manager essentially are under pressure from ownership to produce better results. They just went 3-14. Okay? Just think about that. You guys are all upset in Pittsburgh. You had a rough season. They went 3-14 and had to win in the final weeks. to get to 3 wins. So now they're under pressure to say, well, we got to win as many games as possible, whether that be 5, 6, 7, 8, just to sort of save our jobs while we still go out and try to find our quarterback of the future. Because this is all window dressing for the Giants. The number one most important thing, and John Mara, the owner, said this prior, at the end of the season, he said, our number one priority this offseason is finding our quarterback of the future. We know Aaron Rodgers isn't that. He's just a stopgap. So I think they just believe he's the best option to win them games in 2025. And let's be honest, it's hard to argue. I mean, what are the options? Russell Wilson, you guys saw him firsthand. You tell me what you think on that. Is that a better option?
No, you guys can take him. If Rodgers ends up elsewhere, you guys can have Russell Wilson. You'll love it for 3 games, Jordan.
I actually think there's a chance Russell Wilson would play better for the Steelers than Aaron Rodgers, to be honest with you. Just because his
Really?
Yes, because with DK Metcalf and the
throwing the ball downfield, you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the thing with the Giants, too, by the way, ironically. Like, Malik Neighbors looks like he's going to be a stud receiver, but he can get down the field. Darius Slayton's skill is getting down the field. Jalen Hyatt's skill is getting down the field. So, like, they also, I think, would like a quarterback that can throw the deep ball. But I still believe that they are under the impression that by a significant margin, Aaron Rodgers is the best choice for them to win games in 25. Also, their thing is mentorship. So who's and then look, these aren't the best choices in the world, right? Aaron Rodgers has his warts. Russell Wilson has his warts. Jameis Winston has his warts, So, but the Giants, okay, their thing is we got to get a future franchise quarterback while also getting a veteran quarterback who's going to serve as their mentor. At least Russell, at least Aaron Rodgers, at least Joe Flacco, who they brought in. There's a trend between those guys, right? They're winners. They know what it's been. Maybe they're not that quarterback at this point in their career, but they know what it's like to be successful. It's the NFL and what it takes to be successful at the highest level. So that's why the Giants, I think, are operating the way they are.
Jordan Renan with us here from ESPN.com. Yes, Mulsey?
No, I was just going to ask you, do you have a sense for what the Giants are willing to pay and to offer Aaron Rodgers to try to get him to come to New Jersey, I will say, to play his games in the Meadowlands? Again.
I don't know. I don't know numbers. I haven't heard any exact numbers. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is a vault, and everyone's scared to say anything when it comes to Aaron Rodgers. All I've heard that that's not the deciding factor here for Aaron Rodgers, is what I've heard. Now, I don't know. I haven't heard it from him, so we don't know for sure, and nobody will know that for sure. But I don't think it's about this is a money situation. I don't think this is going to be Aaron Rodgers making $45 million a year. I don't think it's that at all. From what I've been told and from people, within teams that have been interested in Aaron Rodgers this offseason, is that he's looking at what's the best situation for me to win and what's the best situation for me to have success in a stable organization that I have full trust in. That, I think he's looking more, and this is me surmising at this point just from hearing that he's looking more, okay, this is sort of my last hurrah here in the NFL. I don't want to go down in a bad situation. I want to have a chance to win and go out in a positive manner.
Jordan,
and that's why I think the Steelers are probably ahead of the Giants on the pecking order.
That's what I was going to get to. Okay, so you think there's a better chance Russell Wilson is the Giants' Week 1 starter than Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, just because if winning is your priority, you got to really do some contorting to come up with the Giants as a better situation right now. I mean, yes, they have Malik Neighbors. They haven't signed anyone significant in offense this offseason. They have the 31st ranked offense. They believe they're, a quarterback's going to solve all there was, but I don't know. It just seems like these other teams are better set up than the Giants at this point in that regard.
Jordan, thank you for the intel, man. We appreciate it.
You got it, guys. Have fun waiting on Rodgers.
No, we're not. Thank you. Goodbye, Jordan. All right, better chance Russell Wilson is the Giants quarterback than Rodgers. And this talk of the Montclair mansion and wanting to stick it to the Jets at the end of the day, there's someone who covers the Giants who's saying Steelers would be ahead of the Giants. So that's where the Minnesota mind games. They've been talking about it forever. Have you noticed that? Still even today. They're still deliberating in Minnesota. At some point I'm going to say, I'll say it right now. Yes, Aaron Rodgers is making everybody wait, but can the Vikings make up their mind too? Can those guys come to a consensus on what they want to do with Aaron Rodgers?
I would think in their case, if it's almost all predicated on McCarthy's knee and not a lack of faith in McCarthy as a talent, it's how is his knee healing? Wouldn't you have a pretty good handle on that already? Doctors can give you what should be pretty cut and dried timetables for that sort of stuff.
I agree. All right, still more of your reaction coming up on what Cam Hayward said, his ultimatum to Aaron Rodgers. Either you want to be a Steeler or you don't. Do you agree with him? 412-928-9370. Are you sick and tired of what Aaron Rodgers is putting the Steelers through? 412-928-9370. And also next hour, with the top draft insider, the very best draft analyst, who he has the Steelers taking in the first round. It's going to make one person on this station very happy, but it's none of us. Right now, a headline or no headline. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with a top guest and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Truck, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps, all tournament long. New customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Hey everybody, Chris Coonahan for Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection company with over 1 million satisfied homeowners. I'm here to answer all of your home maintenance questions. I have Mary from Des Moines on the line. How can I help, Mary?
You're wrong. You'll see. $100.
Mary, you there?
Hey, Chris, sorry. I'm calling to settle a bet with my husband. Okay, so is it better to deal with the clogged gutter now or wait until the weather's better?
Mary, the time is now. The longer you wait, the more damage you can have. Your husband may have lost this bet, but repairing your gutters can save your family thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your home.
But how much will it cost to get our gutters inspected?
Well, husband of Mary, leaf filter inspection and estimates are always free for new customers. And right now, if you go to leaffilter.com/gutter, you can get an additional 30% off.
I think I won here.
We both did. What's that site, Chris?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter. Visit today to schedule your free gutter inspection.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payment starting at $229 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, and Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Kevin Moret here from Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Right now, get 2.99% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Santa Fe, Tucson, or Elantra. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, first 4 tonight with a local twist. St. Francis getting ready to take on Alabama State. Tip-off in Dayton's at 6:40. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
I do think Dart's in that 3/4 range as far as the QB rankings go. I don't love him. I don't hate him, right? So I'm kind of in between here on Dart. I think he's fine. It's tough to evaluate coming out of Ole Miss's offense. I think Lane Kiffin does such a good job scheming it open that it makes it difficult to project those players. And I will say it is his agents are doing a great job hyping him up, because I've been at the Senior Bowl, I've been at the Combine, and coming out of that, there's always this first-round hype around Jackson Dart, and I'm like, what did he do this week? He just threw on air and was okay at the Senior Bowl. It was fine. But he's getting hyped up, and, I think the first-round buzz is starting to get a lot more real for Jackson Dart.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. You can join Pop and Joe tomorrow as they broadcast from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Special Giant Eagle Feed the Need broadcast. You'll be able to call and bid on special items with proceeds going to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. You can also support now by texting NEED to 50155. Details at 937thefan.com. Go to my Twitter, where you'll find our PM Team Bracket Challenge. It's a $20 entry fee. Half of the winnings goes to the Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. The other half goes to you if you finish in first. All right, that was Steve Palazzolo on Jackson Dart. We're going to continue to break down and react to what Cam Hayward said about Aaron Rodgers. He said, quote, "I'd rather move on. Too much going on." Was asked to recruit Aaron Rodgers and said he wouldn't do that. Either he wants to be a Steeler or he doesn't. We're getting your takes and your opinions on Hayward really coming out and not really backing or endorsing Aaron Rodgers whatsoever. At 412-928-9370. We just played that Jackson Dart clip because, lo and behold, Daniel Jeremiah, who is the #1 draft analyst for NFL Network, he put out his third mock draft today, and this is a combination of both his rankings and what he's hearing from scouts and general managers. And he put Jackson Dart to the Steelers at 21. And he is using the logic of take a swing. Get in the batter's box. Baseball started today. Ohtani in Japan. Things of that nature.
First place Bucks, by the way, tied for first with 4 other teams.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Take 3 gangster hacks at quarterback like Tony Sanchez would have wanted you to.
And go out there and bring in Jackson Dart with that 21st pick.
You know who's on a Hall of Fame run right now? You know who's on a terrific run, like a Steph Curry in the tournament run? Jackson Dart's agent.
That's what
Palazzolo
Palazzolo
alludes
said.
to it. I've heard other people say that too.
So you think that Jeremiah has been brainwashed by the agent?
No, it's a thing. If you are just looking around on Twitter and you type in the search term Jackson Dart agent, there are people talking about it all the time because that's the only explanation anybody has for why this otherwise pretty pedestrian prospect has now been mocked as high as 3rd in a draft. 3rd. He is a mid-round pick to me.
Mel Kiper Jr. now has him at 9.
Mel Kiper is the other guy
Saints.
that people think that the agent has somehow gotten to, despite the fact that Mel only uses landlines and loves pumpkin pie. And they think that Mel is one of the main analysts goosing Jackson Dart's status.
All right, so just to make sure I'm not...
I do not think Jackson Dart is even close to a first-round quarterback.
So you would be livid if it happened. You would look at this as another Kenny Pickett move.
It would be them making the same dumbass mistake again
Donnie,
for the
is that how you
second time
feel?
in 3 years.
If you're sitting with the Nasty Boys and you're all together for the draft, and Goodell gets up there in late April and says with the 21st pick, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Jackson Dart, quarterback Ole Miss, you're going to be in the mood to break things?
I do have a bad feeling it would be what we experienced a couple of years ago, and I was already made to look like an idiot once.
You won't be fooled again.
Yeah, the Who.
Like the Who.
Cue them up, baby.
Now, Pony, if they draft
Just go
Jackson
defensive
Dart,
line, please.
I think, or wide receiver, you could still go. But yes, either or. I think Pony would trick himself again.
I would know. I would not. I've not talked to the agent. I don't know if he's not gotten his tentacles around me. Maybe he's using Joe as his mouthpiece
Can
here.
you imagine if
Starkey
Joe's talking to an agent? Joe's just sending him videos of his own golf swing.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it.
At pick 21?
I would not be totally against it. I personally don't think Jackson Dart is going to be good. But what the hell do I know? I thought Kenny Pickett was going to be Joe Burrow 2.0. So I'm taking my own opinion on Dart with a grain of salt. But my own take is he's not going to be good. And more so than that, like the basis for me being skeptical of really any quarterback in that spot is that the history of quarterbacks getting picked there is not good. Because I think that in the 20s, I think you're getting to a point where it's like that's where guys have you're either reaching on guys and overdrafting them, or guys are falling to that spot for a reason. I went and looked it up. Since 2000, so this millennium, really only 2 quarterbacks picked in the 20s you would consider to be great or potentially great. And they were both picked by the same team in the same exact situation. Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love, where they went to the Packers and they had to wait their turn, and Rodgers won 4 MVPs, and Jordan Love looks like a pretty good quarterback. Literally every quarterback picked since 2000 in the 20s has been a variation of awful. I'll just go through some of these names because they're hysterical. Rex Grossman in 2003. J.P. Lossman in 2004.
2?
The Bills. Did you know that there was a quarterback picked 1 spot after Aaron Rodgers in the 2005 draft? The very next pick was another quarterback.
Who it was.
Okay, so Smith was 1, Rodgers.
Rodgers went 24.
05.
The 25th pick was a QB.
I assume the team would give it away.
Want me to give it to you? Redskins.
Chris Redman.
No.
It wasn't.
I can't think of the guy's name now.
I don't think I'm right here.
Patrick Ramsey.
That's what I was going to say.
Tulane.
I don't think he was there.
Jason Campbell.
Oh.
2007.
I come up with Chris Redman and Patrick Ramsey.
2007, Brady Quinn.
Stunk.
2010, Tim Tebow. Other than one day.
This is kind of a little, I'm not saying you're wrong because they are picking in the 20s. It is like, it conveniently ignores that once you get out of the 20s and get to pick 32, you've got a multi-time MVP.
No, I know. 2012, Brandon Whedon. 2014, Johnny Manziel. 2016, Paxton Lynch.
Oh!
2020, Jordan Love. 26th overall. Looks like a really good pick. 2022, Kenneth Shane Pickett. Those are the quarterbacks that have been picked in the 20s, man.
I just think that if you're not picking one in the top, like probably 15, realistically, maybe closer to top 10 or 12, then yes, there's a reason that they would fall. And Rodgers is a weird case, isn't it? Because you had an unusual set of circumstances where everybody acknowledged of he and Smith, whoever didn't get picked, what might fall 20 picks.
So as this Aaron Rodgers thing has dragged on, I've noticed, this is just me as an observer, as a consumer, if you will. I've noticed a phenomenon, and it goes like this. The interest or hope for Aaron Rodgers has dwindled as this has gone on. I think last Monday, people were excited that something huge might happen, and they started to talk themselves into it. As it's dragged on, I think more people sound like Cam Hayward on him. At the same exact time, it's like a law of physics. It's like one of Newton's laws. Like
for every force, there must be a counterforce. As
Rodgers has gone down, I feel like Dart has gone up. And initially, I was inundated, and there was a deluge of people that would seek me out on Twitter or text me or whatever and say, absolutely do not reach for a quarterback like that in the first round. And as the quarterback options have dried up, and it looks like it's either Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph, I've heard more and more, well, you know what, why not just take a shot on Dart and see what happens? Roll the dice on Dart. Throw a dart on Dart, and let's just see what happens. A ton of that. And you've not allowed yourself to be hoodwinked by it. Donnie has not allowed himself, and for it to happen to him. And I've become more receptive to it. Is the best way I can say it. It's not my number one preference. It wouldn't be my top choice, but I think it's easy to make an argument for it given their quarterback situation.
Yeah, I'm not going to get hoodwinked into a guy that almost everybody that actually sits there and crunches the tape thinks, even if they think he's the second best quarterback. Was it Cosell? Greg Cosell was a big fan of his.
No, Cosell likes the kid from Louisville.
Yeah, Tyler Shuck. Is it Shuck? Are we saying that right?
Yeah, Shuck.
So I haven't seen one like super hardcore film breakdown guy
So you know how Chris Sims gets credit a lot of the times for being the guy that like somehow has some of these sleeper opinions on quarterbacks? Sure. So he has only one true franchise quarterback in this draft, and that's Cam Ward.
I would agree that if I were rating it that way, is how many quarterbacks in this draft can truly turn around a franchise and be a centerpiece? I think he's the only one with a shot.
And then his second tier are guys that he think has a chance. He wouldn't necessarily bet on it, but he thinks there's a chance there. And he has Sanders 2 in that tier, and he has Dart 3 in that tier. So he has Dart as the third best quarterback, and then after that he has McCord and Quinn Ewers. He doesn't even have Will Howard as a guy that has a shot.
So I just think that Dart is somebody who's getting pushed up by not only an apparently very aggressive agent, but also the natural way in which any quarterback, because of like Steve Palazzolo's theory of you always take a swing, which is what almost everybody at PFF or who's been at PFF in the past would say.
And that's the exact logic Jeremiah used, and take a swing.
But I would rather take a swing for when the pitches are better to hit, which looks like on paper next year as far as quantity of quality quarterbacks that are supposedly out there. I'm excited to have Ryan Wilson on later in the show because I can kind of drill down and ask a more specific question about that. It just feels like you would be reaching badly for a player. Yes, you need the position, but this isn't the right time to do it. You'd be praying you got it right here. Here's the other thing.
His drip is out of control, so Ben Tenuta, our web guy, Donnie.
I know.
Have you factored that into
Has a lot of riz.
Oh. I mean, when you have a chance to – when you have a chance –
Wait, what was the last one you said?
He's cold.
What about being tough? He's tough. Jackson Dart is tough.
Like a dog?
Yeah, he's got – you want to talk about the kind of dog he's got in him. But Lane Kiffin, his offenses, you've said it, they make things generally very easy for quarterbacks at the collegiate level. He schemes guys open. He often, I think, turns it into one-read situations. Dart's pretty good improvisationally. He's got good legs as far as making plays.
I think he's the best runner of the three guys at the top. But definitely better than Sanders, and I think better than Ward.
Sanders isn't a runner. Everyone says it because he's Deion's kid. But Sanders is a move around. Like, he's a runner the way Mahomes is a runner. He's going to buy time, but he wants to throw it. Ward's a decent runner, but he's not awesome. I just look at this and say, if he's coming from an offense in college that made things easier for him in the passing game, he is going to be coming to a franchise, if the Steelers were going to pick him, that generally is going to make things more difficult on a young quarterback because they don't really know how to develop one. Why would I want a player who's already maybe had the curve softened for him in college when he's going to have to come in here and it's going to be like getting thrown in a lake with two cinder blocks tied to your ankles?
Two big topics on the table here. The first one is Cam Hayward basically crapping on the idea of Aaron Rodgers coming here. Ready to move on, too much going on. Either you want to be a Steeler or you don't. Asked to recruit Rodgers, said no way. 412-928-9370. You with Cam on that. And now Daniel Jeremiah has the Steelers taking Jackson Dart at pick 21. Have you been evangelized to that idea? Are you in favor of that now? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Quick timeout, then back with your calls. First, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back home tonight hosting the New York Islanders. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Yeah, I love St. Francis tonight. And Alabama State has played some competitive games against good teams. But I think there's a mystique to the St. Francis team. I think they're playing with house money, and they're a red-hot team. And I think that magical ride is going to continue tonight in the opening round in Dayton, and it's going to carry them into a matchup against Auburn where they will attempt to shock the world 2 days from now. Through the first 2 rounds of the tournament, bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you're going to win a share of $1 million in bonus bets on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to bet the tournament. You can bet on everything from spreads, money lines, team totals, you name it. FanDuel.com/Andrew. Just download America's #1 sportsbook and bet the dog of the day. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in.
Smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh Sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. Congrats to the SEC on getting a record 14 teams into men's March Madness. But when do we talk about so many teams with losing conference records being in this bracket? At some point, actually winning games needs to matter more than computer rankings and projections. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Thinking Lincoln? Think Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply. You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive or the all-new 2025 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, it's Jim Costa with Cash the Ticket. It's March, so Mike Valeni and I are all over the tournament again this year. There's just nothing like betting in March. Breakdowns of every region and every game. From conference tournaments to the Final Horn, we'll have the picks and the plays on every single game. Cinderella spotlights, upset alerts, and some of that value for the last team standing. It's tourney time, so hunker down and bet the board with us. Subscribe and listen to Cash the Ticket in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
In Wilkins Township, we have an accident at the 1200 block of Rodi Road. If you're headed that way, exercise some caution. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Yeah, the Steelers have been great. Coach Smith, Coach Tomlin, I think they're great coaches. They lead at what they do, and they've had a ton of success everywhere they've been, and especially for Coach Tomlin, being able to sustain that success is extremely impressive. So, had a lot of fun making relationships with them.
Jackson Dart right there on his meetings with Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin at the Combine. Wait till he gets a load of Mike's sophisticated offense, Mr. Know-It-All's offense, which is run on first down, run on second down, pray on third down. Daniel Jeremiah has the Steelers now taking Jackson Dart in the first round. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. Also your thoughts on what Cam Hayward had to say about Aaron Rodgers. In 15 minutes, we'll be giving away 2 tickets. This is a very hot ticket, extremely hot, so hot. The Pirates home opener versus the Yankees. Friday, April 4th. We'll be down there. Broadcasting live on Federal Street, 4:12 first pitch. 2 free tickets for the Yanks and Pirates. You have to win a game of PM Team Tournament over-under.
Now, is this another organically created Andrew Filipponi game?
Yes. PM Team over-under game.
See, the thing that's weird about this is I cannot really fathom what you've created here. I have an idea of how this might go, and I don't really like it for me because I'll get humiliated and get a lot of stuff wrong.
No, you're not involved. It's the callers.
No, but you know that I play against the callers too and try to get stuff.
You live vicariously through them.
I do, and I think I'll do poorly here.
Let's get to the calls as promised, beginning with Jim in Cranberry. Hello, Jim.
Hey, how you guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, I just think the Steelers are becoming the joke, kind of like the Cowboys. And truthfully, I think Cam Hayward, although a great player, has really nothing to say considering they pointed fingers at each other the last 5 games. They couldn't tackle anybody. They gave up. And you know what? I hope they get Rodgers because with this great offense they have, and Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin, everything has to be their way. I hope this does happen because with these great receivers and the great attitudes, maybe, just maybe next year, we might be able to start over. And you know what? What are we going to do with TJ? What are we going to do with TJ Watt?
He's going to stay here. He's going to stay here because Art Rooney said he's a one-helmet guy, so they'll give him as much money as he wants. Wait a minute.
I know.
So you think...
I like the sarcasm, and I appreciate it.
But was there sarcasm when you said you think if this blew up in their face, Tomlin could be out? Or was that, again, you just being extremely sarcastic, Jim?
Pretty sarcastic because they'll be able to draft somebody and ruin that quarterback. You know what? I'm not going to blame everything on Tomlin. He gets a lot out of the teams he has, and there's some things they got to work, whatever. But this quarterback situation is such a joke. They should have gave it to Justin Fields. Build around him. But you know what? I'm praying.
I think that's one of the reasons. I think that's one of the reasons why Hayward is hacked off. And you're over here saying because the team was at each other's throats the last month of the season.
You have to admit they were.
No, I agree, but that invalidates his opinion on what they should do at quarterback?
I don't think it isn't up to him because you know what? If it was up to him, who would they have brought? And I'll say this.
I think they would have kept Fields if it were up to him.
That would be a good. Can I say one more thing and then I'll
sure,
hang
go
up.
ahead, Jim.
When they drafted Kenny Pickett, we can all go back to 2020 hindsight, and Pickett was saying, I don't want to compete with Russell Wilson, whatever. Don't trade him right away. Why do you have to trade everybody who doesn't walk the or if the guy has talent, okay, automatic talent, he can do whatever the hell he wants on Tomlin's team. So I am praying that Aaron Rodgers joins the Steelers because it is going to be a fun year. It's going to be a very fun year.
Thank you, Jim.
I feel like Jim's subtext there is he is a sleeper agent who will destroy the Steelers from within.
A Trojan horse sent by the people of Troy to what city? Where did the Trojan horse go?
Hold on.
The gates of what ancient town? Donnie, if you had to guess, what town did that Trojan horse stroll into?
It wasn't Jericho because that was where the walls came down.
Yeah, the walls of Jericho.
Oh, this is going to... Carthage, maybe? They sent him over to Big Carthage?
Don?
Ran Carthage?
I don't know.
This is going to bother me, man. Because I know I'm not right.
Can you imagine if they just sent it to, like, Cleveland, Ohio?
Trojan...
Oh, no, look out for that Trojan horse.
Trojan horse floats down the burning Cuyahoga River.
It's a trick question. It was sent to Troy. That's why it's called the Trojan horse.
Sent by whom?
That I don't actually know. So now you flipped it on me.
Kind of weird that it's known. No, I guess that makes sense.
I think the
Troy's
people that
own
made
the
it,
fact that they got.
I think the people who pulled the stunt should get credit for it.
Right, like they should name it after them.
Exactly.
All right, let's see. Trojan horse. The Greeks. The Greeks always
just
at
the
it again.
entire country.
The
where
Greeks
in Greece?
just sent that bad boy over to them.
But where though? Where did it originate?
Athens, presumably.
Okay.
Mykonos. They're eating gyros there, Donnie, and then making Trojan horses.
Here's Ryan in Canada next. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, man.
Hello, Ryan.
So I've got a pretty strong opinion on where the Steelers stand right now. I honestly, if you go back to when Tomlin spoke at the end of the year, and pretty much everything he said, he has mentioned how important it is for at least decent mobility. But then you look at this kind of love affair that he's had with Rodgers over the last few years, and it's very clear that Rodgers would kind of be Tomlin's hire, which I think is a terrible, terrible decision. Although I do agree with what Jim said. Rodgers, it doesn't seem like he has much good football left in him. So if this is Tomlin's hire, I'm definitely of the mindset that Tomlin is a big issue with the Steelers, and so are the Rooneys, honestly.
Well, thank you, Ryan. I appreciate you calling in.
That second part can't really be rectified.
I don't believe this. I do not believe this at all. So I just want to start by saying that.
Okay.
But I have seen people posit the idea of when we said, why isn't Art basically putting his foot down and saying, no, I don't want Aaron Rodgers as this team's quarterback. It's my team. I own it. Find somebody else, Mike. I have seen people throw out there, well, maybe Art is giving Mike the rope to hang himself, basically. Like, okay, I'm paying you a lot of money. You're well compensated, like you said. If you think this is the best idea, I'll trust you on it, but you better be right.
If it doesn't work, he comes back around and says, Mike,
you better be right about it, Mike.
I let you do this. I said you better be right, but now we've got to part ways. Absolutely not. I could imagine Dan Rooney, if he felt like he hadn't gotten enough evidence where Mike needed to be gone, doing something like this. There's no way Art's doing it. No way.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township, southhillskia.net. All right, coming up next, PM Team Tournament over-under game. For 2 tickets to the home opener on us to see Pirates-Yankees, 412-928-9370. Do not be intimidated. I played this exact game with my wife last night, and she got both answers right. And she's a decent sports fan. She's not an Encyclopedia Britannica when it comes to the tournament. PM Team tournament over-under game.
Is there any other encyclopedia brand besides Britannica?
No, they owned it.
They're like Kleenex.
412-928-9370. If you want 2 tickets to see Pirates-Yankees, call in next. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Last chance for the Buccos, bottom 9. They trail the Phillies 2-0. Pirates and Rays tomorrow at 1 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Still trying to figure out who sent that horse to Troy. We are really struggling in here, Donnie. You also could be struggling, by the way, if you're trying to redo your kitchen. You're undertaking this big project, right? And you want to redo the kitchen. You have been waiting to do this for a long time. Maybe you're a contractor. You've got a lot of kitchens to redo. Or you've got bathrooms, things that involve cabinets. And the cabinets are the holdup because the average wait time right now for cabinets, this is real, is 8 to 12 weeks. Nobody has that kind of time. Not you if you're the contractor, not you if you're the homeowner. Everybody wants these kinds of remodeling projects done as soon as possible, right? Well, I can tell you, you have a solution to these cabinet woes. It's Choice Cabinet. Yes, Choice Cabinet. They have over 65,000 cabinets in stock, like right now in stock. And they're all wood, these cabinets, with 10 different paints and stains. And here is the best part. With Choice Cabinet, delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Paul Skeens. Just 9 days until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Let's get crazy in the Midwest. I'm Sammy Peep, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The older I've gotten, the less I care about teams that can't score, and that's Houston and Tennessee. So I'm taking a deep dive down the board. Gonzaga, the 8th seed, 9-1 to make the Final Four. If they beat Houston, it starts to open up. I'm going to take my shot on Mark Few. I'm Sammy P. from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Discover sweet and exciting flavors at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Count your lucky straws because the Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. Don't miss out on this refreshing treat before your luck runs out. Head over to Get-Go today and indulge in this magical treat. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This is the story of the one.
He is responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Join us for Dine and Donate Week, supporting the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Visit the following local restaurants, and a portion of the food sales goes to our Feed the Need Radiothon on March 25th. Today, Bubba's Gourmet Burgers, 3 locations. Tomorrow, El Barro Verde in Green Tree. Thursday, Pittsburghers in Bethel Park. All the details, 937thefan.com. St. Francis, the Red Flash. They got a date with destiny tonight against the Alabama State Hornets. Winner gets to go toe-to-toe with greatness. Number 1 seed, Auburn. Will we have that game tonight on the Fan? St. Francis?
We got Roundtree, 6 to 10:35. I don't know how often we carry
now, there's
NCAA
a guy,
tournament games anymore.
Good point. Now, there's a guy, Roundtree. I could see him as St. Francis's play-by-play guy. I think he fits the profile of someone they'd want to do a job like that.
Guy on the rise?
Oh, definitely.
Still a younger guy, certainly in the business.
Name someone at the station who works in a role, and I'll tell you if they're on the rise or not on the rise.
Okay, so Roundtree on the rise.
On the rise.
I'm not going to go with the obvious one yet, so I will say Adam Crowley.
On the rise.
Joe Starkey.
On the rise.
Austin Bechtold.
On the rise.
Wow. Donald Chedrick.
On the rise.
Now, is this somebody, am I limited to on-air side people?
No.
Salesman Mark Berger.
On the rise.
Dan Zangrilli.
On the rise.
Joel Nelson.
On the rise.
Chris Muller.
Not on the rise.
Just waiting. Was waiting till we'd get there.
All right. We got 2 tickets to give away to see the Pirates home opener versus the Yankees. April 4th at 4:12 at PNC Park. Malzy, to play this game, I need you to pull up the bracket. Donnie, I need you to pull up the bracket too.
Can I just have like a paper bracket in front of me?
That's fine.
Okay.
I just need you to have the bracket.
I got the bracket, my
Donnie, do you have the bracket handy? Okay, let's go here. It's time for PM Team Tournament Over-Under. If you get this answer right, you are going to win tickets to this hugely anticipated home opener, maybe the biggest in PNC Park history. Let's start with Joe. He's our first player up. Hello,
Hi, Joe.
Hey, how are you today?
Joe, who's your favorite college basketball player of all time?
Oh, it's a real reach. I'm a Pitt guy, so it's Demetrius Gore.
Going back, I like that. All right.
Donnie doesn't even know who that is.
No, Donnie didn't know who Charles Smith was today, which kind of broke my heart. All right, Joe. PM Team Tournament Over-Under game.
So if you're saying knowing Charles Smith would be a layup, it's understandable that he'd struggle.
If you get this, good line. If you get this right, Joe, you're headed to Pirates-Yankees. Over-under 8.5. Number of teams in the 2025 NCAA tournament with a dog mascot.
I'm taking a guess. I'm going under.
Malsey, count him down.
Oh, my God. Okay. He said under 8.5.
Yep.
All right, Auburn, Tigers. Alabama State, Hornets.
Well, hold on. Don't name them. I want you to
okay.
only call out the ones that when you see one that has a dog. That way we can
Yale.
count it. Yale, Bulldog, 1. Donnie, you do the same thing. Canvas the bracket.
Now, hold on. Question. Does UConn count?
Bryant
Yes.
is also a Bulldog.
UConn, a Husky's a dog. There's 2.
Sure.
Bryant, the Bulldogs, 3.
Hold on. We're getting there.
Drake Bulldogs.
4. We're getting somewhere here for you.
I think we're done on that side of the bracket. Wofford is a Terrier.
The Terriers, 5. Need 4 more here.
He said under, I thought.
Oh, okay. So he can't have 4 more.
Georgia, 6.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't love this.
Oh, get tight.
It is. Gonzaga, 7.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Hold on. But wait. Pony.
Yeah.
Mississippi State, 8.
Bulldogs. He can't have 1 more.
I'm looking at the first 4. American is the I don't think American qualifies. SIU Edwardsville is one I don't know.
They are not the Bulldogs.
I think we're on 8 there. Pony, I think we're stuck on 8. Akron is a zip of dog?
No, it's a kangaroo, actually.
What the hell were they doing in Akron?
Coming up with a creative nickname that no one else has. Donnie?
Donnie, I think we're at 8. I think we're right at 8.
What is Mount St. Mary's?
They're
Mountaineers, I think.
Yeah, I don't think they're dogs. They're a dog. Wait, a volunteer is a dog.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Are we
Tennessee.
really-
No, it's not a dog.
Oh, no.
I think it is.
No.
Hold on. This is a technicality. Their actual mascot is a dog, but they're called the Volunteers.
But it's a dog.
No.
I want him to win, but it's a dog.
Donnie?
Well, then Tennessee would be a dog too.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
what I'm saying.
you can't have it be a
University
dog.
of Tennessee is you don't want another dog.
Donnie?
No, that's like a Daniel Boone-looking guy that walks around with a.
No, that's
with
West
a hat.
Virginia. The mascot is Smokey the 11th.
And Smokey is what?
Yeah.
He's a dog. Look at him. He's just a happy-looking
Joe,
dog.
Malsey has spoken. You lose.
Why
Sorry.
are you making me the bad guy?
Malsey's call. Sorry,
oh,
Joe.
Now Joe's going to hate
Joe,
my
you
guts.
could have gone to Pirates-Yankees, but Malsey just effed you.
Well, wait a minute here. He probably hated me already, so it's not like, nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Here's a question that comes in from a listener. Where do we come down on the Lobos? What's a Lobo? Lobo a dog? Wild dog.
Well, I mean, I would count that before I counted Tennessee, I think. If a Lobo's a wild dog, that's a dog.
What is a Lobo? Hold on. Lobo Louie? They're wolves. Wolves aren't dogs. Wolves are wolves. God, the Lobo Louie,
Man,
his
did
actual.
you absolutely screw over Joe? The guy
Well,
thought he
hold
was
on.
headed to opening day.
Have you ever heard a situation where the guy running the game show abdicated his responsibility to give an opinion?
I didn't
This
say-
guy's got an opinion about everything that happens to
Malsey
him
does
in life.
bring up a good point. You all of a sudden there said, wait a minute, what about Tennessee?
It'd be like Steve
No,
Harvey.
I
on
did not
the,
say what about Tennessee. He said what about Tennessee.
I wanted to be, and I did not want to abdicate my responsibility, even though it was possibly going to
Poor Joe.
Do you think I made the right decision or not?
Not really.
Not really.
Well, but you made it, though, and it's final.
Is their mascot a dog or is it not?
It is.
Case
Tony is
closed
next.
here, man.
Tony now. How about a chance for Tony out of nowhere to get tickets to Pirates-Yankees? Although
I'm nervous, boys. I'm nervous.
Tony, who's your favorite college basketball player of all time?
I'm going to have to go with Jordan. I mean, the classic.
Played at Duke, said Harry Callis. All right, here's a fun one. Over under 5.5 teams with bird mascots in the tournament, Tony.
Over.
Over on birds.
Louisville Cardinal.
1.
Creighton Blue Jay.
2. Oh, electric start.
He's off to a hell of a start.
Iowa State. Or no, I'm not sorry, not Iowa State. Cyclones, forget it.
The yeah, they're Cyclones. They've got a
The
bird.
mascot is a bird.
Yeah, the Cyclone is
If we're making the argument for Tennessee, I think it's only fair.
Yes.
Marquette, another one.
Thank you, Donnie.
The Marquette Golden Eagles.
4.
What was the number? 5.5?
He needs 2 more, right? He said over?
Yes, he did.
What is the
UNC
mascot?
Wilmington, the Falcons,
It's
I
a
believe.
Seahawk.
Yeah. Seahawks, yeah, Seahawks.
5.
Sorry.
He needs 1 more.
Come on, baby.
Oregon Ducks.
Is a duck a bird?
Duck is absolutely a bird. Duck is absolutely.
Tony?
It's a waterfowl.
You're going to Pirates Yankees. We'll put you on hold. Wow. When one door closes, of course, because of Malsey on Joe, one opens for Tony. Hey, if Tony
St. Mary's is a gale, too. That's another one.
No, it's not.
Go look up what a gale, G-A-E-L, is, and tell me a gale is not a bird.
I feel like he would have hit it easily.
Not the Gales. It's a Gaelic thing. It's not a bird-related thing. It's a religious thing.
You sure about that?
I'm positive.
We also missed Kansas Jayhawks. That was another one.
Liberty's mascot is a
you're right
bird,
about
even though
St.
it's
Mary's.
a flame.
Oh, yeah, Kansas Jayhawks is the easiest one.
Yep. You got it.
No, it's a hawk beginning with J. It's actually a walking non-bird.
Man, did you absolutely screw Joe over?
Yeah. Here we go. You know what, Donnie? He's unbelievable at predicting how these things are going to go. I wouldn't put it past him that we'd get to 8, and it would look like Joe was going to win.
Joe's sitting there thinking he's on easy street.
And
Here comes Malsey
he thinks
to shatter his hopes and dreams.
Fastidious old Malsey is going to remember that Tennessee is actually a dog. Joe, I feel bad for you.
Why don't you do the right thing and buy Joe opening day tickets? What do you think, Don? Do you think that would be the appropriate thing for Malsey to do here?
You try to work the connections, too.
Oh, yeah, you know me. I've got more connections than think of somebody who has a lot of connections. I got a ton of them. I got more. He set that up to make me the villain, Donnie. And he washed his hands like Pontius Pilate.
We will play more PM Team Tournament over-under tomorrow to win more tickets to Pirates Yankees. All right, an insider has just updated the Aaron Rodgers situation in the last 10 minutes. What is she saying about the Steelers and the mercurial, enigmatic quarterback? Cam Hayward today basically saying he's done. He's over it. He is vouching for one quarterback. You'll hear who that is coming up. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment is the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to him every day. Now you can watch him too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sunny skies this evening with temperatures in the mid-60s. Mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid to upper 40s. Partly sunny Wednesday with highs in the mid-70s. Partly cloudy Wednesday night with lows around 50 degrees. Then showers arrive Thursday with highs near 60. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 to its signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 to its signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. These offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
First 4 game tonight in the college basketball tournament. Winner advances to play Ole Miss in the 6-11 matchup in the South region as North Carolina, a 4.5-point favorite against San Diego State. Total in the game is 142.5. Now, people really upset that North Carolina made the tournament, but North Carolina has been the betting choice in this game, bet out to a 4.5-point favorite, and we can understand why. Carolina was awesome down the stretch. But I like San Diego State plus the points here. I think this is going to be a close game. Maybe Carolina wins, but give me San Diego State plus 4.5 tonight against UNC. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, March 21st, come see bare knuckle fighting. Pagoo versus Angel Core, only at Cheerleaders.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserve seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Pay after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed. Dog start barking. You say, I know it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up. There's doctors all around. You telling them I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here. He seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar. You hear me? This is Top Dollar. Top Dog Law.
Springs are the most critical and dangerous part of your garage door. It's not unusual for springs on a 250-pound door to break after only 5 years. That's extremely dangerous for people or pets nearby. Don't gamble. Call 1-844-345-4737. That's locally owned Precision Garage Door Service, the only area company with springs engineered to last up to 10 times longer. Precision Garage Door offers a preventative maintenance and 25-point safety inspection program in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas for only $39.95. That's peace of mind. As America's #1 garage door service company, Precision has locations in over 80 cities. Need a new door? Repairs, replacement springs, openers, or rollers for your old door? Precision provides free estimates. 1-844-345-4737. Garage doors are their only business. Precision trucks are stocked to roll 24/7. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
Just in time for spring cleaning at Zero Res 3-room special starting at $109. So now is the perfect time to take advantage of this deal. 2 days only. Go to ZeroResPGH.com. ZeroResPGH.com now.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Eastbound traffic on the Parkway East is slow from the Greenfield Bridge back to Technology Drive. On the westbound side, traffic on the Parkway East is slow from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to the County Jail. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
Traffic sponsored by Staples.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
First four tonight in Dayton, St. Francis, PA looks for its first tournament victory in program history as they take on Alabama State at 6:40. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's time for the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Mason proved to a lot of, Steeler fans, not just this past year, but last year when he stepped in for us, he was ready. If we don't sign a quarterback, you go in the year with Mason, I think we feel good about it, but, excited to have him back. He really, he's a guy for the locker room, and a lot of guys vibe with him, and so to bring him back part of the group is special.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Cam Hayward's had this podcast for a few years. It's called Not Just Football, which means that a lot of the time there's some grab ass being played, joking around. It's kind of an avuncular-sounding podcast. It's not really meant to be hard-hitting in any way.
Donnie, will you have avuncular hour your next show? You scratching out Faribault and putting avuncular hour in?
Actually, we have the first Bucko talk of the season on Saturday. I'll try to work that in there, maybe around 9:30.
Technically, the definition of avuncular formally is relating to an uncle. So he's not even...
No, but go to the more modern definition of it.
That is the one.
No, that's not it.
Kind and friendly toward a younger or less experienced person.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the vibe they put out on there.
Avuncular.
An avuncular vibe.
You couldn't have gone with cordial, jovial, anything like that?
There's...
The avuncularity of that show is just incredible.
Text came in during the last segment that Pony reclused himself from the debate.
Fake John and Robinson, who says mascots are my specialty, is just up in arms saying, does this mean then that the Alabama mascot is an elephant?
Yes.
And I say yes.
Yes.
That's where I think people are going to get mad.
If we're counting animal mascots, that would count.
And he said mascot,
not
right.
nickname.
That's why Cyclone went to the birds, because it's a red bird. It's
right.
It's not about the weather storm.
This is cleaving PM team listeners in half.
All right, so Hayward's podcast today, it's become the biggest story on ESPN's website. It's obviously dominating conversation here because compare and contrast like it's an old 7th grade essay. What you just heard Hayward say about Rudolph, He vibes with the locker room. It's a signing for the locker room. We're good with him playing. All extremely supportive things about Mason Rudolph, whereas this is what he said about Aaron Rodgers potentially coming here.
I want to play football. I'm tired of talking about the quarterback situation. I'd rather have it done. I don't know what ends up happening. I don't know, man. Like, this is... I'm ready to move on in the free agency. There's too much going on.
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days, if he says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness and try to get this guy? We need you. You're our best recruiter. I'm about to get to Darius Slay, and it sounds like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Fed up with the whole situation, and then I like the wording of the question. If going down there meant he would sign, would you do it? Was what his co-host asked him, hypothetically speaking, and he said no. The hell with that. And then he talks about Mason Rudolph, and it's like he just got one of his BFFs back on the team. He's fine with him playing.
For a guy he's been around.
He's good with Mason Rudolph playing. Think about that, though. Like, part of the appeal of Aaron Rodgers, in theory, is let's get a quarterback in here that you can win with now, because Cam Hayward is long in the tooth, he's old, and TJ Watt isn't getting any younger. And the literal elder statesman of the team is saying, no, he does not want the best Band-Aid quarterback out there. He'd rather go to battle with the guy who's been around the team and has been crapped on by the organization and fans for years and had a modicum of success in a very short amount, in a very small window, although they were big games. He'd rather have that guy than a 4-time MVP. That, like, the whole auspices of bringing Rodgers here is like to help Cam Hayward. They're not on offense together.
The urgency with which they are pursuing a guy like Rodgers is connected directly to Hayward and Watt. The urgency part of it, where they're not saying or telegraphing that they want to draft a quarterback and develop.
I mean, you and I have sat here since the Mason Rudolph thing has happened, and we can't claim to be Pied Pipers of this because other people are saying the same thing. But, I mean, it's very clear to people that listen to this show that the two of us would prefer Mason Rudolph to Aaron Rodgers. And if the Steelers had to play Mason Rudolph, we would be down for it. And now someone who's actually like the biggest voice in that locker room is saying pretty much the same exact thing. He's not being diplomatic or politically correct about it whatsoever.
I think this guy is good enough and has my respect enough and has my belief enough that I'm fine with this.
And I don't know, like...
I think Rudolph won a lot of respect of people in that locker room with the way he conducted himself. And then on the field, he played a ballsy style those 4 games. He stood in, took hits, and made plays. And I think guys respect specifically that style.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that Hayward, in this discussion of why he's fine with Mason Rudolph and not as hot to trot on Rodgers, I don't think it's accidental, or it's coincidental, I should say, that one of the things he's citing in the argument for Mason Rudolph is how he fits into their locker room. Because the other guy is like the ultimate stick of dynamite in a locker room.
Correct.
He's praising somebody for an intangible quality that that player brings when he knows the guy that is up for the job. One of the drawbacks or disadvantages to having him is that he does or brings the exact opposite. He divides.
Even if guys say
he doesn't unite.
Even if guys say nice things about him after the fact, a lot of it is after the fact. He alienated the youngest and best wide receiver he had in New York. They never got along. He is absolutely the reason that the head coach got fired.
I mean, Donnie, do you disagree with that? I mean, I hear Cam Hayward, and it seems very clear to me or obvious to me that he prefers Mason Rudolph to Aaron Rodgers like a lot of fans do.
I think part of that is him supporting the guy that is already here, like vouching for the guy that they signed last week. But also, I wouldn't be stunned if there is some truth there. Like, hey, Mason, he's got huge limitations to his game, but a lot of us in this room respect the hell out of his character. We respect what he did and accomplished a couple of years ago. And if the other guy out there that the organization is chasing after is going to twist us around his finger, leave us in the wind, we don't even know, let's just go forward with this guy.
I think that Hayward would rather lose with Mason Rudolph than try to win with Aaron Rodgers. Because he knows the pratfalls of the Rodgers game.
Well, here's something else we haven't mentioned yet. He doesn't make this kind of commentary if it's anywhere near the version of Rodgers that we all saw for so long. You put up with some of the stuff that he's clearly not going to humor in his answer if you think the player is that great, or specifically if you think the gulf between he and Mason Rudolph in this case is a wide one. I genuinely don't think it's that big of a gulf.
Here's an interesting observation from a listener. These Ohio State birds seem to flock together. Do you think it's possible that even though they clearly didn't play together because their ages are so different, that Cam Hayward might be cooler friends with Garrett Wilson? Do you think it's possible at Ohio State games?
Yes, I think there's such a network of Ohio State players in the league. There are so many of them that there might be just that fraternity, just like Bama guys might stick together, et cetera. Clemson, Michigan. I mean, I think that always
like the way
exists.
Marquise Pouncey loved Tim Tebow, and other guys would brag on Tebow for how limited he was and how crappy
and
he was.
Pouncey would defend him, and Pouncey would talk about what a winner he was, because you have great memories playing with that guy at a level where you all end up getting to the pros as a result.
This listener is basically saying that, think about the Ohio State tie-in. Rodgers is coming here to replace a young Ohio State quarterback, and one of the reasons why it didn't work in New York is because he was at loggerheads with an Ohio State wide receiver.
I mean, there might be some of that. I also just think in Hayward's case, he does strike me as, yes, he wants to get in the media, so the guy obviously gets that there's some entertainment component to this, and you're supposed to not just be like a robot. I do think when it comes to football, though, he is a pretty business-like individual, and I would imagine that what's the Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon? I'm too old for this bleep. Like, I just feel like he would look at all the circus that accompanies Rodgers by Rodgers' own doing. Like, that's what Rodgers wants there to be at this point, and he probably just rolls his eyes at it. And I'm sure to him, he thinks, Mason's been chewed up and spit out by this team multiple times. Now he's back. He took the contract. And the last memory we all have of him is generally a good one, playing football with us. Yeah, just let that guy roll the ball out and let that guy do his thing.
Josina Anderson, a few minutes ago, she's still reporting. She's not with ESPN anymore, but she's still in the insider game. She tweets out, one league source told me today that the Steelers feel like they're, quote, getting closer on their quarterback situation. And in that person's mind, that optimism pertained to Aaron Rodgers. Let's see if that sentiment is mutually held towards the consummation of the deal at some point, she writes. Oh, God. So her Steelers source thinks that they're making progress and they're getting somewhere with Aaron Rodgers. But she's the only person who has put out like this optimistically slanted report about things going down the right path. But if I'm a betting man, I am picking the Steelers to end up with him because of what we heard about the Giants earlier in the show. And at the end of the day, I just don't think the Vikings are going to be able to pull the trigger on him.
You don't believe that if it's not Vikings, he wouldn't just walk and just say, you know what, I've had enough? You think that the 5-12 is too much of a I can't go out like this situation? Because if we're all acknowledging that he is sort of an unusual dude, he's made gobs of money. He does not need a dime from the NFL anymore. If he wanted to, he could probably do the Pat McAfee show for $1 million a week indefinitely, even after he's done playing. I'm just saying. Do you discount the retirement stuff completely?
No, not completely, because McAfee said throughout there the other day maybe he's thinking about retirement, and I don't think that came out of thin air.
Imagine if he joined Pat's show full-time. Would he go right in and just say, this guy, Pat, this guy's a dog. A Tennessee volunteer. A dog.
Donnie, do we have any kind of cryptic tweets from Kabali sent out in the last few hours that we can read too much into? Anything there?
Not really.
Aaron Rodgers just released this statement concerning playing for the Steelers.
Yeah, that was 6 hours ago.
And it's some kind of AI-generated Aaron Rodgers thing that I'm afraid to play the audio on because there might be F-bombs in it.
He also took a picture of his son walking out of a Porta-John last night with the caption, "Finally found one he couldn't block."
So he's got his nose to the grindstone here, Mulsey, does our boy Kabali.
No more cryptic tweets. No more cryptic tweets.
He's chasing the big story here.
No cryptic tweets where he's actually watching Monday Night Raw on an afternoon. And
Well, it's Tuesday
like
now.
It's a big deal. But, I mean, yesterday he briefly got you with that one.
He did. Here is the number 4 seed in our PM team best caller bracket. He is slated to take on Jeff in South Park in round 1. I'm talking about the only man from the lunatic fringe to really make it into the field, and that is Johnny the Barber. Hello, Johnny.
Fellas, I just got word Karen from Aliquippa is very disappointed in you all. She didn't even get an honorable mention.
She's actually in the CBI, the caller bracket invitational.
And in addition, I would like to weigh in on this Aaron Rodgers thing. If you can't get along with an Ohio State receiver, you shouldn't be a quarterback. I mean, that is the penultimate, the creme de la creme of receivers that you could possibly have, and you can't make it work with him.
Did you say the penultimate, and then did you just say turd bag?
Yes.
And so what is a turd bag? It's just a bag that's filled up with feces?
Oh no! It's some guy that floats in a dirty crap infested river all high up on peyote.
Have you ever tried peyote?
Yes.
How
I just vomited a lot. It wasn't a good trip for me. I just vomited a lot.
He vomited a lot too. Rodgers did. Different retreat though.
It didn't. Yeah, my retreat just wasn't good. I mean, I'd vomited a lot and had diarrhea for like a week. It wasn't good unless I got a hold of some bad.
Are you sure it wasn't peyote? It was peyote and not food poisoning?
I don't know. I mean, maybe that was the power of the peyote.
How are you feeling about your 4-5 matchup versus Jeff in South Park for best caller of the PM team?
I'm kind of insulted. It's not the caliber of talent that I was expecting.
So you're already looking past your first round opponent then?
No, I'm not looking past him. I just think he might get some pity calls from the referees for being so pathetic.
Wow.
We'll end on that note.
Good Lord.
Won't even give him an OHIO. Man, shots fired. Is that like Anthony Smith going at Tom Brady right there?
We know how that ended.
Come at the king, you best not miss.
We know how that ended
Jeff
for
in
Anthony
South Park.
Smith. Is Jeff going to run up the score on Johnny? I'll tell you what. And Johnny traffics in this area, so he is not like ignorant of this. The YouTube comments are very anti-Johnny. Adrian, very anti-Johnny.
Adrian's got his own matchup to worry about.
And Adrian trying to goose things by pointing out he's so devoted to the show he called from a hospital bed.
Adrian might want to worry about Anthony in Oakland and not worry about another matchup, Don. Would you agree with that? He better
Adrian,
keep his eye
all
on the
caps.
prize.
Let's go, Jeff. Let's go, Jeff. Jeff. Is Adrian rooting for Jeff because he thinks he's going to win?
Jeff.
Right, and he thinks Jeff would be an easier matchup than the Barber. Adrian also saying Mulsey screwed that guy out of Paul Skeen's Yankees-Pirates tickets.
He did. I agree with Adrian on that point. Here's a guy that I thought for sure the committee would have put in our field. That's Mr. Old School is with us right now. Hello, Mr. Old School.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I can't believe I'm not in there, man. I've been with you guys since training wheels came off.
I agree.
Man. I tell you.
And for Johnny the Barber to get in over you, I don't get that one.
Mr. Old School, there's been a growing movement to have an NIT bracket featuring you and Daryl in Houston, and a lot of people.
They're better than the NIT.
A lot of people feel like you guys would just meet in a heavyweight fight in the final.
Their resumes are better than NIT
the winner might be
caliber.
the true champion. Pony, I am aware of that.
This isn't Taylor Battle and Penn State. These are two juggernaut heavyweight programs.
Mr. Old School, you might want to consider writing your congressman, just like they're doing in West Virginia, to try to overturn the results of all this and get West Virginia in there. You might want to write your local representative.
Hey, guys, I agree, man. You should have had a play-in or something, man. There's no way. You know, my name alone, Mr. Old School, should have been over Johnny the Barber. Come on, somebody.
Yeah.
I tell you.
Would you ever get your hair cut from Johnny the Barber?
No. I sport the straight Kojak Baldy, man. I don't need a haircut.
Nice.
Who is the most famous bald guy not named Michael Jordan of all time?
Telly Savalas.
Oh!
Mr. Old School, who do you like in the Adrian Pittsburgh versus Anthony in Oakland matchup?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. It's going to surprise you guys. I like Adrian for this reason because Anthony, if you ever listen to the radio, Anthony's on every station. He's on 1020. He's on every show. I think Anthony keeps the phone tattooed to his ear. So
How is the committee leaving this guy off? He's throwing great shots, haymakers at one of our top seeds.
He's basically saying Anthony's watered himself down.
You know what?
He's diluted
Mr.
himself.
Old School's coming out like Florida Gulf Coast against Georgetown. He's throwing down thunder dunks on these guys.
I agree. Thank you, Mr. Old School.
I'm a huge – I just feel like the committee got it wrong.
Oh, big time.
I mean –
Now, I don't disagree with Carolyn Clinton as the 1 seed. And I don't have a problem with Paul in Washington as a 3 seed because of the way Paul was playing. Now, the committee's not supposed to look at the last 10 or 15 calls. They're supposed to look at the entire body of work.
But I think
the calls that got made 11 months ago, Donnie, are supposed to count just as much as the calls that happened 5 days ago.
Paul's call about Shelton was how old? It's got to be almost a year old.
Well, let's look that up here.
He's had a strong run of calls going on several months here now. This isn't just like a guy who got hot right before the conference tournament.
But he's especially hot right now.
So what?
There's no doubt about
All
that.
the more reason to have him where he is. A lot of people saying we did Chuck in Uniontown wrong by this.
Oh, that is a great point.
Chuck always has takes.
That's a great
but is
call.
Chuck,
He's the undisputed Pirates caller.
Right. Is he hurt by the fact that he is generally a one-sport caller? And he doesn't call regularly. He usually calls in season.
Yeah, he called me last night.
Oh, maybe it's our show then. He's also more of an evening to nighttime caller, I've noticed. He tends to call like in post 9 to 5 hours.
Kabali also tweeted just moments after we were talking about him, so I'm sure that's no coincidence. And all it is a gif of milk.
You idiot.
A gif
How about that lady?
Milk?
Has she called in lately? What was that lady's name that said you idiot?
She was talking to Joe.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God, I bet that went right through Joe.
One text from Dan coming in here. This is good. George in Washington got snubbed. How about Fanny and Butler?
What was the original one he did? It was in that Glenn and Glenn Willard.
Glenn Willard.
All right. Ryan Wilson joining us next. He's our PM Team NFL draft expert. Carnegie Mellon educated, CBSSports.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. A person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's the headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
First four begins tonight. St. Francis against Alabama State. Tips at 6:40. North Carolina and San Diego State follows that at 9:10. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Sorry about that, Donnie. I was kicking back and switching into relax mode, but I'll tell you what, it can be very stressful if you are trying to find yourself a new ride. That's why you need to just heed my advice. You'll be able to sit back, relax, and know you got the best deal on a brand new Mitsubishi, the Mitsu that fits you if you go to Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. They've got the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, and they've got the best deals on them. Like 2024 Outlanders still in stock. They've got all-wheel drive advanced safety features, and they still have ones on the lot with panoramic sunroofs and other bells and whistles, creature comforts that if you're anything like me, you probably love. Plus, the Outlander has room for 7 passengers. Right now, Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington has them up to $7,000 off, or you can get 0% financing for 60 months. Eclipse Crosses up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as only $23,000. Plus, every Mitsubishi comes with that unbeatable 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. How about 3 years of prepaid maintenance as well, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff. It's the Lucky Days event right now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikuwala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. There's nothing for a sports fan quite as magical as opening day. Unless Major League Baseball decides to have it in the middle of the night because they sent it to Japan in an effort to make sure that baseball fans again are underserved. I'm a Cubs fan. You don't have to be to understand the absurdity of the Dodgers beating the Cubs while we were all sleeping. That's baseball for you. I'm Bill Ryder.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Partly cloudy tonight, the low 45.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's almost that time to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, March 25th. That's a week from today. Our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon, raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155. And your donation will provide meals locally, brought to you by Aetna, Isley's, Beano's, and Greater Pittsburgh Auto Dealers. All the details, 937thefan.com. Over on my Twitter, you will find the link to our PM Team Bracket Challenge. You win the bracket. You have the best bracket. You're going to win half the kitty. The other half is going to go to the Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. So you'll win dough, and you'll also help people who need it. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's where we find Ryan Wilson. CBSSports.com. Their draft guru went to Carnegie Mellon, so you know he's smart. And he went to the Combine. He was at the Senior Bowl. He has been all over God's green earth here covering the NFL draft. Today, Ryan, one of your peers, Daniel Jeremiah, has mocked Jackson Dart to the Steelers. There's a lot of discussion now, given the Steelers' quarterback quandary, of taking Jackson Dart if he's there at 21. So do you think he's right now on your board? Do you have a first-round grade on Jackson Dart, Ryan Wilson?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I don't. I have a second-round grade, but you know how it goes. Sometimes these guys get pushed up, and this is going to be a popular landing spot for Jackson Dart with Pittsburgh, and maybe even a few picks later at 26 at the Rams. The Rams, certainly their quarterback situation isn't nearly as precarious in the short term as the Steelers. In fact, you could argue the Steelers have the worst quarterback situation as we sit here. And I'm sure you guys have talked about this. I'm not sure that Justin Fields was going to be the answer. So I get moving on from that, but there doesn't seem to be much of a plan beyond that. And one of the issues is that when you pick consistently in the 20s, in the Mike Tomlin era, you're not going to get a franchise quarterback. So that's the concern. Now, Jackson Dart, can he have success in the NFL? Absolutely, but you have to have other things in place, not only just around Jackson Dart, but any quarterback. I talk about Jaden Daniels last year and Bo Nix, and they went to situations where they remade those teams, and Cliff Kingsbury was the right guy for Jaden, and certainly Sean Payton for Bo Nix, and I think Arthur Smith did a really good job last year with a precarious quarterback situation. I don't hate the idea of Jackson Dart at 21, but you talked about all my travels, Pony. Yesterday I was at the Syracuse Pro Day, and if you told me Jackson Dart at 21 or Kyle McCord at 83, I might lean Kyle McCord because there's no second-round pick now, of course, because of the DK Metcalf trade, and maybe 21. You can find another position player to help out either the offense or defense, whichever direction you want to go.
Yeah, first off, I don't think I need to see Kyle McCord playing football at Acrisure Stadium ever again, given what happened to him last time he set foot in there.
Fair enough.
Ryan, I'm guilty of this as anybody. I'm not going down to the Senior Bowl. I'm relying on the reporting you and others do, drafted experts. But I am guilty of saying things like, well, the 2026 quarterback class is clearly going to be deeper and more talented than this year's. That's why I don't want them to take Dart. I think it would be a massive overdraft. When you look at the guys who are likely to be coming out next year, likely, not definite, like where actually would a guy like Jackson Dart slide in that draft? Like where would he rate behind players that are projected to be eligible for that 2026 class? Like how much, when people like me say that, how much are we speaking in facts versus sort of guesstimating here?
No, you're right. And a lot can change in terms of guys that come out of nowhere, sort of the Joe Burrow types of the world that go from day 3 guy, first overall guy. Jaden Daniels last year is an example. I don't have the names in front of me, but there are probably 3 or 4 guys off the top of my head that would go ahead of Jackson Dart. And if you want to do the math, backwards math, in terms of last year's class, Jackson Dart would have been QB 6 or 7. And if we're not including Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward in that draft class. So he would have been 6 or 7 last year. He would have been ahead of Spencer Rattler for me, who actually like more than some folks. But he probably would have been late day 2, early day 3. And I think you make a fantastic point because just go back to 2022 when the Steelers overdrafted Kenny Pickett and look where that got them. And maybe this is, the reason we're having the Mason Rudolph conversations about whether he's a short-term solution if nothing else works out. And I don't think Aaron Rodgers is much of a solution beyond 1 year if that works out as well. But I think that's something to keep in mind. Like they've been burned by this once. Jackson Dart, is he better than Kenny Pickett? Yes. Is he substantially better than Kenny Pickett? No. So, Kenny Pickett probably should have gone 2nd or 3rd round, and I think Jackson Dart's a 2nd-round pick. And if you take him at 21, everything else better be in place to help him. And you guys would probably agree with me that everything is not yet quite in place to help a young quarterback.
Why do you think there's this feeling that Shedeur Sanders might actually slide down draft boards and get to a spot, Ryan, where the Steelers can either move up and not give up a lot to get him, or might actually make it all the way down to 21, a la like a Brady Quinn or Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Like Cam Ward is a little bit bigger, but he's a little bit taller, but he's bigger. He's a better athlete, and he has a bigger arm. And when you start doing the math on franchise quarterbacks, especially guys you take in the top 5, and you start having to make concessions on the physical side of things, then you're hoping, and hope is not a plan, for a Joe Burrow situation. Joe Burrow comes along once in a generation, and you're now no longer betting on traits, and you're betting on everything above the neck. And Shedeur's a smart guy, and there's no one tougher in college football, and that offensive line in Colorado was a mess for much of his time there. But it also creates habits like we saw last year that Caleb Williams struggled to shake in terms of just trying to play hero ball too much because he had to run for his life at USC, and you see a lot of that in Colorado and Shedeur's game. And is that something that he's going to be able to shake in minicamp and training camp? Probably not. And then the question becomes, if you're not playing on time consistently and you don't have a big arm, you don't have Justin Herbert's hose out there to throw balls in the tight windows, and you're throwing late, those incompletions in college become pick sixes in the NFL. And part of me thinks, and I've talked to folks about this, that think that Shedeur just missed some easy layups. And by that I mean just throw one day at the Shrine Bowl so teams get a sense for what they're working with here. He didn't interview quite as well as Cam at the Combine. He wasn't bad, but Cam and the folks I spoke with really knocked it out of the park. And, Shedeur isn't for everyone in that he doesn't want to be everywhere. He probably, I don't know this, but I would guess he doesn't want to go to Cleveland at number 2, and I wouldn't blame him for that. So all that's to say, it could be a Will Levis situation where if you get past the first 9 is where the Saints currently find themselves. If you get past 9, there might be a situation where he falls 6 or 7 or 8 spots, and maybe the Steelers trade up, or maybe he's there at 21, and I think the Steelers at 21 taking him. That feels like almost if not a layup, as close to a layup as you're going to get.
Ryan, your latest mock. Who do you have the Steelers pursuing with pick 21?
It's funny, guys. They make me do so many mock drafts on television and for the website. I don't know what my latest one is, but I can tell you a guy that I like a lot. And this may be the last one I did for the television show. Nick Emanwari, the safety out of South Carolina, who is a freakish athlete, but his tape backs up the freakishness. I think he ran in the 4.3s. He's 6'2", 6'3", 230. And he is insanely athletic as a safety. And I love the idea of pairing him with Minka. He can play in the box. He's great against the run. He has crazy ball skills for someone that size. He moves incredibly well. If you're looking to bolster the secondary, I wouldn't mind a cornerback to help Joey Porter Jr. out as well on that side of the ball. And obviously defensive tackle would make some sense, and there are going to be some dudes available, picks 21 and beyond, after the first 2 or 3 guys go off the board ahead of them. That could make a lot of sense if you're looking to stock that group with someone in a post-Cam Hayward world when he decides to retire.
The defensive tackle from Oregon, he had his pro day today, and no one from the Steelers' brain trust was there, not even their defensive line coach, which puzzles a lot of people who study this kind of thing because there's usually a correlation between sending either Tomlin, some kind of envoy or convoy there, and figuring out from that, like, okay, this guy is worthy since we laid eyes on him of being a first-round pick. Do you have Harmon as a first-round defensive tackle? Ryan, what kind of player do you see him as?
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't know the Steelers weren't there, and that does feel telling on some level. I have him bottom the first round, early second, and this is how I describe Derek Harmon. He's a slow burn. You watch someone like Mason Graham. He's incredibly athletic for his size. Kenneth Rand is even more athletic, given that he weighs 30 pounds more than Mason Graham. And Derek Harmon does the things you want him to do. He does them consistently, but there's not a lot of flash there. Not necessarily a bad thing, and I think he's a top 40, a top 50 pick, but maybe he's not exactly what the Steelers are looking for if they weren't there. Maybe they're just sort of smokescreening this thing 37 days out. But I describe him as a slow burn that you got to watch a lot of Derek Harmon to sort of see who he is as a player. There's no sort of Walter Nolan flash plays that take your breath away, and that's, again, not necessarily a bad thing, but he's not going to be a guy that comes in right away and does some of the things we've seen Cam Hayward do, for example, in terms of turning games around with 1 or 2 plays.
Ryan Wilson, read more, CBSSports.com. Watch him, CBS Sports HQ, our PM team draft expert. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, guys.
There you go. Did he sell you on Jackson Dart?
Yeah, he sold me on don't go anywhere near Jackson Dart.
Did he sell you on Kyle McCord?
Poor Kyle. It can only get better for Kyle McCord if he ends up playing his games at Acrisure Stadium. It literally can't get worse. When you tell me a guy is better than Kenny Pickett but not substantially better than Kenny Pickett, you're going to take him, what? Was Kenny 22 or 20? I always forget. Pick 20, right?
20.
If you're going to take him 1 pick after the spot where you took Kenny Pickett, and he is not, quote, substantially better than him, what are we doing here? I mean, seriously, I don't even think Shadur Sanders, I know Ryan called that a layup if he were to slide to them. I don't even think Shadur Sanders is a franchise quarterback.
I do think it's a layup, though. I would absolutely take him with that pick.
He's a better risk than Dart because I think he does more like NFL-style things, i.e. hang in there in the pockets a lot of the time way too long and make accurate throws. But the thing about Sanders that scares the crap out of me is even though he's Deion's kid, he is nowhere near the pure athlete Deion was, not even close, or else he'd be the first overall pick. And they have plenty of stats that track quarterbacks that take a lot of sacks in college. You know what they tend to do in the pros? Take a lot of sacks.
McCord back, throws it over the middle, tipped and intercepted, number 5, and Philip O'Brien Jr. says, thank you very much.
Yes.
One of the more surreal things I've ever seen on television, and I think the most surreal when combined with your prediction that he was about to personally have the biggest hand in knocking Pitt from the ranks of the unbeatens.
Tipped into the air and almost caught and then dropped.
It is picked off. Brandon George caught it on the ground.
Yeah, he did. He picked it off.
All right. That would be ironic if he ends up as the Steelers quarterback, Kyle McCord. Oh, my God.
You know who would love it is the Barber. Because even though he went to Syracuse and had his best year, the Barber would claim him as an Ohio State
that would be the antithesis of Mason Rudolph, who was drafted because of the great games he played against Pitt. Here is a man that played the worst game ever
Omar
Pitt.
Khan looks
psychology.
at him. Omar Khan looks at Tomlin with pick 83, goes, Mike, it can't be any worse. And Mike goes, you know what? You're right.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township, southhillskia.net. Donnie's football segment. The debrief is next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins host the Islanders tonight. Puck drop set for 7 at PPG. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
You know, I'm with everybody who thinks now that because of all of the uproar, North Carolina's going to play with a little bit of a chip on its shoulder and take down San Diego State tonight. San Diego State, a lot of those guys who were so key in getting them to the championship game a few years ago, they're all gone. And the coach is still there, but all their guys have moved on to greener pastures because of NIL. Although, interestingly enough, one of the guys from Florida Atlantic who they beat in the national semifinals is now on that San Diego State team. Remember, they had a buzzer beater to knock them off in the round of the national semifinal game. Anyway, so I'm taking North Carolina tonight. But if you like the underdogs, this is the tournament for you. Bet on the lowest winning seed on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, each day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day, because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are now withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shannabit Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Time for the Donnie Football Debrief, brought to you by Boyd & Blair Vodka, proud sponsor of the Donnie Football Debrief, and the Fan celebrating its 15th birthday. Donnie?
The Debrief, March 18, 2025. You alluded to it there a little bit with Ryan Wilson, that the Steelers did not send much of a presence to the Oregon Pro Day. Only their area scout out there, Kelvin Fisher, was at the Pro Day. So no Mike Tomlin, no Omar Khan. They didn't send out Carl Dunbar, the defensive line coach, to this. Now, those guys don't go out west a ton, so that's something else to note here. And I don't believe they were at Faltanu's Pro Day last year, or at least no Connor Tomlin.
No, but Meyer was there.
So they at least sent the position coach out there.
Yep.
So I did want to bring that up a bit, because I then pulled up Derek Harmon's profile. I like looking at it on NFL.com, and now that it has the combine numbers in there and everything else, it has the prospect grade, the height and weight, everything. I did find, following the Lance Zierlein write-up at the bottom.
Lance Zierlein, whose dad was the Steelers assistant coach, who was fired for sending a pornographic email to the rest of the NFL.
Yeah, I think that's the first time that Mulsey and I are hearing that.
Yeah, say what again here?
His dad sent a pornographic email to the rest of the NFL.
Thank you.
But
I was unfamiliar with.
At the bottom of that write-up, there is some sort of quote from usually an anonymous exec or coach or GM around the league. So this from an NFC executive. He plays like a Raven or a Steeler. Off the tape, he reminds me of a young Cam Hayward, but a little bit bigger.
Shut up, really?
Yes, that's what it says.
Huh. Well, I'll be. If he's a young Cam Hayward, then I'm surprised to hear Ryan Wilson give him a late first-round grade. I know that's where Hayward was picked, and that was a great draft. But if you go back and do the Hayward draft all over again, where does he go?
Definitely not 31st.
Top 10?
Just by pro resume, like what he's become?
Yeah, if you redraft that, and now everyone knows they've got a crystal ball that tells them.
You know what game I love to play here, Donnie? He has set us up beautifully for a game of Cam Hayward or this guy. Are you ready to play?
You've got Von Miller, you've got J.J. Watt, you've got Cam Newton all in that draft. You've got Jason Kelsey in that draft.
All right, let's just do this. Would you have taken him over Cam Newton?
Kelsey would get picked higher, but he wasn't taken until like round 5 or 6.
All right, here's the guys ahead of him. We'll go in reverse order. Cam Hayward, better than Muhammad Wilkerson? Yes. Then Gabe Karimi? Yes. Then Mark Ingram? Yes. Then Jimmy Smith, the DB, not the wide receiver? Yes. John Baldwin, don't even have to say it. James Carpenter? Yes. Cameron Jordan is a guy who's had a similar, like, ageless type of career. Cam's
I like
better.
Hayward more.
Cam's
I would
better.
take Hayward.
I don't think it's by a lot. I don't want to diss Cam Jordan, but they're very similar. Danny Watkins, yes. Wasn't he the firefighter?
He was, actually. Good memory, Mulsey.
Of all the random things to remember, Anthony Costanzo, yes. Phil Taylor, yes. Adrian Claiborne, yes. Prince, was it Amukamara or Amukamara?
No, Amukamara.
Amukamara, okay, yes. Corey Lugit, yes. Can you even tell me what position he played? Donnie, you have Pro Football Reference up, you know. Nate Solder, yes. Ryan Kerrigan, yes. Mike Pouncey, yes. Robert Quinn, yes. Nick Fairley, yes. Christian Ponder, of course. Now you run into one finally. J.J. Watt. Okay, no.
Watt was better. He
Blaine Gabbert, yes.
3 Defensive Player of the Year awards.
Tyron Smith from Dallas to Dallas.
Good player.
Not
really
Cam
good player, but I'd still say Hayward.
Jake Locker.
Oh, my God.
Jake Locker. Alden Smith, a guy who wrecked his career and could have been very great, but never became it. Julio, no. Pat Pete.
Wait a minute. You would take Julio Jones over?
No, I'm saying Julio's a tough call between he and Cam.
So who would you take?
I think I would take Julio Jones.
I don't think so, man.
I think, you know what? The more I think about it, the longevity where Cam is playing his best ball now and Julio's
That's what I'm saying.
A shell of himself.
He's not even really in the NFL anymore.
Julio at his peak, better player. Any arguments there? Cam racking up all pros, though.
Oh,
I mean, are you going to do the same thing, though, for Pat Pete?
Who would you take, Pony? Cam, your friend who
now
you've
you're
seen
really
at the
in a
Super Bowl?
No, I'm not. I take Hayward.
Okay. Well, honorable answer. So, you know the approximate value thing? Like, Julio, Patrick Peterson, actually behind Cam on that list. Watt barely ahead of him. If Cam has another good year, he'll pass Watt. That's a counting stat. A.J. Green, he's better than A.J. Green. Marcel Darius, of course, he's better than him. He's actually got a higher approximate value number from Football Reference than Von Miller.
So I would take Von Miller, J.J. Watt over him, over Hayward from that draft.
He's third highest on that stat, though, in this draft.
And then the other guys who I think are debatable are Jason Kelsey and Richard Sherman, too.
I was only doing first round, obviously.
But if you just do the entire draft. I mean, Jason Kelsey is a really tough call.
Are we dogging Cam
Round
Newton,
6,
who won an MVP?
191.
I mean, Cam Newton won an MVP, and that year came within a game of being a Super Bowl champ.
But Cam Newton's not going to sniff the Hall of Fame. Cam Hayward probably will get in. So I think Hayward's. I know quarterback. For some reason, the Hall of Fame downplays quarterbacks. But my thing with Newton is, if you add up his years in the NFL, there's just as many bad years as there are good years. It's the inconsistency from him as a quarterback that has me saying Hayward.
There's a case to be made.
Spectacular years there, but also some god-awful years.
So, pound for pound, Kelsey gets into this because he was picked so late. But I don't really think it's up for dispute that if you're just picking where the guy was picked in the first round and what they have done to produce, Cam Hayward and Cam Jordan are the two best first-round picks of that draft, relative to where they were selected in the round. Obviously, I would take Watt over him, but Watt was picked damn near top 10.
You know what I've just done to myself? I'm starting to second-guess selling Julio Jones short.
That's what I'm saying.
Behind him, because
here's
the first 10 years of Julio's career are pretty obscene.
Here's the thing. Hayward does deserve a ton of credit for how his career has kind of aged backwards. He was slow out of the gate.
Yeah, he's Ben Button.
And Julio Jones and Pat Pete were all pros almost off the bat.
Man, I'll tell you what, that Benjamin Button was a sad movie. That kid turned into a kid.
Watched it.
Okay, so here's why I'm reconsidering my take on that, and why I'm starting to come around to Julio Jones over Hayward. Sorry, Cam. Do you guys agree that Antonio Brown was better at his job than Hayward's?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
at his best.
I know people hate AB, and I get why, but yes, at his best, he's better than damn near everyone I've ever seen suit up for the Steelers.
So, same stretch, 2014 through 2019. That's the Antonio Brown.
No, you got to go just to 18.
Okay, so 2013, 2018 with AB versus 2014 to 2019 with Jones.
Julio, his
so
6-year peak.
They're 6-year peaks. Yards for Jones, 9,388. Yards for AB, 9,145.
How many games?
What's that?
I want to see if AB maybe.
They both play 92.
Okay. Touchdowns.
Okay, this is the one with AB that's crazy. Antonio Brown has 67 touchdowns in that stretch.
That was the thing with Julio. He was known for randomly having very low touchdowns.
He'd have 300 yards and have no touchdowns.
37.
Julio never topped 8 in any of those years. He only hit double digits one time in his whole career.
And AB has more catches at 686 to 623. So Antonio Brown's prime better than Julio Jones.
But
but
not
it's
by much.
Close enough where I'm like, oh, man.
Those two had very weirdly similar career arcs where Julio was better in his first year, but then they had a very good second year. Then for Julio, it was injuries. AB just dipped off a little bit. And then they both exploded, right, in year 4 of their careers. That's when the prime started, the peak.
But to go back to Harmon for a second, I do think that the fact that they were so ambivalent about sending their big guns to scout him
tells me they're not going to.
We'll see. I mean, it means either there's really a whole new way of going about their draft business, or they don't quite view him like the other stars. Now, just to make sure I'm covering my bases here, Donnie, they haven't invited Harmon in for one of those pre-draft visits, have they?
Not yet, but I feel like they haven't really invited in any of the big dogs yet. It's been mostly mid to late round type.
If he makes that cut, then I'll feel differently. But right now, I would say he's maybe a tick below the other defensive linemen that they have their eyes on.
I think that
spot.
part's clear. Caleb tweets in after you told us the Larry Zierlein porn email story for the 85th time. He said, that's an interesting fun fact about Larry Zierlein that I've never heard before. Here's another one that's going to knock your socks off. Did you guys also know that Pony was invited to Aaron Donald's draft party?
I was. That was a great night.
Yeah?
Oh.
You want to talk about somebody beating the Pony jinx in spectacular fashion? Has anybody done a number on it better than Aaron Donald?
The amount of hors d'oeuvres I had.
What would you say was the best one? Maybe mini crab cakes? Was there pigs in, high-end pigs in a blanket?
How do you make a pig in a blanket high end?
I'm sure there's some sort of boutique brand hot dog and puff pastry. I'm sure you could do it if you wanted to.
I think I had. Do you count shrimp cocktail as an hors d'oeuvre?
Yes.
I probably had 30 pieces of shrimp.
30?
Yeah. I mean, we're there for the entire first round.
That was pretty shellfish of you.
Well, see, Donnie didn't like it.
Look at him. There's a little guffaw in there.
All right. We will, if you missed it, you'll hear what Cam Hayward had to say about Aaron Rodgers. It's made the rounds. It's everywhere. Plus, the Major League Baseball season started today, and the Pirates already have a little leg up on one of their rivals. What are your Pirates' expectations? 412-928-9370. We'll take some calls. A quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, I'm going to tell you guys about Mike's Beer Bar. Mike's, right next to PNC Park. 80 rotating taps of the best local craft beer in town. Obviously, they were a big hit on St. Patrick's Day with the Irish beer. Now going to be a huge hit this week with basketball, college hoops, your brackets. Watch them go bust or belly up, or maybe call your shot with those big upsets over at Mike's with your buddies. Friday, get over to Mike's. It's going to be electric. right next to PNC Park. Meet me at Mike's today.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, DJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Must finance HMF the way PR Tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/31/25.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Hamlin Hyundai. Try the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, is that possible? Am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has developed fits and features that change everything you know about comfort, like hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, with no bending down. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. Don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020,
With Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
First four game tonight in the college basketball tournament. Winner advances to play Ole Miss in the 6-11 matchup in the South region as North Carolina, a 4.5-point favorite against San Diego State. Total in the game is 142.5. Now, people really upset that North Carolina made the tournament, but North Carolina has been the betting choice in this game, bet out to a 4.5-point favorite, and we can understand why. Carolina was awesome down the stretch. But I like San Diego State plus the points here. I think this is going to be a close game. Maybe Carolina wins, but give me San Diego State plus 4.5 tonight against UNC. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and Gaming Sense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with the Breakfast Baconator. Roll with the Sausage Breakfast Burrito. Buddy it up with a Honey Buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof and massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the Highland Park Bridge ramp off of Washington Boulevard, we have a collision. Expect delays if you're headed across the Highland Park Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Coit welcomes spring with huge home cleaning savings. Save 40% off all Coit cleaning services, carpets, area rugs, drapes, upholstery, and more. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT and schedule your home cleaning appointment and save 40% off all Coit services.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports